Mhm. Adesso sperando che mi si senta normalmente bene. Adesso sperando che mi si senta normalmente bene. Ok. Allora, prima di inizializzare la quest, devo vedermi un po' cosa hanno portato. Allora, questo vabbè me lo voglio vedere proprio per ultimi. Tesori del mirabilia. Ah, penso che sia in questo caso il pooper sul costume. Nuovo Warboss, vabbè, pensate per i personaggi. Allora, questo pigliamo già, questo pigliamo già, questo pigliamo già. Nefer voglio provare. Tutorial ah, ma sì, perché prima parte per sferrarti il kit e poi tutto il resto. Forse devo abbassare un po' il volume della. Ma questo possiamo balzarlo, tanto lo so già il kit. Quindi vedere i movimenti dei suoi personaggi. Devo abbassare il volume di gioco. Bella l'arma però. Che figa. Ok.
It all adds up.
Precaricati. Allora, abilità.
Can't hide the truth.
Tieni premuto il normale. Ah, basta che tengo ah, ok, quindi tenendo premuto il normale.
The mystery unravels.
Più di alto dalla live devo abbassare il volume di Genshin.
Leave this place. By the frostman of old. It all adds up. The deception ends here.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. We're back. Can't handle your drink.
For the everlasting forest. Can't hide the truth.
E poi adesso sono anche pochi come danni, perché non è che ha chissà che. Ah, invece no, ha la faccia Ducaz. Ma come ha fatto a toccare questo tasto di critico così alto? Ma poi non ha nulla che stacca perché. Ah no, sì, c'ha anche l'arma. Madonna, ma non mi aspettavo un tasso di critico così elevato. Vabbè che vuol dire che se era intorno al 60 e qualcosa. Comunque lei è bellissima, eh. L'ho rivalutata, vi devo dire. Però non posso prendermela ora. Voglio troppo avere Durin. L'ho rivalutata. Cioè ora giocandolo effettivamente mi sono reso conto che è divertente. Devo abbassare solo un po' il volume di gioco, aspettate. Perché non so se il volume di gioco. Mi sa che forse. Facciamo così. Mi sa che forse. Non so se si sente così. Fatemi far rendere sta roba. Però è troppo elevato per me. Ah, perché devo fare le daily ancora. Ta-da. Espressione. Ma che cazzo? No, ho sbagliato direzione.
A bigger pill to swallow. Be silent. Observe.
Poi facciamo qua. Comunque raga, queste quest comunque giornaliere sono sempre le stesse, no? Cioè io mi aspettavo, che ne so, qualche quest anche magari che dicesse, non dico qualcosa di storia, ma qualche cosa che sia di background, diciamo, che quantomeno poi ti permette di sbloccare, che ne so, qualche achievement, tipo quelle, diciamo, missioni un po' rare, ecco, invece sono sempre le stesse. Fatte male.
Close your eyes.
Installation chamber deployed.
Ok, l'ultima qua.
Observe.
Ok, daily fatte. Adesso io non è che mi faccia piacere, però io mi sto tirando su dei personaggi che naturalmente mi servono per il teatro immaginario. Tra questi, allora, di recente ho fatto Barbara, che per carità i livelli sono all'8 perché c'ha le costellazioni, quindi c'ha quei 3 livelli in più. Se no questo qua sarebbe un livello 5, ma gliele voglio lasciare così. L'altra che sto cercando di portare su adesso è lei. Devo tirargli su i talenti che glieli volevo portare all'8. Era l'arpa. Mi sembra fosse l'arpa che gli serviva.
You look
Ma aspetta, ma non c'è tipo... Sarebbe figo tipo avere il piano di ascensione dei personaggi pure lì, così almeno uno può vedere che cosa vuole tirare su. Allora, non mi ricordo i talenti. Sì, è l'arpa. E tra l'altro mi sembra che l'arpa siano anche materiali di ascensione per Durin, quando arriverà. Infatti devo anche preformare per lui poi.
be silent. The night cometh. Mind the side effects. Taking a turn for the better. Observe. To dust.
Io lo sapevo che durante il solamente quello.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Be silent. Close your eyes. Night falls. Mind the side effects.
Ultimatum protocol.
A bitter pill to swallow. Observe. Close your eyes.
Beh, perché non mi ha fatto l'ultimo colpo?
Mind the side effects.
Adesso switcho formazione perché non ce la facciamo così, è troppo lunga la cosa. Fatte due, fammi fare questo, quindi... Potrei andare di lei. Vuol dire che vado così.
Neutralize!
Things are about to get dicey. Letting Crave's names echo! Overruled. Everlasting as the moon.
Comunque la meccanica, adesso non mi ricordo, la meccanica di Arlecchino del sangue lì o che cavolo era, non l'hanno più trattata. L'hanno giusto trattata con Clorind, con lei. Forse è un qualcosa che si potrebbe legare alla luna rossa, possibile? Ipotizzo a questo punto. Come tipologia di meccanica, anche se avevano detto che era qualcosa legato ai capelli.
Let the mountain's veins boil!
È una meccanica che non è stata più esplorata poi.
Transfixed. About to get dicey. This is where you fall.
Ok, buono. E questo abbiamo fatto. Allora, talenti. Io ti tiro su prima questo. Io devo capire quanti gliene servono. Che culo. Ok, boh, ma non posso farne altri per ora. E gliene creo un'altra quarantina di questi. Beh. Boh. Ok, allora, non so se le ho prese le daily.
Add Astro. Thank you for
Ah, vero che non ci ho fatto fare neanche le
Astro.
spedizioni. Porca miseria. Facciamo così. Ok, allora direi che possiamo iniziare sta quest. Il vindice di Solnare è stato resuscitato grazie all'aiuto di un raggio di Kuvanki e una nuova crisi in come su Cry. Va bene, confermiamo. C'è mezzanotte. Ah, perché basta un minuto del domani. Beh, nasce.
It's been a few days since we said bye to the others. Still no news about Rarer, though. Where could he have slept? If only he was gone for good. But with all the trouble he's...
Hello! You must be the traveler in Pine. Mr. Flint has been looking for you. Unfortunately, there's been a serious wild hunt attack over at the quarry.
The wild hunt? Oh, uh-oh. Come on, let's go!
Una nazione che non esiste. Wait, what? Non c'era sta cosa l'altra volta, mi sembra. Ah, sono tutti qua.
I can barely sense any Kuvaki at all. This whole...
Looks like his appetite truly is insatiable. As if the power of that energy cannon wasn't enough.
He's not seriously still getting stronger?
Ah, everyone's here already. Hey, we made it.
We've all been on high alert since we split up a few days back, expecting Rerir to strike again, but it's like he just vanished into thin air. No one has seen him, that is, until this morning, when a ratnik found signs of wild hunt activity while out here on patrol. As you can see, the Crystonite itself is physical.
And we're sure that... Who else? He's the only one who could pull off a stunt like this.
Kuvaki loss has reached critical levels. Reiki of Solnari set to maximum threat level. Warning, unless de-escalation measures are taken soon, he will pose a threat beyond our ability to contain. The consequences could be catastrophic.
Cioè praticamente sta continuando a nutrirsi di potere Kuvaki questo.
Traveler, do you remember when we encountered Rerir just after? There wasn't a shred of sanity left. Nothing but madness and rage.
Yeah, didn't he shout out a bunch of names? Then he started raving about how nothing in this world... Oh, Paimon gets chills just thinking about it. Oh, but the thought that he's still out there, lurking somewhere and not cry?
Last time we fought, we were already at a disadvantage. If he has such overwhelming strength...
Yeah, if I were him and I wanted more Kuvaki, I'd just take it by force. No point unless something went wrong. His whole...
The other thing is, how does someone who's completely lost their mind still have the wherewithal to...
Beats me.
According to certain medical studies, insanity does not always entail a complete loss of rationality.
That actually sounds about right. He was ranting away to himself the whole time.
There are many unanswered questions here. He could be right under our noses, and we'd still be in the dark. Besides his name and title, we know little about him. Certainly nothing about...
Exactly. And we wouldn't even know where to begin looking. Even Boss hadn't heard of the Rerir of Solnari before all this. I'd be willing to bet that even if we gathered together every scrap of intel in Nodcry, we still wouldn't find more than, like, 3 useful facts about him.
Ogni singola informazione qui non ce ne sarebbero più da un paio di utili.
So, if we do nothing, he'll just keep getting stronger. But if we want to investigate him, we have no idea when... Last time we had Marionette and her big robo-buddy to help us. And we still barely... Oh, Paimon's head hurts just thinking about it. What are we supposed to do against the threat?
Che poi Paimon si preoccupa ma non fa mai un cazzo lei, eh. Cioè...
Well, I do have a little hunch about his next move. Given that he attacked the quarry, I'd say it's likely he'll target other places rich in somewhere like the Eye of Krati, or the Pillar of Embla. One thing's for sure. If we just sit back and let him keep absorbing Kuvaki,
L'occhio di Kattire
we really won't
e il
stand a
pilastro
chance
di
against
Embla.
him.
A perfectly reasonable hypothesis. However, it is worth noting that these two locations are quite far apart. To invest...
I agree, we should split up. Right now, Rerir's goal seems to be gathering Kuvaki, not...
Wait, why Hisi Island?
If I recall correctly, your largest goddess statue was carved from Kuvaki-rich ore.
That's right. Yes, it could well be a potential target of his.
Cioè quindi lui dice andiamo prima in quei 2 punti poi ritorniamo sulla tua isola perché è probabile che poi
Splitting
vada lì.
up's always gonna be risky. But I guess we don't have much choice. And if we do run into Rerir?
That's when you follow the 3rd rule of treasure hunting.
Didn't you say the 3rd rule was...
I don't know. Did I? Anyway, whatever.
Agreed. If anyone finds so much as a trace of Rerir, do not pursue him.
All right, we'd better get moving.
Sicurezza
Come on,
prima di
Ineppa,
tutto.
let's
Sta
go.
frase l'ho già sentita. Quindi non ho capito, dobbiamo andare... Non so se però ci sono davanti. Eh sì, invece. Ma poi perché sto punto proprio? Di tutta la città, proprio il più esterno, siamo andati a prendere.
Any leads?
Nope. Diddly squat. No It feels like we're sitting on a powder keg that could go off
che
at any
fa?
second. Oh, I hate this feeling. I'd rather face him head on than be left hanging like...
So, you guys didn't find anything either?
Not loving the word either.
I questioned a few Ratniki and eventually narrowed my investigation down to one suspicious individual, almost as if he knew someone was on to
È vero,
him.
perché lui riesce a prendere le
Either
sembianze
that
di
or he's
altri.
just extremely cautious and doesn't stay in one place for long.
He's been biding his time for a while now. The question is...
No idea. Since regaining his body, he seems to have lost all interest in the fragment in my possession. If he did still want it, he's had plenty of...
All we can do now is hope that Aino and Anefa turn up some leads. Darn it, Rarir. If he... Wait, he's actually here? I didn't mean...
No, it's coming from Silver Moon Hall. The Lady Kutar might be in danger.
Let's get over there, quick!
Già così, parte subito così di botto con sta battaglia. Beh. Poverino.
Why is he attacking the damselette? What's going on?
No time for questions. Stop him!
Brava, nel momento che sfrutti qualche elemento che ho avuto. Oh.
This is insane.
Yehuda, get Kutar out of here!
On it.
Look where your feeble light has gotten you. Now you shall plunge into darkness.
Che carino.
Lindis, soon I will find a way.
La chiamata Tolindis. Lo scudo di Nefa non si batte, ricordatevelo. Però non è tanto bello che compaia la caccia selvaggia proprio...
Even if it means turning this place to ashes.
Non è proprio carino come cosa, eh?
That was too close.
Dove ci ha
We
portato?
barely made it out of there alive. What's that guy's deal? How'd he get so crazy
La domanda
strong?
mia è come mai gli serviva un tocco nostro per teletrasportarci e non sfruttare il suo potere come prima. Uno dei 5 però che quella non era il massimo della sua forza.
He's a threat to this entire nation. I doubt his strength could even be measured by conventional.
I have a question.
Ma perché Aino è stata teletrasportata? Aino non era presente.
When me and Anefa showed up, we saw him chasing after this lady like he wanted her dead. What was that all about? We weren't there for the whole thing either. They were already duking it out by the time we were...
Yeah, we didn't see how it all started. It all escalated so quickly. We had no choice but to
Kutar, can you shed any light on the situation?
Kutar. Cross-checking database. I see. So you're the one that...
Wait, she's the moon goddess? Oh, no wonder she looked...
There are many reasons why people might worship the moon. And just as many why they might despise it. I've never met that person before. But there was no mistaking his deep... Why he holds me in such contempt, I cannot say. But since he hunts the power of the moon...
Kutar.
There are many potential motives. For instance, you help the traveler escape his grasp. This could be his... It is also possible that he covets the Kuvaki inside you, and seeks to take it for his own. But, right now, devising a counter-strategy should be our #1 priority. The likelihood of this location being discovered is close to 100...
A counter-strategy? We don't stand a chance against an enemy like... Surely our only option is to run. He's not gonna chase us to the end of the world, right? So as long as we can... No, I can't say that. Come on, Yehoda. This is serious stuff.
Running is our only option.
Huh?
Ma l'ha
You
pensato.
seem surprised. But what other choice do we have? We are facing an end.
Well, I mean, yeah, but still.
It's not too late. I can distract him, so you have plenty of time to make your escape.
Wait, what? You're gonna act as bait?
Doesn't that make sense? I'm the one he's after. There's no need for... A coyote doesn't stop for bypassers while it's... What is it, Loma? The Frost Moon Scions have already grown accustomed to life without their goddess. My presence here is no longer essential, and this is not my home.
We can't just roll over and let him get away with this. That's not our stuff.
Yeah. We can't just call it quits after everything we've been... Besides, she pretty much saved my life back there. If I just ditched her now, I'd never forgive myself.
We can't overlook that you have saved our lives multiple times now. To talk of returning the favor would be a little crass for my liking. But suffice to say...
Riri's true objective remains unclear. Even if we were to sacrifice Miss Kutar, there's no guarantee he would stop.
But...
Kutar, I know why you left the Frost Moon Scions so long ago. It was because they would make self-centered wishes, force you to accept meaningless offerings in return, and then expect you to... If it were me, I might have walked away too. But I believe that time can change everything. And that after much reflection, I've realized that this was never about whether the Frost Moon Scions... Any relationship based on need is purely transactional. What I truly hope is that you'll choose to stay. Not you were born here, and now you've returned. Who knows? Perhaps...
Thank you, Lauma. But my power is on the wane. I'm afraid I will be of little use. Very well then. I'll do as you say.
Both times you saved us, we were transported across great distances in an instant. Is that one of your powers as the Moon Goddess?
It is, but I find it very draining. I barely managed to pull it off, just rejected by the world. My power is dwindling. Like a lake, cut off from its source, slowly shrinking away. Now, it has almost run dry.
Essendo stata rifiutata dal mondo, penso faccia perché lei comunque attinge il suo potere dalla luna. Quindi quando dice io sono stata rifiutata dal mondo, penso intenda dire che la luna, quella vera, la sua, quella dove vorrebbe andare, si trova oltre il cielo falso di Teyvat. Quindi questo è il senso, secondo me, adesso di questa inizio frase, essendo stata rifiutata dal mondo.
What do you mean, rejected by
The 3 moons belonged to the ancient Icon era.
Le 3 lune appartenevano all'epoca passata in cui nacquero. Dal momento in cui sono nate, il mondo ha gradualmente indebolito la mia forza. Ecco perché abbiamo bisogno del midollo lunare per prendere il prestito del potere della luna
The 3
eterna.
moons are not one and the same. As the goddess of the frost moon, I cannot wield the powers of the other 2. Yet moonlight has a way of blending together. Each can reflect the other's glow. So when our fingers touched, I was able to restore my strength by drawing Kuvaki from the eternal
È vero
moon's
perché ce
marrow.
l'avevamo noi la reliquia.
But this method of recovery is painfully slow.
It's the wild hunt!
Even faster than we expected. We'll have to finish this conversation later.
See how those wild hunt creatures are running away from us. They're likely just...
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get the heck out of...
Ah, che bello.
by the frostman of old.
Observe.
Go claw!
Defensive mode engaged.
Oh, they just keep coming! This is driving me nuts!
Mi sa che sta per arrivare Rerir. Quel coso lì sopra che si sta marchiando mi...
Preparing for dust up.
Close your eyes.
Defensive mode engaged.
Sta per arrivare Rerir, raga. Resisti all'assalto della caccia selvaggia. Chissà cosa ha fatto Varkaaaa con Rerir, dato che l'ha incontrato. 2 milioni gli ho tolto. No, questo ho letto male. Poi 300k sì, devo tolto. Ah, ma me li hanno messi di prova. Vabbè, questo ha statistiche minori rispetto alle mie. Anche questo. Dai, invece. Lei, madonna, 1200 di maestria. Momento. Vabbè, forse anche gli effetti delle altre cose. Vabbè, degli artefatti.
One heart.
Preparing for dust up.
Cos'era quel coso? Ce l'abbiamo fatta? Eccola, io lo sapevo che arrivava. E invece questo è Varkaaaa. Bello, mi piace, a livello di espressione ci sta. È più maturo rispetto agli altri, vi devo dire. Bello.
What's the matter? Bit off more than you could chew?
Mi sembra... Cazzo, come si...
How are you? Uncle Varkaaaa! You're back from Amspartnir?
Come zio Varkaaaa l'ha chiamato?
You're Varkaaaa? Grandmaster?
We could save the intros for later. Right now, let's get you all out of this hellhole. Follow me. I know somewhere you'll be safe.
Oh, is that where I think?
That's the one. Come on, move! There's no time to waste.
Beh, dove ci porto? Scusa, non ho capito. In che senso vi porto in un posto sicuro? Penso di conoscerlo. Beh.
Wow! Where are we? This is...
Well, that goes without saying. This is the Knights of Favonius' meeting place in Nodcry, and a contact hub for the Northern, aka the black market of intel. No matter what faction you're with, it's the place to buy and sell information. Their headquarters are in Nodcry, but they've got contacts in as an expeditionary force on foreign soil. Working with them has offered us the most effective way of getting our hands on reliable local intel. Anyway, where were we? Folks from Nodcry should be pretty familiar with me by now. But I believe this is the first time we've met. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Varkaaaa, Knight of Boreas, and Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius.
Boris dovrebbe essere il lupo. Il lupone che si vede a Mostad come weekly boss si può affrontare.
We've heard all about you. You look way younger than Paimon expected. But you...
Well, I'm no spring chicken. Just not showing my age yet.
Mi piace, l'hanno fatto, cioè si vede che è maturo come personaggio, non è semplicemente un ragazzino. Però anche vedendolo così devo dire che un minimo di NPC me lo dava, l'idea. Quindi il fatto che lo volessero rendere un NPC come si sente di voci di corridoio mi sa che un po' era vero. Però ci sta, è bello, è molto bello come design. Dall'Ams Barrit senza chiudere occhio per poi finire in un altro scontro con quel pazzo.
Another? You mean you fought?
Yep. He wasn't nearly as strong back then, but he was still a formidable foe. I brought some of the knights along to give him a little surprise, but he saw us coming from my squad took heavy injuries and I barely made it out alive myself. We knew it might have been our last chance, so we staked everything on it. But still, it wasn't enough to... I tried tracking him down afterwards, but he didn't leave a trace. Even in his unhinged mental state, he's as cautious as any trained operative. So, I decided to come find you. And as luck would have it, turned up to find you being ambushed by the Wild Hunt.
Is that why he's been frantically absorbing Kuvaki these past few days?
Maybe I'm part of the equation, but even if I weren't, I'm sure he'd still be gathering power.
Note to self, Uncle Varkaa's strength rating officially upgraded.
Guess it's my turn to ask questions now. So, what exactly has been happening in Nodcry? Why is the Wild Hunt returned in humanoid?
That's a long story, but I'll try to make it quick.
Wow, I had no idea so much had happened. Sounds like you guys have really been through it. So, the Kutar is actually a Fatui Harbinger. And all this Wild Hunt activity in Nodcry is the work of the Raker of Solnari. That's a lot to take in. Need some time to wrap.
I'm truly sorry, Mr. You stood with us against the Wild Hunt and did everything you could to stop it from escalating into a full-blown catastrophe. And then, the one time...
You've got nothing to apologize for, Miss Moonchanter. You can plan 100 steps ahead and still slip up. That's just life. No one knows what tomorrow holds. You can't and, to be perfectly honest, I can't say I'm surprised. For all the times we've defeated the Wild Hunt in the past, we've never been able to completely wipe it. But now that a new variable has come into play, fate...
A new variable?
Who else? And in a strange way, I think his resurgence might not be an entirely bad thing. The Wild Hunt is like an unrelenting force of nature, but Rerir isn't. That said, while I know I was explaining everything just now, some of the points that Mr. Flint's added caught my attention.
You mean about our mystery ally?
That's right. From what you said, not only did they lead you straight to some key files, they also shielded Hisi Island from a lethal Kuvaki blast.
Che è l'informatore segreto, esatto. Da quello che hai detto non solo vi ha condotto direttamente a dei documenti chiave, ma ha anche protetto l'isola e un'esplosione di cui anche letale.
I don't know who or what could pull something like that off. Heck, even Miss Columbina doesn't...
I hadn't heard the story about those files. Would you mind repeating their titles for me?
Wild Hunt Phenomena Log, a Nodcryan Ratnik's Field Journal, and Kuvaki Survey.
Oh.
Another dead end. Guess all we can do now is hope that our mystery ally keeps showing up when we most need them. Still, it's safest to assume they won't be intervening again.
Non è che
From
magari è
here on
intervenuta
out, we'll have to
Ranidotti, mi viene
resolve
da
this crisis by
pensare. O
ourselves.
comunque qualcuno delle Shade. Però non sapevo neanche che fosse intervenuto
Your intel
qualcuno.
also explains something else I've been wondering about. The reason I led my team to Amsfarnir was because we'd had reports about a possible source of the Wild Hunt showing up there. But once we looked into it, it turned out to be a red herring. I don't know who was behind it, but clearly, I doubt it's by chance that he happened to make his comeback while my attention was diverted. And from everything you told me, it sounds like his scheming began well before his return. But is it even possible that he were... The Moon Maiden and the Raker of Solnari? Nodcry of all places. The way everything is unfolding, it can't be a coincidence.
So...
Right now, we've got at least 3 things to consider. First, we need to figure out how to take down Rerir. If we can't beat him in a straight-up fight, the rest won't... To my knowledge, the bulk of Nodcry's fighting force is already gathered here. But even with everyone united, we're still no match for Rerir in his current state. Let alone with his power.
What if there was a way to tap into a new power of our...
How so?
Have you thought of something, Columbina?
3 moons once watched over this world. The Eternal Moon was the largest. The Frost... They say that back then, the 3 moon goddesses wielded immense power. I now bear the Frost Moon's power, and the Eternal Moon's marrow
Hold on. Are you suggesting...
The iridescent moon. The last piece.
That's right. If we can find the iridescent moon's marrow, I will be able to regain my strength much more quickly.
The 3 moons are said to stir the tides and illuminate all things.
According to my analysis, the solution is feasible. However, it is subject...
I know a way, but... We will need to visit the Fatui's...
The Experimental Design Bureau?
Yes.
It's a long way from here to the Experimental Design Bureau. There's a high chance you'll be spotted. You shouldn't...
Then that's settled. Next up, our second priority. Somehow, we need to figure... As you saw for yourselves, when he was still in his Wild Hunt form, everything he did was for the sake of recovering his body and resurrecting himself. His first act since then, after laying low for a while, was to try and assassinate. People's obsessions often reveal their greatest vulnerabilities. There must be a reason why he despises the moon so deeply. The Wild Hunt has plagued Nodcry for centuries now. If we want to stop it for good, we have to get to the root cause of what's driving it.
It's true. If Kuthar hadn't given us that lead, we wouldn't even know his name.
But where would we even start? I doubt even the Intel Queen of Nodcry has a clue. And she...
Oh? That's a rather hasty conclusion for someone who's so painstakingly meticulous when it comes to
She heard me.
Boss! What are you doing here?
I'm now asking myself the same question. I received a letter from a humble knight of Favonius, requesting a meeting to discuss a major business deal.
Details. Miss Neffer, since his failed ambush, I've been racking my brains trying to come up with a plan to fight Rerir. Given the severity of the situation, I think it's fair to say that our only chance lies in uniting as one. And I'm talking all... We can't do this without the Curatorium. But I knew it'd be a tough job to win you over. So, I took the liberty of reaching out for...
Wait a sec. How did you even hear about this place, Neffer? Didn't you say this is meant to be the Knights of Favonius' meeting spot? And a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence?
You really think he could have gotten settled in Nodcry without my help? Besides, I'm the one running this gig. Of course,
Allow me to introduce the current head of the Northern Intelligence Network. If it's intel you're after, she's your woman. Pretty much seen and...
Please spare me the flattery. Let's cut to the chase. Seems like you've run into... Well, this certainly qualifies as an unforeseen crisis.
So you're just going to sit this one out?
Why should I get involved? What if we told you?
Oh?
Then I'd say, You'd better make it worth.
I can't put a price on something like this. It's just not in my nature. But then again, you and I have always... If you insist on compensation, I will pay you. Consider this a form...
You just don't give up, do you? Too bad. I know you well enough to know you can't afford my prices. The riskier the job, the more it'll cost. And a Moonchanter's stipend isn't exactly generous. Unless you're planning to start passing the donation box around among the faithful.
Dai, ma che stronza.
Boss, just a thought. If they come up short, maybe things got really dangerous during the fight with Rerir. If this girl hadn't saved me, I'd be ley line fodder by now. If there's any way we can make this work, I'd really like...
This is why I'm always telling you never accept favors. They are the... You have to be careful who you get involved with, or you invite all kinds of misfortune. Very well, Yehoda, I will help. But just Flynn's. That fragment that Rerir...
Of course.
Let me borrow it. I need it to follow up on...
Wait, you actually have...
Shh. This is top secret information.
I get it. We all have things we'd rather keep to ourselves. Plus, I know we can count on you, and that brings me to the third and final item. We need to find a way to distract him. We need time to make our move. I'm in for this part, no matter what. Anyone
count me in.
Come off it, you two. Quit playing heroes. I'm way ahead of you here. Enough did a scan of the Moon Goddess's Kuvaki signature, and we're gonna use it to make some decoys over at the Kramkake craft shop. Anyone who's in, once they're ready, we'll deploy the decoys across Nogcry. So as long as the rest of you keep moving, he won't catch on to your scent and won't be able to track you.
I like it. Genius.
No biggie.
All right then. We'll split into 3 teams. Once your team has finished their mission, return here and wait for the others. Dismiss.
Quindi una crea delle coppie di sé per distrarre... Cioè, crea delle coppie del potere del fanciullo... Ah, come siamo disposti. Ok. Carina sta cosa. Ah, guarda che ti fanno già vedere il profilo... Il profilo della fanciulla. E mi sa che ce la becchiamo così in game, sapete? Questo mi sa che è il design che avrà.
Lady Damselet.
La cosa che mi fa impazzire è il tacchettino fatto d'acqua, palesemente.
Experimental Design Bureau? We've been doing our best to mind our own business lately. But if you're just gonna waltz up here like this, you're seriously pressing your luck.
Huh. You really
We're not looking for any trouble.
Do I need to remind you that you're still a wanted out of consideration for our former ties and the crisis we're all up against?
let them in.
But...
Are you going to make me repeat?
No.
Sandrone seems to be in a good mood.
Sembra essere il giorno della manutenzione. Ma la propria? Comunque Colombina must pull. Must pull. Però prima c'è Durin. Bella sta musica di Sandrone.
So tell me, to what do
Anche
I
tu
owe the
Sandrone sei
honor
must
this
pull.
time? Actually, before you answer that, just so we're clear, we're not colleagues anymore, Colombina.
I promise it's nothing big.
It seems like you've gotten the wrong idea here. The only reason I let you in was because I was bored. It seemed like a way to kill some time. Whatever miscalculations I may or may not have made in the past, I haven't lost the plot enough to even consider sticking my neck out for your sakes.
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino.
What?
Huh? You mean the knave?
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino. Is she in Nodcry?
No, she's not. Once the work on this facility was completed, she went back with the rooster and Regrator. The only ones in Nodcry
Al gallo, chi è il gallo? È l'affarista.
What is it you need to speak to her about anyway?
Rerir is hunting me. If I'm going to face him, I must first...
Qui si vede meglio il design, che figa.
Is that a no, then?
As if I need reminding. I was this close to settling things with him before someone decided to whisk me away to their weird little...
Have you held any tea parties lately?
Tea parties? Yeah, obviously. You don't seriously think we'd pack it all in just because you aren't here. If anything, they've been more eventful than ever. Just me, Arlecchino, and a bunch of insolent and sensitive guests who won't stop asking where you've gone. Oh, they've been a real joy.
I bet you served them the worst tea you have. Just like you used to do to me when I upset you.
Who cares about how good the tea is when there's no one around to drink it? Like first Rosaline, now you? I'm running out of people who can make me laugh. Honestly, what could be more ridiculous than a multi-centenarian goddess who's only ever had the plain herbal tea she received as offering?
You'd always brew a different type of tea for me each time. Was it really?
Well, duh. Why else? Watching you squirm was practically my only form of entertainment.
Dai, ma sei proprio sadica, Sandrone.
Oh, yeah. And Capitano sometimes used to bring Tartaglia around too. But I guess we won't be seeing him again.
Penso si riferisca a Capitano, non a Tartaglia.
Well, I guess we are overdue for a get-together. Polonia! Have Febronia pass a message to Arlecchino for me. It's time for tea. Will suffice.
Pass along a message for me, too, if you would. My body cannot contain the marrow of 2 moons, so I'll be leaving one of them in her—
Excuse me? Who said you were on the guest list? If my tea meant that much to you, maybe quitting the Fatui wasn't your brightest move. Back when you were under the Tsaritsa's protection, no one would have dared come at you so—
But that protection didn't come for free. In fact, I paid dearly for it. At the end, I just got tired, that's all. I never wanted any part in their grand ambitions, and I've had enough of being treated like a bottomless supply of power.
Poverino.
It brings back memories from the old days, when I was still worshipped as the moon goddess. Centuries on.
I figured you'd leave eventually. You didn't have as much of a reason. The Tsaritsa gave you shelter and protection, but that was it. Nothing more, nothing less. Meanwhile, the Fatui demanded— I get why you left. And frankly, I have no interest in dragging you back just because the higher-ups told me to. But if you keep hanging around with this riffraff, the next time we cross paths, we might be enemies for real. Guess that's our cute— that might be your plan. But it sounds like someone else— Huh? What do you mean? Listen.
My lady, it's the Wild Hunt. A horde of monsters is headed straight for—
Another uninvited guest trying to crash my tea party. Clear the area. I'll handle this. Wait, what? You want us to leave you here by yourself? Huh. You'll be lucky to make it out of this alive. You really think you can afford to worry about— Go on, get out of here. You may have stopped Polonia from crushing him last time, but I've made sure that won't happen again. The entire experimental design bureau is rigged for war.
Sperimentale pronto per la guerra.
Stay and watch if you want, but it'll be at your own risk. You're not flagged as friendlies in a weapons system. Don't tell me what to do! Look, If you're leaving, make it quick. Or you'll just get in my way. There's a secret passage on the second floor. Stare all you want, Columbina. You're not getting another invitation to my tea party.
I know.
This is exactly why you shouldn't hang around with those people. All their melodrama and sentimental nonsense is rubbing off. Come on then, Mr. Right here. Let's pick up where we left off. It's your Wild Hunt monstrosities versus my beautiful creations. Let's see who...
Oh, momento attacchi a distanza. Beh. Eh sì. Beh, mi stanno colpendo, ma vaffanculo. Quanti cazzo sono? Bomb? Ah no. Cecchino. Beh, chi è che mi ha colpito? C'è qualcosa che mi ha colpito, ma chi? Madonna mia, questi sono veramente più tosti. Parla con le macchine come se capissero quello che... Cioè come se provasse quello che stanno provando le macchine. Come una varia. Ma non l'ho visto, raga. Cazzo. Servono ben poco, minchia, sono avanzati come non so cosa.
Polonia, get him!
I've upgraded Polonia again since our last encounter, and uploaded every last scrap of your data. So let's finish this, once and for all.
She's not here. Where did she go?
Hey, over here, you big...
Curse it. Moon. Go. Keep searching. She cannot have gotten far.
Beh. Consiglio dei segreti. Devo mettermi in carica il cellulare.
So this is your method for
Ah,
investigating
ecco qua la
Maria's
camera
past.
segreta che avevano fatto
It
vedere
almost
dalla
looks like some
live.
kind of ceremony.
Good deduction. But it's quite a different affair from what you're used to with the...
Whoa! First time I've ever been in here. Boss always said it was off limits, so I pictured some kind of... Oh, I guess this must be Sumero decor? That's where Boss is from. And that nice shop...
I'm not sure exactly what you've got planned, but it looks like you're all set.
Whenever we wish. But for some... I've never faced Rerir myself. But from what you've told me, I, on the other hand, am just an ordinary businesswoman. Our paths should never have crossed, yet here I am.
If you ask me, you're about as far from ordinary as it gets. So what are you saying?
Once I take a job, there's no backing out. Still, I have to ask myself if the power I'm relying on will even work on an opponent of this caliber. And also how to make sure I come out of this alive if things... Death is the one thing we can take for granted. It is the great equalizer, however fortunate or unfortunate we may otherwise be. So it's important...
Come on, boss. Lighten up. Quit talking about death.
For once, I agree with you. When you're up against a foe like is there anything I can do to help?
That won't be necessary. I've already made up my mind. Time to cash in a precious favor I've been saving for a...
Find who?
That shady merchant who sold you an overpriced treasure compass the other day.
Ah, mi sa che parla di
Dorin.
Dorin.
Again. In what way is she shady? She showed up when I was completely lost and sold me a neat little gadget that was Anyway, I know who you're talking about. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
Hey.
What is it? What's the big rush? You dragged me out of a dream where I was literally swimming in Mora. I'm charging double my usual attendance fee. See, look how easygoing she is. After that rude awakening, she could have completely snapped it up.
Dori Sangama Bay? I never would have picked...
If you want to make it big and not cry, it's all about connections. Lady Nefer just so happens to have a lot of intel that interests me. And it was back when I first arrived in Not Cry. My trusty assistant, the genie in my lamp, had an adverse react, and when you know it, that's when I suddenly find myself in a life-or-death situation. I've been giving her a 30% discount off all of my goods ever since. Now, so that no one here feels left out, I'm willing to extend a 20% discount to fellow friends of... Plus, any other friends you send my way will enjoy 10% off. What can I say? The great Lord So, let me guess. You've run into some trouble? I've got everything you could possibly need. And the more you buy, the more...
You guessed correctly. What have you got in the way of...
The one type of gear I've never been short on. What are you looking for? A jetpack fresh from the Academia's labs? An ancient suit of armor? At the very least, I need to know what kind of opponent you're dealing with here. If even you're worried about staying alive, then...
What if I told you it's someone with the power to bring a nation?
Is that so? Then we really are talking top shelf.
You're...
A powerful woman, make no mistake. I can't reveal her identity, but luckily for you, I hear she's planning to visit Notcry in the near future.
Mi sa che parla di Alice. Non penso stia parlando di Skirk, perché Skirk effettivamente sì, gli vende della roba. C'è stato anche in questo caso quello che era un aneddoto, degli aneddoti fatti su di uno, mi sembra solamente, Skirk e Dory. Però penso stia proprio parlando di Alice.
If you're willing to wait, I can ask her when she's here. Can't say exactly how long.
Then, let me put it another way. What would you do if you encountered an enemy like that?
Of course not. I have a handy little trinket from one of my generous suppliers, which... Hold on. What exactly are you getting at? No, no! This is for my personal use only!
Let's just say I'm borrowing it, all right? Just for insurance. Favors are the worst kind of debt to owe, and now you've got a chance to repay one.
Fine. You can borrow it for 5 days. No, make that 3. And for every extra hour after that, I'm charging you 1,000,000 more. Deal?
Ma che cosa mi sta dando?
Deal.
What a way to start the day. Now, was there anything else you wanted? Or can I go back to bed now?
Non mi sarei mai aspettato però che Dory avesse un coinvolgimento così tanto intenso nella trama di Notcry.
Don't trip up on your way back, friend.
Mia casa e fai attenzione mentre
See you later! You're my favorite.
Sono tutti i negozianti preferiti per lei.
Excellent. Everything is well and truly. After initiating the ceremony, your minds will follow me wherever I go. You will see me. So remember, don't be frightened. Now then, let us peer into the Raker of Solnari's past.
Beh.
I made it. I don't recognize this style of architecture. Must be Conrian. Simple furnishings, table and chairs. It's, looks like the fearsome Raker of Solnari, unless this passed for luxury in Conria. Unlikely. It was said to... Anyway, I'll keep exploring.
Accanto alle meglio ci sono delle scatole di scorcaggio. Tutto ciò che si vede è ben ordinato. Chi vive qui sembra condurre una vita agiata.
Hi, Rivier. Since you're working extra hours tonight, I thought I'd keep myself busy by checking out that new kebab shop. I'll test it out, and if it's as good as everyone's saying... P.S. New stash from the Universitas Magistrorum. I brought some goodies home. A few teacups and a pin rack. Hope you like them.
They didn't sign their name, but they must have been close.
Sembra che vivessero insieme.
I went over to Joseph's for drinks today. They have a fine collection, but I went alone. Felindis was tied up with something and couldn't make it.
Tolindis è come ha chiamato Columbina.
Joseph asked why I came alone, but I didn't really have an answer. He then went on to ask about other things. If you ask me, someone who asks that many personal questions is too nosy for their own good. But if he invites me again, chances are...
The Lindis. That's the same name
Grain imports keep falling.
Le importazioni di cereali continuano a diminuire, se la situazione non migliorerà, presto torneremo a mangiare sul corpo.
Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of that new type of mushroom everyone's been into lately. Didn't it start out as a lab-grown variety? I heard it's even mildly corrosive. Serious. I don't care if it's an impressive feat of alchemy. That just isn't the kind of thing I like to eat.
Grain has to be imported, and they're eating a diet of mostly meat and mushrooms. Could it be because Conria is underground, so it doesn't get much sunlight? That would explain why they use so much stone in their buildings. They even use alchemically modified strains for food. Seems like the people of Conria don't have many...
I've just about saved up enough now. Time to buy it.
Making a big purchase. He really is a professional. No wonder he's so good at covering his track despite what he's become. It seems like he's retained certain habits, at least in this regard. Did Rary rip it out himself?
Quindi sta esplorando il passato di Gaeria lei, tuttavia le penne lasciano dei solchi sulla scarta, con qualcosa come del carbone per aggiungere colore, basterà trovare...
Before I met you, I was convinced that my heart was nothing more than a stagnant pool, the burial place of a fallen moon. A withered, windless grove where the waters rested forever unrippled. It was you who helped me see that my heart hadn't entirely withered away. That it could still beat to the rhythm of love.
This is just trivial sentimentality from the looks of it. Why would he go to the trouble of hiding the burial place of a fallen...
Reverie, over here.
Dane! Oh, and, Vedelson here?
Hello there, Reverie. You need not address me so formally outside of court.
Non ci fanno vedere le persone.
He doesn't get that much free time, so I invited him over for a drink. Even the court prophet deserves a break every now and then, right?
Well...
So, what are we doing?
Hey, don't look at me. As far as I...
Come on, don't give us that. Didn't you say...
Who'd have thought the great Twilight Sword was an even...
I just didn't expect you to be the first one to settle down and get married, that's all.
Yeah. If you told me that a few years ago, I wouldn't have believed you either.
So, are you planning to come clean about your job then?
Sure, I'll have to tell her at some point. But I'll need to pick the right time and place. To be honest, I haven't...
Come on, stop being such a pessimist. For all you know, she could be thrilled. I bet she'll be much more impressed by your actual job than the one she thinks you're doing now. A member of the King's Guard. Quite the cover story.
Of course he does. Anyway, enough about me. How have you been?
Me? Same old, same old. Nothing much to... Huh? What's up, Fed? It's nothing.
Verdelfornir dovrebbe essere il visionario, tipo colui che prevede il futuro. Mi sembra, non vorrei dire una cazzata.
Dainslift's elder brother. Renowned throughout the court of Conria as the visionary, and yet despite...
Mi piace comunque questa cosa che uno collega e poi te lo confermano, perché sicuramente è molto d'aiuto, perché certe cose se uno non se le cerca su internet non le può sapere, eppure.
Does he even know me? Does he see me as a friend of his brother, or why did he react so strongly? Was it...
Brown, curly hair and brooding blue eyes. So this is what Rare looked like back in the day. Perfectly normal. No different from any... As frightening as this monster is in the present, there's something even more...
Ma in tutto ciò dove sono Lauma e Yoda? No, quelle sono le vesti di Kaeri, mi sa.
Felindis? You're back early?
Our equipment's being serviced today, so I got off earlier than usual. How's your day been? Aw, why the long face? Is something the matter? Has your boss been giving you a hard time?
Went for a drink with Dane and the others after work.
Isn't that a good thing?
Vedifilnir showed up today too. You know.
Ah, Mr. Vedifilnir. Yes, I've heard of him. They say that...
He overheard Dainsleif mention that I'd recently proposed, and seemed to have an issue with it. But when I asked what it was, he kept it to himself.
So, you're worried? We're nobodies. Why would the visionary be concerned? I'm sure someone in his position has much bigger fish to fry. You worry too much, Rarier. We've been together for ages now, and everything's been going...
So, you do remember?
Like I said, I need some time to decide. You can't just rush into things like this. We may be nobodies in the grand scheme of things.
All right. Take your time. Nobodies. Sounds about right. Can someone whose gaze is so fixed on a far-flung future even see the present clearly? Besides, the dynasty's fate rests with the king and his inner circle. Meanwhile, every idea they come up with and every decision they make, it affects everything. These days, the king is lost in his research. The opposition tried to speak out, but nothing came of it. And I'm under no illusions as to why. A man can have 1,000 reasons to carry a sword, but there are few good excuses to use it. Yet the king has never even considered what becomes of someone who kills on another's behalf. Can he ever find
Sta parlando
true
di
peace?
te, eh? Quindi lui praticamente era un mandante di morte. Per quello che non menziona il lavoro suo che svolgeva. Ma secondo me è Tolindis che mi nasconde qualcosa.
It's nothing. You were right. Fate has never smiled upon nobodies like us. There's no reason we can't keep living happily together, cherishing the simple joys of each day as they...
See? You just need to stay positive. I can feel your warmth, your breath. You're right there. Just seeing you makes me happy in a way I can't explain. And that's something that no one could ever take away from me. So smile, my love.
You're right, Thelindis.
That's better. Getting caught up about things like this will only ruin our evening. Speaking of which, all set for the ball.
You go ahead. I just have a few things to take care of, then I'll come join you.
Even busier than the big shots, huh? Fine, I'll go get started. But don't be late. If you keep me waiting too long, I won't.
Relax. I'll be there. Seriously, though, you drive a hard bargain. You're really gonna leave my proposal hanging and still expect me to take you to the ball?
Well, that goes without saying. I already told everyone I'd be coming with a dance partner. Besides, they're two completely different things. Let's take it one...
All right.
It seems like Rarier was deliberately hiding his ties to the intelligence services. By giving the impression that he clearly doesn't want his would-be fiancé to know about his other life. Then again, that's hardly... Who'd have thought we were in the same line of work? Let's dig a little deeper.
Ah, guarda che c'è il Ma siamo Rerir. Ah, ma non è che siamo noi nelle sembianze sue, stiamo rivivendo mediante lui il suo passato. Che figo.
Our last operation was a resounding success, and all thanks to you, Rahir of Solnari. In total, we apprehended 32 dregs of the Crimson Moon, and 67 accomplices.
Quindi stavano cacciando i fedeli della Luna Cremisi?
After all these years since the dynasty's fall, so many of them.
Indeed, it cannot be denied. Yet it was destiny that the Crimson Moon should be overcome by the eclipse, and that His Majesty, the All Khaenri'ah, has no further need for a dead moon. But alas, there will always be those who
That's not entirely true. Much about the Crimson Moon era was worthy of remembrance. Many of its secrets remain unsolved to this day. As it happens, that's precisely the field of study.
You still haven't told her what you really do for a living.
Where would I even start? How do you tell someone that you're one of the king's hand-picked executioners? That your hands are...
You didn't choose this life, any more than I did. Orphans like us don't get a
Quindi era un... Allora, quindi praticamente era un orfano che è stato preso, diciamo, sotto la protezione del re di Khaenri'ah, però veniva cioè, sfruttato come mandante di morte e spia. Penso che non glielo voglia dire, secondo me, perché è fortemente legata alla dinastia della Luna Cremisi, Tondilis.
I'll sure as heck be the one to pay for it. Speaking of which, we need to be more rigorous in the way we identify. Someone, it seems, has strong opinions about my future plans. Most likely my marriage in particular.
Your concerns are not unfounded. They've taken out many of our colleagues these past few years, and for that very reason. These are no helpless lambs. Take care, Rahir of Solnari. I look forward to toasting.
Thanks, Thorkel.
Quindi lui sta... Mamma mia.
Thelindis, I never wanted to keep this from you. You're the last person I would ever want to lie to. But that's exactly why I can't tell you everything. There are things you should... The moonlit dynasties are a thing of the past. Yet even now, with the sun shining high in the sky, there are those who would call forth a dead moon's... Could that be why Vedalfnir held back? Or was it because of some court secret? I have to get a clear answer from him. No matter what happens, I will.
Rerir seems to be very concerned by Vedalfnir and Dainsleif, the Visionary and Twilight Sword. I've investigated this whole area now. Should I try somewhere else? Wait a second. What's this black smoke?
So, he's late after all. Just you wait, Rerir.
Are you waiting for someone, ma'am? Could I tempt you into buying some flowers?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. But I'm afraid not.
For someone so young, you sure have a way with words.
I'm only telling the truth. Look me in the eyes. You'll see I'm not lying.
Ha gli stessi occhi di Arlecchino e della dinastia 3, Cremisi. Secondo me è una caratteristica tipica dei personaggi. Sto solo dicendo la verità. Guardami negli occhi, vedrai che non sto
May we have a word in private?
Who are you? And what do you want?
It doesn't matter who I am. Too many of our kind have fallen lately, so I decided to take the risk of reaching out. Not long ago, the Rahir of Solnari led an assault on one of our strongholds. We suffered many casualties, and many who came to our aid lost their lives.
Sorry, I don't know why you're telling me this. And
wait, hear me out. This time we finally got a clear look at his face. His name is Rerir, and he claims to be one of the King's guards.
What did you...
A cruel irony, isn't it? The man you're set to marry leads a double life as a brutal executioner. But surely, you must...
Why are you telling me all...
Simple.
perché ti sposerai con lui.
How strange. Rerir was nowhere to be seen in that memory. It clearly belonged to the... Rerir couldn't possibly know what happened if he wasn't even there. Why would her memories appear in his fragment? The ceremony won't last much longer. I think it's time to call it.
Quindi praticamente Rey gli nascondeva la sua vera identità, praticamente come carnefice, mandante di morte verso quelli che erano i superstiti di una dinastia ormai che cadeva in favore della Luna Cremisi. E si doveva sposare in questo caso con questa Tolindis, che probabilmente sarà anch'essa legata alla luna Deduco, e forse è per quello che non glielo voleva neanche dire, ma allo stesso tempo non sono neanche sicuro che fosse per quello, perché sapesse dell'identità di Tolindis, secondo me, e del fatto che potrebbe essere legata alla luna, ma non gliel'ha voluto dire perché lui dice, gli hai fatto, è brutto far sapere a una persona che tu ammazzi praticamente gente, che sei una persona che ha le mani sporche praticamente di sangue. D'altra parte però poi un fedele di tale dinastia, un bambino in questo caso, Orlog si chiamava, è andato direttamente a dirglielo: guarda che abbiamo scoperto l'identità di chi ci ammazza e questa persona si chiama Rerir e si spaccia per la guardia, una delle guardie reali sostanzialmente. E Wolverine probabilmente ha visto la fine di Rerir, perché se è un visionario che prevedeva il futuro ha visto che fine avrebbe fatto, ma non gliel'ha voluto dire lì sul momento.
So that was your doing? Did you just pull us inside Rerir's...
Any more questions and I'll have to start charging.
Beh.
I had no idea you could do that, boss! Seriously, I gotta admit though, I'm itching to see what happens next. Feels like we barely scratched.
I'm just as curious as you are, but the ceremony only allows for limited time inside. Luckily, we managed to learn quite...
So far, so good. I just hope the others are doing okay too, especially the group with the Traveler. Their mission is a risky one.
If you're worried about them, go see how they're doing.
If I know boss, she's gonna need some time to write up all the details and make sure it's all coherent. I'll stay behind to lend a hand, but feel free to...
Mio Dio, così?
Oh, they've been prowling around for nearly 2 days now. These things just won't quit.
Ma chi?
Oh, they might not have seen us yet, but with them constantly sweeping the area, our way out is completely blocked. Oh, that's never gonna work. If they spot us, they'll run straight back to Rerir. And once he knows we're here, it won't be long before he's breathing down our necks again. Oh, guess you're right.
Noi dobbiamo fuggire di qua, no?
Phew, that was a close call.
Non mi fa correre.
Watch out, he's coming this way.
Ma perché cazzo mi fai andare di là? Cioè, ma io non lo so, mi dice vengono di là, ma...
We're nearly there. This is the final hurdle.
No, volevo vedere come la fanno correre.
There's no end to these things.
Quindi ci hanno trovato.
Fire.
Fire? Wait, what's that smell? Oh no, there's a fire!
Questo è Arlecchino che è arrivato.
Sandrone was right. You look weak, Columbina. The old you would never have let such lowly creatures bar your way. Word has it that you did something for the Tsaritsa, and that's why you've lost most of your power. Freedom comes at a heavy price.
It's Arlecchino!
Hello again, Columbina. And greetings, guests of the House of the...
It's been a while.
Aia. È andata male, Sandro.
Stupid right here of stupid Solnari. Ugh, whatever. I've got all the data I need. Next time we meet, you're... he sure doesn't pull his punches.
Excuse me, do you need a hand?
You can do me a favor by staying out of my way. Can't you see I'm busy? Wait a minute. I recognize that voice.
Hello, Miss Sandrone.
Ah.
Father sent us over to help.
Mi sa che era lui.
How considerate of her. Hey, Fremine, get over here and help me fix this. Lenny, you do your thing. Just keep your sister away from my machines. Nearly every machine that cat girl touches ends up going haywire. Go put her on cleaning duty or something.
Then let's start downstairs. Fremine, you've got it.
Wait a second. Pretty sure there's still some tea in the cupboard. If you want some, you'll have to make it yourselves.
Così. Quindi proprio si sa... Cioè, però mi piace sta cosa. Diciamo che un po' stanno prendendo secondo me spunto da altri, perché qua ok la lore e tutto, ma si sta coinvolgendo proprio tutto. Tra l'altro figo perché ci fanno vedere anche il profilo già poi di quando uno avrà il personaggio, cioè si è visto il profilo di Sandrone, quindi Sandrone sarà giocabile, il profilo di Colombina, il profilo di Varkaaaa, cioè... Vabbè che tanto si sapeva. Sandrone, sì, mi sembra che l'avevano fatta vedere come personaggio che probabilmente o forse sarebbe potuto diventare giocabile. Questo facciamo fuori. Ma io non faccio
Insulation chamber.
Beware the creatures of the night.
Mind the side effect. Che cazzo di meccanica sto a fare?
Remember, health comes first.
Defensive mode engaged.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Observe.
Non gli ho fatto danni. Madonna, che fatica. Dov'è la base? Da qua.
It's a relief to see you all made it back in one piece.
Huh? Feels like there's quite a few people missing. Where's Flint?
I returned ahead of them. Flint is helping Aino and Anefa to set up the decoys and buy some time.
Boss is still wrapping things up on her end. She sent us back to fill you all in on the top.
I see. But first, who do we have here? You brought someone else in to help?
Greetings. I was invited here to help as a longtime Tea Party companion of Columbina's.
Surely it can't be.
Those eyes. Oh, where have I seen them before? Wait, of course. In those memories we just saw.
The only Arlecchino I know is the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers. So either you share a pretty uncommon name,
You are well informed, Grandmaster. A man from Mondstadt living all the way out here in Nodcry, and yet the people and affairs of Snezh.
Oh, the feeling's mutual.
A Fatui Harbin.
The atmosphere in here just got really tense. Guess we can't just start trusting Fatui Harbingers.
I must admit, though, I'm a little curious. Seeing as the moon goddess no longer belongs to the
Nor does Nodcry belong to Mondstadt, Mr. Varkaaaa. Yet still, you're fighting for... Things don't always have to have a tangible payoff. Sometimes, stopping things from spiraling out of control is a higher priority than... Of course, I can't say there's nothing in it for me at all. But that's between Columbina and myself.
È stato fondamentale nell'aiuto a sapere l'intera fonte, sono certo che possiamo fidarci di te.
Forgive me. I don't mean to doubt you. It's just that the Fatui really... We have our own way of doing things here in Nodcry. But ever since they arrived, the Fatui...
I know there's been a lot of bad blood between us in the past. I've done my utmost to avoid friction whenever I could. But sometimes fundamental conflicts of interest simply can't be... That's why I'm here solely in a personal capacity. This has nothing to do as a gesture of good faith. I'll be frank. I can help Columbina track down the iridescent moon's marrow, which will help her restore more of her... Anyway, what else is on the agenda? Let's begin.
She says she'll be frank, then completely skips over the details. Looks like she doesn't want to give away, but she clearly wants to change the subject. It'd be awkward if I tried to bring it up again now. I guess we'll just have to go along with it. She's the fourth of the Fatui...
Well, since Miss Arlecchino sounds confident in her ability to handle that, we'll proceed to the next topic. Yehoda, time to share that...
All right, listen up, everyone. First, we now know that Rerir was originally a Conrian secret agent whose primary...
The dregs of the Crimson Moon.
In the memories, there was a lot of talk about the Crimson Moon and Eclipse, and a whole bunch of other stuff from the time
Cioè praticamente
of
qualcosa... Questo si ricollega indirettamente alla storia di Arlecchino, quando l'hanno introdotta a Fontaine, e cioè la Luna Cremisi, quella che noi abbiamo visto quando il Traveler l'ha affrontata. Perché lei effettivamente fa parte di quella dinastia.
Those were the names of two different Conrian dynasties. Long, long ago, it is said that the people of Conria worshipped the Crimson Moon, but one day, a coup saw the Crimson Moon eclipsed, hence the name of the new dynasty that replaced it. And how it...
Still, long after the Crimson Moon dynasty had fallen, the last ruler of the Eclipse dynasty, the Vinster King, still coveted the secrets it left behind. So, in those days, Rerir showed no signs of madness. In fact, he was as normal as any other person. What's the matter?
Granddaughter!
Mi sa che questi tre sono stati la causa della fine sua. Chissà era Indotti e come è intervenuta.
Interesting. Anything else? What about this would be...
Well, she was a researcher at the Universitas Magistrorum, but it felt like she was hiding...
Oh, and one more thing. For some reason, Rerir's fragment also contains...
Well, no shortage of potential leads, I'll give you that. In any case, it sounds like we can conclude that while Thelindis was still around, Rerir appeared to be lucid, and Thelindis, it seems, must have been the one thing in this world that he couldn't let go of. Tell me, though, were these
Why do you need to know that? Hold on. If she was a pure-blood Conrian... Oh yeah! Just like how it was with the captain!
If we could somehow find her, do you...
It's possible, but it would take a miracle. We can't pin all our hope. That merchant who never knows. Dori Sangama Bay. Maybe we could hire her to look at...
All right, then. Let's keep working on our Traveler, Paimon, Kutar, and Miss Arlecchino. We'll go look for the iridescent moon's marrow. As for the others...
On the way over here, I noticed that the Wild Hunt monsters had grown even more frenzied in their search for... At this rate, the people living here will be in grave danger too. So I'm thinking of
I'll head back to the curatorium and meet up with the boss.
Feels good knowing we've all got something to be getting on with. Given that the Wild Hunt has been a lot more active lately, the Lightkeepers have likely begun their own operations too. If that is the case, someone will need... I'll hold the fort for now. Then discuss our next move with Flints, Aino, and Anefa when they get back.
All right then.
Well, the clock's ticking. If that's everything, we'll be on our way.
We'd better get moving too. We'll try to buy you as much time as we can.
Relax. Just do your thing. Now, I decided to call in some backup since things are getting so hairy. Our reinforcements should be here any minute now.
Fatemi capire, secondo me Albedo e Vark... sì, Albedo e Durin.
Stay safe, everyone. Dismissed.
Comunque probabilmente vedremo anche Wonder, perché comunque nei trailer che c'erano ai tempi di Notcry c'era anche Wonder, mi ricordo. Che comparve a fianco ad Alice e Albedo. Ah, cazzo, pensavo di aver visto Durin.
Did we get here a little early?
A tad late. The others have already set off. To summarize, our resident moon... Everything going smoothly on your end?
Not great. I don't know how long we can stall them for. The decoys again. I'm gonna make some more later, but I need a timeout first. I'm so tired right now. Oh, right! Inefa, could you fill in Uncle Varkaaaa on what we
Sure. Uncle Varkaaaa, you previously told us about how when you went to investigate a source of the Wild Hunt in Amsvartnir, but according to Flintz's intel, several outbreaks of the Wild Hunt had already occurred in Nodcry in the period leading up to that. That was before Rerir had regained his body, when he was far from regaining his full strength. In other words, in theory at least, he still lacked the means to act in two places at once.
Flints, with everything that's been happening, the Lightkeepers across Nodcry are rallying to fight back against the Wild
Cosa
Hunt.
voleva dire? Che c'è qualcun altro che riesce anche a manovrare la caccia selvaggia? Questo voleva intendere?
I know. I'm sure you're capable of coming up with something far more effective than decoys. But for now, you should stay here and get some rest. And Effa and I will head back over to Amsvartnir to see if there's anything I missed.
I told you Uncle Varkaaaa would say that, didn't I? A deal's a deal. Not a word about my snack intake for the next...
Database updated. Reliability of Aino's predictions increased.
What does that mean?
They were betting on how you'd respond.
It's the obvious choice, isn't it? That's hardly worth...
We already decided that Anefa should go investigate the situation over at Amsvartnir on her own. You might as well stay here and keep watch. Someone needs to hang back and oversee our strategy meetings. And besides, you still haven't fully recovered from ambushing Rerir.
Non ci avevo fatto caso, si è preso delle mazzate probabilmente.
So I've ended up with the easiest assignment. Well, I appreciate it, everyone.
Va a quel punto là dell'isola di Imsi. Sala della luna d'argento. Datemi un istante perché devo stuzzicare qualcosa. Ho bisogno di energia. Arrivo.
Here, this will serve as a good spot to cross over.
Arlecchino, hold up a second. Since you brought us all this way, would you mind telling us what you've got planned? We still haven't got the slightest idea what's going on here. And if even Columbina doesn't know where the iridescent moon's marrow is, how do you?
Simple. Because I am an inheritor of the royal bloodline of the Crimson Moon. And one of the last surviving embers of the...
Huh? Are you serious? Isn't you're a descendant of that Crimson Moon dynasty where...
Your surprise is understandable. I was also taken aback when I first learned of it. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized the signs had been there all along. When I was young, I discovered I could wield a very special kind of fire. It coursed like blood through my veins, and what's more, whenever I experienced strong bursts of emotion or drew too deeply on this power, it was like some kind of presence within the fire would begin to gnaw away at me. Exactly. That is why my hands are like this, too. At first, I saw it only as a curse. But once I became a harbinger, the Jester apprised me of the truth. Together with my own investigations over the past few years, there are several... For instance, take the so-called Crimson Moon. In truth, it is nothing more than the shattered remnants of the iridescent moon, fused with the abyss to prolong its lifespan.
Vedete, luna cremina non è altro che un frammento della luna iridescente, fusosi con l'abisso per prolungare la propria vita.
Since this blood flame was bestowed upon me by the Crimson Moon, it is a fusion of the iridescent moon's former power and the corruption of the abyss. You all understand the nature of the abyss well enough. I draw upon its power, and in return, it hungers for my soul. This strange blackness is the mark of corruption it has left behind.
If I recall correctly, you once told me that if the corruption ever made it to your heart, you'd become a complete...
Yes. And that's the reason I'm always careful not to push my power to...
Oh, sounds intense.
Anyway, the rest of my story can wait. Is there anything else about the Crimson Moon or the iridescent moon that you're unclear about?
Paimon has a question. So, the Crimson Moon that the Carians used to worship was actually the iridescent moon, right? Which was one of the three moon sisters. Does that mean that the Carians were to the Crimson Moon as the Frost Moon Scions are to the Frost...
So much of that history has been lost. We have no way of knowing exactly what they were like. But I would suspect that the Conrians weren't as devout in their moon worship as it might appear. The iridescent moon's remains simply... Later on, perhaps someone discovered a way to make direct contact with the Abyss. Or maybe there was some kind of ideological divide. Either way, a dissenting faction staged a coup and drove out the royal heirs of the Crimson Moon dynasty. Still, even with the dark sun looming high overhead, the Crimson Moon's glow never truly faded. If you want living proof.
The first time we met, I sensed something familiar in your presence. When I looked at you, I felt I could see that mysterious red moon in the corner of my eye. In your flames, I saw its broken image, surrounded by a strange black...
Well, I appreciate that you kept it to yourself. Much about the Crimson Moon is still a mystery, and I'd prefer not to end up as the object of an insane research project. Anyway, time is against us here, so if there's any other questions, they'll have to wait. I just want to make sure I've got one thing straight. In her letter, Sandrone mentioned that since you are unable to contain the iridescent moon's marrow yourself, you intend to leave it in my cut.
That's right. For now. It's the only way I can pay you back for your help. The iridescent moon is already part of who you are. So with its marrow in your possession, you'll be even more powerful than before.
Deal. Then let's get started.
Get what started? What does this place have to do with the Crimson Moon?
When I first became a harbinger, the Jester gave me a book called Parenheri, also known as Leobranto Inamorato. You should be able to buy a copy next time you're in Fontaine. It's a love story set in the Crimson Moon era. But setting aside the tangled romances of its characters, it also records a few interesting details.
Cioè, fatemi capire, stanno legando la lore a quelli che sono libri secondari. Cioè, perché praticamente stanno collegando un po' tutto quello che poi è stata l'analisi di altri. Nel senso, c'è chi effettivamente aveva analizzato naturalmente la faccenda della Luna Cremisi mediante i libri perché ne parlavano, e adesso ti danno conferma che tale libro, che ti dice lei stessa, lo puoi reperire da Fontaine, parla proprio di quello.
In the Crimson Moon era, or so the story goes, there was an orphanage that received children from beyond the bounds of this world, and subjected them to a peculiar induction.
Beyond the bounds of this world? For real? And what?
The Crimson Moon sages looked beyond this world for beings with powers that surpassed the gods. But fearing they might lose control, they subjected these children to a process. They made these children crawl up a fireplace and kept asking them, "Have you died? Did you see it?" Until they finally admitted to having died and seen. The adults embraced the children who passed the ritual, telling them, "Within the fireplace, you have traversed the flames between two worlds. Here and now, you are born anew." The book leaves much unsaid. But I suspect that this was their way of branding the children they had enrolled, leaving an indelible mark upon them so that they would forever live in the Crimson Moon's light.
That explains why I can't sense the Crimson Moon's marrow in this world. It makes sense that it would be sealed in a special space that can only be—
There's no fireplace here. Do you see a chimney anywhere? Oh, are we supposed to build it ourselves?
That won't be necessary. The fireplace is purely symbolic. The key to the ritual is crossing the flames between two worlds. And those burned away by such flames leave behind a kind of ghostly afterimage in the world. In the days of Conria, people believed they could be used to bridge the gap between the two worlds of life and death. In short, I can open a passage to that space for you. That's the catch is I'll need to stay on this side to keep the passage open. So I won't be able to come with you. Once you're inside, you'll have to— Very well. Then—
Traveler, spare me a little more moonlight if you would. I may need it.
Ma scusami, daglielo direttamente il midollo.
Thank you. I feel like I've recovered some of my strength now. It should be enough to move us across.
Mistress of the seven hues of ages past, great mother of the present, crimson-clad sovereign of the two realms, by fire severed, by fire renewed, I offer myself now and beseech your descent.
Madonna mia. E poi quella luna cos'era? Quella che facevano vedere nella live.
One word of advice. As you're crossing over, no matter what voices you hear, do not answer.
Got it.
I sense a sinister gloom inside, but also the familiar light of the moon. I feel that I am about to meet an old friend who has changed beyond all recognition.
Una vecchia amicizia che è cambiata al punto da diventare irriconoscibile.
Seismic changes often begin with small windows of opportunity.
Che figo. Beh.
Fragments of your broken body, seized by the abyss, and hung up aloft like mummified remains. Iridescent moon.
Careful! There's something spooky about this place. Feels like Paimon's right behind you. Whatever you do, don't run off without her. By the way, Alambina, didn't you tell us that the iridescent moon had shattered into pieces? The moon up there looks pretty whole to Paimon. How is that possible?
In effetti. Ah, posso configurare, vabbè. Non penso mi dia roba.
Close your eyes.
Just like I thought. It was only a facade.
Tra l'altro non è indispensabile fare queste battaglie, sto facendo tanto per, non sono proprio robe. Andiamo avanti. No! Dai. Oh, vola però, Baizu. Che cazzo fai? Questi sono i ponti di... non mi ricordo la zona, quella sott'acqua verso l'isola di Encanomia, ecco. Oh, un trofeo. Questo lo prendiamo invece.
Observe.
No. I'm not. It's coming from under the mountain.
Let's see. Ah! There's some kind of weird shadow over the water. Wait, see that? Looks like a mechanism of some sort. Let's check it out.
Quello è un cappello da strega, una mia impressione. Ah no, non è un cappello da strega, sto dicendo cavolate.
Looks like a device from the time of Kalia. Maybe people once came here to study the Crimson Moon's domain, and they left this behind. Oh, if we can activate it, we might find some clues.
Dobbiamo distruggere le faglie lì dell'abisso per sbloccarne il potere, ok. Nulla di impossibile, anzi direi molto semplice.
Hey, look at that! Now that the mechanism's running, do you think these mechanisms might be the key to unlock?
Felindis, we'll leave the rest of the research in your hands. We'll be heading back now.
I hope this isn't ruining date night.
Ugh. Mind your own business. Just leave me some snacks on the table.
Felindis? Is that Rear's girlfriend? How come we're hearing her voice here? Oh yeah. So, do you think she was studying
The Abyss has made this space extreme. Maybe that's why some of the things she said and did were preserved here. Like echoes.
Whenever I see this view, it takes me back to a poem, Waning Moon. Oh, lifeless damsel, weeping on the mountain crest. Mourning still in wistful tone. For me, of all people, to be here investigating the mysteries of the...
Interessante.
Oh, looks like the Abyss has messed up this mechanism. We need to find a way to get it working again. Let's see if there are any other devices nearby.
Mind the side effects.
Ding dong, brother bomb!
Ultimatum protocol.
The long sleep beckons.
Non c'era un trofeo a terra, guarda che no.
So the moon marrow, or rather the power of the 3 moons, is the key to unlocking... If it really does exist, then maybe this madness can finally be put to an end.
Di chi sta parlando?
With the Abyss inhibitors in place, I should be able to access the chamber with the moon. Oh, Rerir, with every step you take, you're drifting further from what you truly desire. But you're not the root of the problem. Ever since that outsider set foot in Conria, the Vinster King has sunken deeper into madness.
Parla di nostra sorella in questo caso.
If only I could get my hands on that outfit.
Reflection is back to normal. Elendis' voice mentioned a chamber with the moon marrow. Do you think maybe
it must be? For within it, I sense...
Then there's no time to lose! Let's go!
Dobbiamo distruggere queste palle.
The iridescent moon's marrow. Oh, we'll need to destroy these things before we can reach it.
Accelerating.
Installation chamber deployed.
fa aggrappare? Ma che cazzo di senso c'ha? Eccolo.
We finally did it! The iridescent moon's marrow. Still burning away like an undying flame. Yet now contaminated by the if we can purify the abyssal power within, we should be able to obtain its untainted essence.
Is it you?
Huh?
At long last. I can see you once more. I'm sorry. I lied to you. Even knowing what was to come, I still couldn't let go of the moment the moon shattered. My body began to split apart piece by piece. Like I was being cut into pieces by 1,000 blunt blades. Tell me, what was it that brought you to us all that time ago? If only I had possessed your girl.
You look so puzzled.
But trust me when I say that everything happens for a reason. Farewell, Hypo.
What was that all about? It sounded like she was speaking to a long-lost friend. But
perhaps she took me for the goddess of the frost. For a fading soul like hers, our auras must be too.
But anyway, we've got the iridescent moon's marrow now. That should help you. All right, time to leave this place and beat back up.
Pensa che ci bloccano.
That's odd. This place looks different than when we came in.
Waning moon,
Huh?
oh lifeless damsel.
Oh.
Beh.
Hurry! The place is collapsing!
It wants to trap us here.
Who's it? The abyss?
Now we've taken the moon marrow. All that's left here is a dark will. It will show us no mercy.
Give it back! The crimson moons! My marrow! My heart!
Finally! Huh? Oh no! The exit's blocked!
Lui mi fa scassare che noi corriamo, invece l'altra galoppa. Sembra.
This is where you fall. Witness my rise. What are you waiting for?
Ma poi chi era che parlava con quella voce che bramava il midollo? Non ho capito.
Oh, wait, was that you, Arlecchino? Wait, your hands! They're...
Oh, this? Don't worry. It's a small price to pay. The Abyss wanted to trap you inside, and I defied its will by bringing you out. No wonder it's a little angry. No. I have paid the price, albeit a small one, and it cannot be undone. My hands have already fused with the Abyss.
Oh, we're so sorry, Arlecchino. Paimon can't believe...
As much as I'd like to call it a favor, the truth is I was simply holding up my end of the deal.
Yes, you did your part. And as promised, I will leave the iridescent moon's marrow in your care.
Magari prendendone il potere riuscirà a contrastare la volontà dell'abisso dentro di sé.
I'll take that as a blessing. Now, Columbina, give me your hand. Accept this moonlight.
Guarda come fa sbloccare. Ah.
Feeling stronger?
Hey, Columbina, are you okay?
I'm fine.
By the Frost Moon's authority alone, wielding the power of the other moons was always going to be a stretch. Still, I think it's fair to say that your strength has returned. At least to the level it was at as the...
It's still not enough. There's no way, just one more ray of moonlight, if you would. It's okay.
Ma da chi? Questo ulteriore raggio di luna?
How about now? Fighting fit?
At the very least, I won't have to stay hidden like I want to see him gone from Nodcry. The ray here of Solnari and his wild hunt must be sent back where they belong.
Well, it's good to have something to aim for. You certainly seem more alive now than you did earlier. When I first met you, you didn't strike me as a ray of moonlight. More like a wisp of fog drifting in from who knows where, ready to skip. But now, you're full of vitality. Just like the Frost Moon, once the brightest of them all.
Thank you. Look after yourself too, Arlecchino. I know you have plans of your own, but whatever you're after, don't let the Abyss take a hold of you. I do not...
I appreciate the concern, Columbina. Although perhaps it's time you took a new
name?
Kutar, the Moon Maiden, Columbina. They're nothing more than code names. They describe who she is and the roles she's played, but they're not her real name. We often use code names in the House of the Hearth, too. But it's knowing your real name that keeps you grounded. Up till now, you've been living a wandering life, so you've all I'll say is this. Once you've defeated Rerir,
quindi non sapremo il suo
that's
vero
it from
nome.
me. I'll get you back safely first, then go meet up with Sen.
You're the best!
I appreciate the gesture. It speaks to your good character. Anyway, let's get going.
Ok, primo atto è andato, adesso dovrebbe esserci poi il quarto.
It was a close call, but we got the iridescent moon's marrow and restored Columbina's strength, and that's all that matters. In other words, mission accomplished. Paimon wonders how everyone else is doing.
Perché qua sono?
Do you think the others are making good progress? Hope it's all good. Oh, hey look! They made prints! Llama!
All is well, thank you. Nefer and Yehoda had to stay at the curatorium to...
I ran into Miss Anefa and Miss Aino on the way back. Their work is still in progress, so I suspect they won't be back for a while either.
You seem rather...
I certainly am. I achieved what I set out to do and came away with more than I bargained for. Fighting alone can get quite tedious, but I had the good fortune to run into a pair of brave young warriors.
Combattere da solo vuol essere un'esperienza vagamente tediosa, ma per fortuna mi sono imbattuto in un paio di giovani guerrieri.
We meet again. How I...
Albedo! What are you doing here?
That would be a natural assumption to make.
These two courageously lent me a hand while I was fighting the wild hunt. When they told me they were Sir Varkaa's colleagues, it all made sense. And given how people of outstanding talent tend to cross paths, it's no wonder you're already acquainted.
So? Who's your travel buddy, Albedo?
Why don't you come and introduce yourself?
Beh, effettivamente. Che bello, raga, che bello. Ma poi sto cuore lì tipo la Kingdom Hearts, troppo carino. Troppo.
A gentleman of few words, I see. And a rather stern countenance. I presumed you were acquainted with him. Is that not the case?
It's nice to meet you. Again. We've technically met before.
Wait a sec! You're Mini Durin!
That's right. It's me. I'm glad to see you again.
Ma perché gli hanno dato sta voce? Non gli potevano tenere quella di Mini Durin?
By the way, he says it's okay if you drop the mini.
Yeah, I'm not as mini as I used to be.
Beh, non è che sei tanto grande comunque, però vabbè.
Interesting, isn't it? The first step towards blending into human society appears to be reflecting on whether one's name really reflects who they are.
Guarda che c'ha la Vision Pyro di Mondstadt.
Wow! You look so different! In a good way, of course. It's great to see you looking so healthy.
Thank you, Paimon. And although you're as mini as ever, I understand that diminutives don't always convey endearment. I'll be sure to simply call you Paimon as a...
Wow! You're such a smooth talker now. Paimon could get used to this. From now on, you may refer to her as your esteemed guide, Paimon.
Personally, I think our little Paimon is the perfect size. When people call her Little Paimon, it's just because she's so adorable that they can't help the...
You're absolutely right, Miss Lauma. My brother still has a long road ahead of him when it comes to understanding human relationships.
Anyway, speaking of long journeys, didn't Kutar... Sorry.
She's been catching up with old friends. Wouldn't be surprised if she stopped...
Uh-oh.
O anche
People are
10.
talking about me. Hope it's nothing negative.
Judging from your expressions, I'm guessing it all went well?
It's getting crowded here. I'll go grab some chairs.
No need. This is a job for an alchemist. I'll whip some up momentarily.
Comunque mi vedi Albedo. Io mi domando, ma perché non danno le coppie 5 stelle ormai di personaggi che un po' sono rimasti datati? Vabbè che poi teoricamente, da quello che ho capito, da quello che stanno trapelando dai leak vari, pare che Albedo avrà dei potenziamenti come anche altri personaggi di Mondstadt, perché si apre una fascia di sinergie che non è più elementale quanto più di accoppiamento appartenente dallo stesso gruppo, da quello che ho capito, che andrà a potenziare i rispettivi kit. E la cosa mi intriga, vi devo dire, però mi dà fastidio perché Albedo me lo vorrei recuperare. Solo che poi fa la fine secondo me di Xiao, cioè Xiao io l'ho recuperato, forse Albedo è differente perché non è di elemento animo ma è di elemento geo, quindi potrebbe trovare il suo spazio in qualche team.
Thank you for your hospitality, ladies and gentlemen, but I was merely escorting my friend. I'll be meeting Sandrone shortly, as we still have some things to discuss. It's been a
We really appreciate your help.
Oh, come on. Spare the formalities. I'm just glad I could help.
I understand.
Oh, this place is hopping. It's probably a good thing one of us left. Otherwise, we might not fit all these people in.
Are you saying we're about to run out of chairs?
As a matter of fact, I am. Come on in and see for yourself.
Ah, così, tornato. Beh, era ora che lo facessero coinvolgere nella storia principale.
Outside, by the way. With Miss Columbina's colleague gone, we should be back to the original crew plus the other colleagues I brought in. Though, it looks like we have another new face. Someone else managed to rope in a colleague too?
Frankly, you and Paimon are the only people I know here.
This here is Deansliff, colleague of Tibet's greatest guide, Paimon, and greatest adventurer, the Traveler. Well, not exactly colleagues, more sort of...
When someone else jumps in to do the announcing, you know you're speaking to someone important.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Note to self. Once Paimon knows your name, the rest of the world will soon follow.
When he comes looking for us, it's usually something important. Paimon's guessing...
From the looks of it, you're about to hold a meeting. If I were to say that the wild hunt...
As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mr. Dainsliff, though I can't promise the same for everyone else. Hey, Albedo, think you can rustle up a couple more chairs?
After all this time apart, Grandmaster Varkaa's first order is to rustle up a couple more chairs.
Is he being sarcastic?
Hey, he's your brother. Why are you asking us?
I've still got a lot to learn about the nuances of human conversation. Trying to decipher Albedo's way of speaking has been like jumping in.
Oh, good point. Paimon gets you now. Don't sweat it. There are people who go their whole lives without getting the hang of it. You're ahead of the game already.
Beh.
I wonder what's taking Nefer so long.
Perhaps you should go and check
si sono dati tanti con le espressioni facciali
along,
ultimamente.
it's you.
I just got back from the curatorium. Besides, aren't you curious to see what...
Miss Nefer doesn't strike me as the type to share secrets. And since gathering intel is her specialty, I'm guessing she'd prefer to keep her under such circumstances. Would it not be tactless?
Oh, but it's fine for me to
What can I say? You have an unrivaled ability to garner people's affection, Miss Moonchanter. Besides...
All right.
Impressive. She barely fought back at all. I admire your powers of persuasion, my friend.
As I'm sure Miss Lauma will realize soon enough, the trick in life is to always pitch in with other people's responsibilities so that you can be selective with your...
Another trick is to simply hide in the background.
Spoken like a true sage.
Anyway, looks like we've got some time to kill before the meeting. Let's take a little breather, folks, and feel free to chat amongst yourselves. We'll get down to business once the other two arrive.
Quando arriveranno le altre due partecipanti, chi sono?
You're both awfully quiet. Why don't I start us off with an icebreaker? Have either of you ever had your portrait painted? If not...
that sounds like a lovely...
I dabble occasionally.
He's an excellent painter. Tables, chairs, people...
I'm flattered.
If I ever get the chance, I'd like...
I'll bear that in mind. Anyway, how about you, Durin?
Oh, I'd be whatever style feels best to you.
Very well. Then...
You can replicate any style I want?
I can try. If you show me a sample, I'll do my best to...
Thank you. In that case...
Che bella, che bella, che bella che sei Colombina e che bello che sei Durin. Mi piacciono i dettagli della coda, mi piace proprio il look, il viola che ricorda proprio il colore suo che aveva. È bellissimo, è bellissimo. Must pull per me. Parliamo con loro prima.
Truth be told, I can't remember the last time I was in a meeting.
You're not alone there, my friend. The Lightkeepers also struggle to bring everyone
I don't doubt that. I've only ever met 2 Ratniki, one being...
Itlua is a good apple. I'll give him that. He's kind, honest, and regularly delivers supplies to my lighthouse. A true Ratnik to the core.
So
Il Luca dovrebbe essere teoricamente un 4 stelle a sto punto,
That's what it sounds
suppongo.
like you're saying. But I get the feeling that's not quite what you meant. Come on, why the awkward...
Sorry. I'm not even gonna bother trying to hide it. Now that...
Let's just keep this between ourselves. Probably best if Itlua doesn't know.
That goes without saying. Gotta be careful what you share with...
Anyone else in the know? Let me guess.
It's dangerous being too sharp for one's own...
Then, in the name of the Animo Archon Barbados himself.
When we went for drinks, you said that you and Barbados were practically best buds. In the light of that claim, do you really...
Of course. Just as long as you don't go spreading around the fact that I'm close with Barbados.
Fair enough, then. Nothing like a bit of mutual leverage.
Quindi Varkaaaa praticamente conosce la reale natura di Flint's, cioè il fatto che sia... Ah, comunque si può vedere anche il modello più ravvicinato di Varkaaaa. Varkaaaa però... Ah, eccola lì la Vision Anemo. Beh, è molto bello lui. Chissà. Chissà, magari ci farò un pensierino.
Is there something you'd like to say to me?
Yeah, for starters.
If you think back to our previous interactions...
You do have a point there. Oh yeah, you'll need to find somewhere to stay the night too, right? Want to tag along with us? You never know.
Sure. Let's...
Great! Paimon will... And in return, we can get Dainslift to be our very own personal bodyguard.
If that's what you had in mind, you should have said so sooner. I'd be happy.
Oh, okay then. Paimon was only kidding. Anyway, since we're all here together, we might as well watch each other's backs.
Indeed. Thank...
Beh. Beh. Comunque è troppo... Allora, devo dirvi... Nefer l'ho provata e mi è piaciuto abbastanza, vi devo dire, il suo gameplay. Non pensavo così. Infatti mi stuzzica l'idea. Cioè, me la vorrei recuperare poi.
But what about Yehoda?
I'm here to give you an update on how things are going on our end. Once this is over, I'll be heading straight back to continue my work. I left...
So much for just this once.
Not so loud! We're on a roll here. What if she remembers and suddenly decides to back out?
Did you say something, Mr. Varkaaaa?
Huh? I didn't say anything. Right, Flints?
Must have been a frog. They get so noisy around here at nighttime.
Anyway, before we begin, there's a few introductions to make. Let me start by saying that it's an honor to be speaking before so many distinguished colleagues. First up, we have Miss Lauma. As Moon Chanter, she's the leader of the Frost Moon Scions, a local religious community in Nodcry. Then Nefer is leading the investigation into Rerer's background, assisted by Yehoda and Lauma. From the little I've heard, over here, we have Mr. Flintz, a Ratnik and guardian of the abandoned lighthouse. In our last operation, he courageously distracted... For those of you who've never met, this is Mr. Albedo, a renowned alchemist and captain of the Knights of Favonius investigation team. By his side is a new face for us all, myself included, Mr. Durin. Next up, we have the Moon Maiden and former Fatui Harbinger, Miss Columbina. Then we have the Traveler, who's earned more titles than I could possibly hope to list out, so I'll spare you the rundown. And Paimon, the ultimate travel companion and quite possibly the best guide in all of...
Whoa! That's a lot of people!
Miss Nefer, it looks like you might have another job coming your way. So, congratulations on the booming business.
You think I haven't got enough on my hands as it is? Who's looking for me now?
That would be me, Miss Nefer. I have a commission for you.
And you are?
Who I am doesn't matter right now. What does matter is that I'd like you to gather...
Well, it's not as if we never take on anonymous commissions. But in your case, I'll have to decline. I'm gonna take a wild guess.
It's my eyes, isn't it?
Conrian, I assume. And what's with the mask? Are you trying to hide your identity? In any case, the fact that you're even still alive raises an awful lot of questions.
My name is Dainsleif. And yes, I am from Conria. As I'm sure you're aware.
Really? Then you must have been quite an
You flatter me, but none of that matters anymore. My point was simply to clarify why I have asked.
So you're both from Conria, and it sounds like you used to be friends. What am I missing here?
I'll tell you everything I know. The history of Conria, the names and identities of the 5 sinners. I have never spoken openly of this before. But the truth was exactly as people say. The 5 sinners were each driven by their own desire. The visionary, Vedafenir, who wished to foretell the future. The wise,
Portratir, il saggio, alla ricerca della conoscenza illimitata.
Gold, Rhindaughter, who desired to create life. And last, but not least, Raker of Solnari.
Distruttore della luna.
Ravager of the 5. Rerir is the only one who remains a mystery to me. He never harbored grand ambitions. So what changed in the space of a single night?
In other words, you're saying that his change came as a shock to you, and you have...
That's right.
You mentioned how the Abyss tempted them, which led to
se
their
l'ha
fall.
messo qua
But what
l'affarino
did
che
that look
aveva.
like in practice?
Quello che ha
And what
preso
other context can
da
you give me about the
Durin.
events of that time? The more detail you can give me, the better.
È menzionato come l'abisso li abbia tentati e condotti alla rovina. Ma cosa intendevi? E qual è il contesto di quegli eventi? Più dettagli?
Strangely, now that it comes to it, I hardly know where to begin. The fateful night took place during the era of the Eclipse Dynasty. One day, my elder brother, the visionary, Vedafenir, was summoned to the palace by the Vinster King. When I came to hear of this, my fury knew no bounds. I gathered together every ally I thought I had, and together, centuries on, the memories of that night still haunt me like a never-ending nightmare. But then, I was betrayed. Even Vedafenir, the very person I had come to rescue.
So, it's personal after all. Then tell me, Mr. Dainsleif, what price are you...
I cannot say what price would be worthy of such a commission. But know this. Rerir was not always a madman. Uncovering the truth of Rerir's past is the only way to unravel this mystery. But before you decide if you will accept my commission...
Sounds pretty good to me. Feels like we just flagged down a random passerby, only to discover he's actually a master strategist who has a score to settle with our enemy.
Can I borrow your halo? It could be useful in the lighthouse.
Hey, enough with the wisecracks! Besides, isn't that lamp a...
Relax. It was meant to be a compliment. If that was a little over the top for your liking, I'll make sure to...
I'll give your proposal some serious thought, Mr. Dainsleif. Let's speak in
Before that, there's a few things I'd like to share.
Now that we've united the hearts of the 3 moons, your power should be greatly enhanced. But
I believe it will. You've done so much for me, so I want to be completely honest with you all. Even though I'm doing a lot better now, the truth is, from the moment I was born, my power has been slowly ebbing away. And that is because Tevat has never accepted me. Even with the moons united as one, so far, I have yet to find a solution. It may turn out to be a problem that will plague me until the day I finally leave this place behind. Even so, I will do everything in my power to help you drive out the Ray here of Solnari. As Arlecchino put it, this is not about chasing the spoils of victory.
Kutar.
Defeating the Ray here of Solnari will be no easy task. While my strength slowly...
Naturally. We should take all the help...
We've considered several viable plans now. But our choice hinges on the answers to a few key questions. Is it even possible to kill Rerir? What experiences shaped the person or monster he became? Given Albedo's expertise in alchemy, I think we should leave him to try and answer the first of these questions.
Understood.
As for the other two, I'm afraid we'll have to count on you again, Miss Nefer. Believe me when I say, it's not my wish to burden you. But right now, relying on you...
So you're placing all your hopes on me?
We can't thank you enough for agreeing to help us. Honestly, I can...
You sure have a talent for changing your tune, Miss Moonchanter. Timid like Yehoda one moment, then flints...
Ladies, please. I must object to your portrayal of me. That's all. Feel free to keep bickering. Just...
I almost don't want to leave this room.
I have faith in you, Miss Nefer. Something tells me you'll stand by us.
Oh? And what makes you so sure of that? What if I suddenly...
This isn't about the money. I can sense that you've got a deep-seated distaste for Rerir.
Look at them getting along so...
And I'm the one they accuse of insincere flattery. There is no justice.
Miss Lauma, you have to understand something. Unlike you...
Is that right? Well, maybe the fact that I'm willing to put my hopes in other people says more about me than you. But the fact is, I also trust you. And that's...
Anyway, we've got our plan, so let's get... Mr. Dainsliff, let's talk. And Traveler, once we're finished, if you've nothing else planned, I'd like you to come with me.
This whole experience is teaching me a lot. For instance, I now know that when other issues come up in the future, I'll have far more luck getting Lauma to convince Miss Nefer than trying to do it myself.
Hate to say it, friend, but that's one of the funniest things I...
Why? You think I've got it wrong?
Quite the opposite. But what makes it so hilarious is how long it's taken you to realize.
Thank you for waiting.
That's okay. We actually used the time to help Dainsliff get a room at the hotel.
That's very considerate. Now, I trust you share my curiosity about Rerir's past, and you seem fairly familiar with Mr. Dainsliff already. We spoke at some length after the meeting. He was the one who suggested I should invite you to join this operation. He feels confident.
Dane has a lot of faith in us, that's for sure.
Likewise. I appreciate that you got right on board without interrogating me about why I invited you. It shows that you trust me to...
That's because we know what you're capable of. We appreciate you too, Nefer. You might have been forced to help in the beginning, but this time, it was your choice.
That's one way to put it. Another is this. that once a decision's been made, it's set in stone. After that, my own... Alright, so here's how it is. I'm going to access Rerir's thoughts again using my confidential method. Now, I'm sure you've seen things like this before on your trip. The reason I've gathered you all here is to ensure my safety during the proceedings. I plan for us to enter the fragment of his conscious. Think of this as a diving expedition into someone's brain. If I'm the diver, you are my safety equipment, tasked with keeping me alive while I'm under the surface. Once the ceremony begins, we will all be spying on privileged information. But in the interests of safety, you must remain absolutely silent at all times. We will discuss our observations after the ceremony has... Lastly, any individuals of a weaker constitution are advised not to partake in the ceremony. In any case, Paimon has her own...
Well, good luck, everyone! Sounds like all Paimon can do is cross...
There's a little more to it than that. I was being serious when I said you have a job to do. While the rest of us are inside Rerir's mind, in the event that something goes wrong, you will be our first responder. I don't anticipate any issue.
I second that. This is a dangerous operation here, and you're our...
So, Paimon's like... the lifeguard?
Good. Please, take a seat. We'll get...
Interessante.
So, did Mr. Dainsliff tell you anything else?
He told me that he believes Rerir kept some big secrets in his life. He's not sure that they were the cause of...
But surely you're not planning to go through with this.
If you think that, you'd be overestimating me. I'm a businesswoman, but I do have my own professional reasons for taking this job. You think I'd turn down the opportunity to get a first-hand
Well, as long as you don't let morbid curiosity get in the way of safety concerns, we're...
You're such a killjoy.
All right, I'm good.
All set over here, too.
Promise, Paimon, you'll be extra careful.
All right. Let your whole... Close your eye.
Okay.
Phew. Could this be his office? Pretty standard setup. Bookshelves, paperwork. According to Dainsliff, Rerir used to be an intelligence operative. Chances are there's plenty of Is this where you keep your secrets, Rerir? Can't say I'm not looking forward to that.
Ok, un attimo solo che devo fare una cosa. Dove cazzo è l'app? Non è ancora arrivato niente. Vabbè.
He looks even gloomier than last time. I wonder what's changed.
Brutto.
He looks even gloomier than last time.
Today's files are in. Time to wade through them, just like usual. Male, 51. Occupation, cook. Confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Has maintained frequent contact with other descent neutralized. This one should be archived under purged targets. Female, 23. Occupation, office clerk. Confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Has maintained free neutralized. Another one for purged targets. Sounds like she was that other man's daughter. Never mind. Male, 40. Occupation, teacher. Confirmed Crimson neutralized.
Vabbè,
Just
però
another nobody for the archive.
un'esistenza così è pesante, eh.
Come to think of it, I remember surveilling this man. A case like his never would have been considered a priority in the past. Huh. He barely even...
Cioè, se fai quindi...
Female, 16.
Sì, beh, però...
Occupation, none. Orphan and confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Neutralized on...
Cioè, quindi addirittura bambini... Cioè, non si è fermato solo alle persone adulte.
None whatsoever. Female, 13.
Il bambino.
Occupation, none. Orphan and confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Has been observed making contact with other descendants during the past year. Poses a threat to the dynasty. Neutralized and... Filed.
Ah, si vede lui che parla allo specchio. Questo qua è quello che ha parlato con cosa, mi sembra.
Male, 11. Occupation, none. Orphan and confirmed Crimson Moon descent. Neutralized and...
Sì, però qua sta sempre di più diminuendo l'età. Cioè che è proprio... brutta la situa. 6 anni questo aveva.
6. Occupation, none.
It's funny, isn't it? Your job is becoming both harder and easier at the same time, depending on how you look at it. Sooner or later, the Crimson Moon descendants will be completely wiped out. But as their numbers dwindle, they become harder and harder to track down.
That's not how it is.
Fortunately, however, most of the able-bodied adults have already been taken care of. The remaining weaklings will be increasingly easy to deal with.
Che è praticamente un genocidio.
No. My job is to ensure the survival of the Eclipse Dynasty. And the only way to do that is by eliminating any and all potential threats. It's a perfectly legitimate... Every single one of my colleagues can attest to my fairness. And if my friends were aware of the facts, I know they'd back me up too. Assuming, of course, that they were aware of all the facts.
È diventata sempre più semplice perché a una certa se gli adulti sparivano si andavano a eliminare quelli che potevano essere i futuri eredi della dinastia. Quindi i bambini. Ma pensa a te che merda.
A box containing a ring inlaid must be for his girlfriend. A file tucked inside a folder. The title, it's... But at this stage, I have no idea. Wonder what kind of encryption technique this is. Seems like it has to be inserted into... Aha! It's...
Please, hear me out. I can't shake this feeling that someone's been spying on our... I saw someone dressed in all black. It was a couple of days back, but that was on another street, not near my house. I swear,
There's a note in the margin. Surveillance of the run for their residence has concluded. We apprehended the target and filed... Could the voice in the recording belong to one of Rarir's targets?
Mi sa di sì.
Bookshelves full of documents. Looks like these are all files, packed with the Crimson Moon Dynasty preceded the eclipse. Since Rarir worked as a secret agent during the latter, It stands to reason that he was tasked. Yep. Lines up exactly with what
Mr. Vedifalnir, it's been quite some time since we last met.
Rerir, I trust you're here because you have...
Forgive me. I wasn't tuning out, it's just, I noticed you didn't even phrase that as a... Tell me, does someone in your position ever feel the need to ask questions?
It is indeed within my power to foresee certain things. Things like your arrival.
I was just thinking. It won't be long before I'll be inviting both you and Dane to my wedding.
That isn't a lie, but nor is it a fact as such. Ever since that day we met for drinks, I knew it was only a matter of time.
Does it feel good? No.
I'm afraid the notions of good and bad fail to capture the complexity of what such a power entails. Once you've seen what will come to pass, it can be all too easy to succumb to fear and melancholy. You fear my silence, and long to hear the words I left.
That's right.
You must have noticed my reluctance to broach the subject. And the reason is simple. Because the truth could never have lived up to your hopes. For both our sake, the burden of prophecy was never meant for...
So who exactly do you deem worthy to hear your prophecies? None but our exalted king?
Or rather, our king as he once was.
You're closer to his majesty than I am. You must know better than anyone how much he's changed.
You say that as though it is to my benefit. Yet precisely because of that, I dare not speak rashly. A king can turn out to be the most virtuous of rulers, or a tyrant, more terrible.
You are so wise and far-sighted, yet...
You make a fair point. Especially given my silence alone was... Very well then, let me offer you some advice. And I say this not as a prophet or a visionary, but simply as the... For many reasons, there is very little chance of your marriage ending in happiness. If happiness is what you seek...
There's that same black fog again. Could this memory belong to Thelindis? Guess I'd better tread carefully.
Wait. Hear me out. This time we finally got a clear look at his face, and learned his name is Rerir. And he claims to be one of the king.
What did...
A cruel irony, isn't it? The man you're set to marry leads a double...
Why are you telling me all of this?
Simple. I want you to kill him. You are the old...
No, absolutely not. I would never dream of doing...
So you'll just stand by and watch him slaughter us to the last? Do not forget that the blood of the Crimson Moon flows in your veins too.
Vedi che lo sapevo.
The blood of the Crimson Moon? What does that matter now? You think that alone is reason enough for me to throw away?
Why wouldn't it be? You two were once a child of the Crimson Moon, just like me. Don't tell me you've never felt so much as a flicker of fury for the way we were trampled into the
Penso
dust.
faccia riferimento alla prova, quella lì della furigine. Furigine lì della canna fumare.
As long as you promise to abandon this pipe dream of restoring your dynasty, I can try to persuade him. Or have him...
Persuade the Vinster King? Do you even know why he's so obsessed with hunting us down? Why he keeps trying to force us to hand over the Vinster King? A blind fool. His eyes clouded by powers from beyond this world. A petty little man with a miser's heart. And he dares to sit upon the throne? If you can't bring yourself to do it, so be it. Just you watch.
The Rerir of Solnar, that really is quite a secret you've been keeping from me, Rerir. But who am I to talk? Am I really any better? Love should be built on honesty. But ours? was born from lies. Is it really so wrong to hide things that would only make life harder? If we don't cover up the parts that no one else should see, how can we go on? Vedifulnir must have known all this. And that's why he made his prophecy. But I won't just sit by and watch this disaster unfold. I'll do everything in my power to protect, no matter who I have to face.
Huh? Was that Rerir who just walked past the window? Doesn't it give you the chills that he still takes the same road to work every day? As if nothing ever happened.
Those people at the deli.
Enough already. They're clearly pretty taken by their own disguises, so just smile and play along. Pull the rug from under beasts like that, and you'll risk having your throat torn out. Deli? Oh. They're talking about those people from the opposition. Right. I'd almost forgotten they used to run a deli. People of no consequence always vanish so easily. And no one even remembers them.
But surely you can see he's not the man he pretends to be. So many have died already. And they say that the king's madness grows with... We're not going to survive this, are we?
Questa è l'altra bambina forse schedulata.
Be this way.
Alla fine questi qua che sono andati a parlare con lei, secondo me li ha fatti fuori.
Sorry, Freether. My mind was off one. I heard you, though. You're talking about what Rerir said. He's just following the king's orders. He's a secret agent, and it's his job to hunt down rebels.
By the time you first met him, he'd already taken lives. Maybe he was using you from the
No. Rerir has no idea I have anything to do with the Crimson Moon. My family are only distant relatives of the main lineage, and besides, truth be told, apart from my teacher, pretty much no one knows I have any connection to any of it. It's been a long time since my...
But as Orlog said, who could possibly talk sense into that raving lunatic of a king? No one.
I'll work something out. Trust me, I'm with you all. But for now, you need to keep... Don't forget that Rerir is an Eclipse operative. You need to be extra careful when he's around. For now, don't come looking for me. And if anything happens to me, just act like we've never met.
If even you can't escape this, what hope do the rest of us have? But after all this time together...
I won't speak in his defense. Nor can I give you a clear answer to that question. But I'll do everything I can to put it here. Hold on to this. If an opportunity to escape presents itself, take it. You'll be glad you took some spare change.
You call that change? But what?
I've got a job, and there's still money coming in. But you can't go anywhere right now. Please think about yourself for...
Pesante. Pesante sta situazione. Molto pesante.
Another day, another round of assassination training. Training ground is just beyond this hidden passageway.
When you kill a person, doesn't it bother you when you end up covered in their blood?
Why would it? Aren't we all just walking blood bags?
But not everyone is accustomed to hunting down others like prey. You've been a hunter for so long now, you seem to have forgotten that most people don't just go around killing one another.
Leave me alone.
Ma in effetti con chi parla? Poi era l'abisso che parlava con lui, ecco, cioè l'abisso che si è avvicinato. Inizia l'addestramento.
Make sure you have a firm grip on the handle. Then choose your angle well. Keep your movements light and brisk. And the prey won't sense a thing. flawlessly.
Quindi? Ma che devo fare? Poveri. E diciamo che Genshin in questa maniera ha assunto, diciamo, una sfumatura abbastanza un po' macabra, devo dire. Per l'attore di Raril.
Do you still
Orlog.
The boy who was pretending to sell flowers. You spoke for quite a while.
Yes, what about him?
He was arrested 2 days. I just don't get it. After everything he's done, or does it mean nothing to you that people keep—
No, that's not—
I need to go now, Thelindis. They're looking for us. If you ever need a place to hide.
Author Thelindis. Over the course of this week, the research object was subjected to interference for a total of 47 hours for all subjects of observation that were sent inside have now... The situation within is proving more problematic than anticipated. No progress whatsoever. What now? Things are getting worse by the day. I have to find a way or we'll all be in danger. But... if all this research comes to nothing, what then? Soon, but could he really bring himself? No. Surely he wouldn't have the heart.
Non capisco che ricerche stava facendo. Oh,
Why won't you just let us go? We don't even know each other. All we want is to live ordinary, peaceful lives.
You want to live?
Questo era... Sì, perché siamo nel cervello di Raril e quindi queste sono le memorie sue di quando ha fatto gli assassini che stava facendo.
Yes. I just want to go on living. Is that really such an unforgivable crime?
You want to go on living. I want to keep living too. To keep living forever. That's why I have no choice but to continue on the path I'm on. If only some savior would suddenly swoop down and change the way the world is. Too bad that's not going to happen.
Però un po' troppo, cioè speravo...
Imagine that. If there really were such a person, you and I wouldn't be standing here like this, would we? Today's files are in. Time to wade through them just like... No, I don't get tired of it. It's my job. And not only am I lucky to have it, I'm good at it too. Wait. Thelindis? No. No! Why? But you bear no mark of the Crimson Moon. How could you possibly have anything to do with them? A diluted bloodline. Carefully, what a fool I've been. numbing myself with talk of justice. Irminsul, Finster King, how far are you going to take this? From the direct blood, today it's the descendants of the Crimson Moon. Who will it be tomorrow? Will you not rest? No. This cannot go on.
È andato contro il re, quindi.
You're really letting me go?
I am. As long as you can guarantee.
Don't worry, I'll be extra careful. No one will know I was here, but if you let me go, you won't be able to complete your mission.
Good point. And that...
No, please! I just want to...
Go on living?
Yes. I know you're a man of your word.
If I let you leave, what will become of me? But remember, don't let anyone know you were caught.
Even shadows in the dark must live by a code. But you can't save everyone.
You've been whispering in my ear for days now, Vedifalnir. What are you trying to do? Break me down?
Ah, ecco di chi era la voce. Non l'avevo mica riconosciuta. Ma non ci avevo neanche pensato che fosse familiare a quella del visionario. Quindi il visionario non solo riesce a prevedere, ma riusciva anche a comunicare mediante il potere dell'abisso con Rerir. E probabilmente deduco anche con altri a sto punto.
I only say this because you long for an answer to your problems. Let her go, Rerir, or you risk losing everything.
I will not abandon the
Then you'll need a little more vigilance and a lot more power. The world is changing, Rerir. Keep your eyes peeled for your moment of opportunity.
That voice used to be so unclear. But now I know exactly whose it is. He won't tell me how to actually resolve any of this, but he keeps trying to manipulate me like a puppet. What's his game here? Tell me then. What will this moment of And no answer. He's like a ghost. Always disturbing me when I'm on it.
So,
Però non è
the
detto.
Eclipse Dynasty was purging, well, massacring the descendants of the Crimson Moon. And it seems like it was all connected to the Vinster King's research.
Non è detto che fosse comunque sia il visionario, potrebbe essere direttamente l'abisso che comunque ha assunto la sua voce per parlare mediante... come se fosse visionario, ma in realtà lui ha sempre parlato con l'abisso. Cioè d'altronde la cosa che accomuna questi 5 peccatori è il collegamento con l'abisso e i suoi poteri.
The king's obsession with abyssal power left the future of Conria hanging in the balance. No wonder every aspect of Rerir's life was so unstable. And it looks like this Thelindis, Rerir's would-be fiancé, herself belonged to a sub-branch of the Crimson Moon Dynasty's descendants. It almost defies belief that a couple like them could hide the truth from each other for so long. If the Vinster King hadn't intervened in such a drastic way, they might have gone on. And why does Vedifalnir, Dainsleif's older brother, keep talking in Rerir's head? The human mind is like a vast desert of shifting sands. When you follow the flow of someone's memories, you only time for something a bit more. We've been inside Rerir's mind this whole time, building up a picture of his psyche. There's already enough clues on the board to start reading between the lines and mapping out the rest. Now, we can finally begin to put the pieces together. Sure, it'll only be a reconstruction, part simulation, part reasoning, but it's usually pretty accurate. Once we've built up a cognitive profile, we just need to cross-check the logic behind his actions. And then we'll be able to take a sneak peek at whatever it is that Rerir has really been hiding.
Non ho capito. Quelli siamo noi? Che ci muoviamo tipo scacchiera?
Rerir, are you there?
Muovere i pezzi consuma punti azione. Una volta consumati i pezzi, tornare al punto di salvataggio precedente. Quando una pedina si sposta su un quadrato, con questo simbolo ottiene il numero corrispondente di punti in più. Il quadrato diventa il punto di salvataggio più recente. Quindi devo arrivare là. Ma no. Era in giù che dovevo andare. 1, 2, 3. Sì, però potevano farla dritta sta puttanata. Ho sbagliato di nuovo. Proprio coglione. Su. Destra, giù, destra.
Hey, Rerir! Come out, it's urgent.
Dane? What's wrong?
Ah, era presentato così, Rerir, come un lupo solitario, tipo.
Quick, come with me. I'll explain everything once we've met up with the others.
Okay, I'll come. But the Lindis is still over.
All right then, but make it quick.
I've never seen Dane so worked up before. Whatever this is, it must be big.
Ma no. Ho capito.
Well, this is a nice change, meeting you all at this hour. When men and women of ambition can speak face to face in broad daylight, I say that's a big step forward for our dear Conria.
Don't be ridiculous. We do not fear the day. Why would we seek refuge?
You might ask your blade that same question. I'm told it prefers. The word on the street is that Sir Delogi only strikes when he has an unfair advantage. But that is patently false. I see you're missing an arm and a leg. Surely only a fair fight could explain.
If this is your way of offering me replacement limbs, believe me, I'll take them.
Oh, we can certainly discuss that. With bioalchemy, anything is possible. Assuming I have...
Robdatir, what brings you here?
Why, Dainsleif, of course. He invited me. Please, cast aside your apprehensions, Miss Rhindaughter. Whatever the rumors may say, I am but a humble servant of the king, and I can assure you he affords me no greater convenience than he does you.
Well, the Universitas Magistrorum won't stop fawning over you. So at least some of the rumors must be true. You're clearly doing well for yourself. So drop the humble servant act. It endears you to no one. You're president of the Universitas Magistrorum, the chief royal mage known as the Wise by royal appointment. And Vice President Veit doesn't even try to hide his envy when he sees you.
My success is the product of hard work and good luck. It's as simple as that. Were the king not such an extremist, I hardly think I would have received a senior post at my age. Of course, no job is without its gripes. Serving a king like ours can be a challenging task, as I'm sure you can imagine. And as for Eftervit, in missing out on the presidency, he's dodged a mountain of stress. Like everything else in life, it comes with pros and cons.
You're all here. I apologize for the short notice, but it was an emergency.
You must be Rarir.
Mr. Sertologi. Yes, I handled your case file during your sentencing. Nothing personal, of course. I'm pleasantly surprised that you remember me.
You're clearly a person of substance if you've been invited here. But Dainsleif, you'd better have a very good reason for convening this little gathering.
It's my brother, Vedalfenir. After he spoke at the court this morning, the king was so infuriated by his words that he had him blinded in both eyes and thrown in prison.
Vedalfenir in prison? Strange. I thought the king trusted him and Heroptatir more than anyone else in the world. Does this mean the king's circle of trust just got even smaller?
It has nothing to do with trust. It's about what the king wants, which is as clear as day to anyone paying attention. I simply appease him, because it's in the best interests of the Universitas
and also because you're slimy. Vedalfenir, perhaps less so. But still, a visionless visionary? It rather inclines me to think that qualifications are not—
Do you honestly think this is an important discussion to be had?
Dane, what are you planning?
Rescue Vedalfenir, I assume.
Correct. It will mean storming the palace by force. Tonight. I need all of—
That's far too dangerous. And don't forget, Dainsleif, you're captain of the Royal Guard. You—
You've been planning this—
I have no desire to commit treason. But whatever critique the king may have of Vedalfenir, disfiguring your most loyal subject for putting the best interests of his court and nation first, this is not the conduct of a wise ruler. My blade will force the king to see the error of his ways.
So, Vedalfenir's prophecy enraged the king. I'm sure it wasn't what he wanted to hear, but if he won't take counsel even from the visionary, that is deeply troubling news. The extent of His Majesty's madness is now all too clear. The question is, how does a man like me get out of this situation? You have noble ambitions, Dane. But I'm afraid they don't do much for a guy like me. I'm not interested in saving the world. All I want is a letter of pardon.
A letter of pardon? For whom? Thelindis? The chances of the Vinster King issuing a pardon for anyone connected to the Crimson Moon seem vanishingly
Dobbiamo abbattere I pedoni, mi sa.
This black fog over the board must have some connection to Thelindis. But why is it taking this form? Does it have something to do with another mystery?
Ah, ok. Una puttanata. Ok. No. Non è così che deve andare. Quindi da qua dovrei fare 1. E dai. Ok.
Author Thelindis. Over the course of this week, the research object was subjected to interference for a total of research dating back to the Crimson Moon Dynasty has established 2 points regarding Moon Marrow. Firstly, its origins have something to do with a god's power. Secondly, it serves as a portal to an as-yet indeterminate... However, there are a number of hurdles to overcome before we can answer the question of where it leads to. To start with, opening the gateway requires a specific power source, which the relevant an enormous amount of power is then required to keep the gate open. Currently, the total power output of our instruments remains in the single digits. To make matters worse, I am now the only staff member remaining in the Moon Marrow lab. The Universitas Magistrorum recently decided to move most of its personnel into abyssal energy research, which has stymied all Crimson Moon-related This is not a wise move. I've always maintained that placing all our hopes in a single source of power is risky, especially one as poorly understood as this, as well as making ourselves overly reliant. I apologize if this comes across as disrespectful. But as a Moon Marrow researcher, I desperately want to see the world beyond the gateway. If we really made it there one day, what would we find? And how would we go about taming the unknown? My imagination is endlessly fueled by questions such as these.
Ok.
This is for you. I heard you're gonna leave the city with your...
Thelindis.
I've heard nothing. Rerir got back very late last Friday, and he was acting a little unusual, but he slept pretty... You never saw him, and I don't know what he did. And this conversation never happened.
What if he finds out that you pried into his secrets?
Don't be silly. I don't know what secrets he does or doesn't have. All I know...
Are you scared of him?
I don't know. The Rerir I know doesn't match the person you... Logically, I should be scared of him. And yet, but enough about that. You should get going, and be careful with the package I gave you. Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
What's in it?
A piece of the moon. All you need to know is that as long as you keep it safe...
A red moon?
That's right. Our moon. Promise.
I promise,
The Crimson Moon bloodline will never die out. It's light, the color of blood, no matter how long it takes.
Cioè, praticamente ognuno di loro nel suo privato seguiva i propri obiettivi. Rerir che nascondeva questa duplice vita da bravo fidanzato da una parte, fingendosi una guardia reale, ma in realtà era un massacratore della stirpe, un genocida inviato dal re, per conto del re. E dall'altra c'era Todalis che faceva parte di tale stirpe, ma che non gliel'ha mai voluto rivelare, di cui tra l'altro poi lui a una certa ne viene a consapevolezza perché gli viene proprio inviato un fascicolo di richiesta di uccisione, una roba del genere. E boh, una volta scoperta la cosa non la prende bene, decide di ribellarsi, però nel mentre l'altra a quanto pare stava facendo delle ricerche su probabilmente, deduco, i poteri lunari, mi viene da dire. infatti mi hai fatto ripartire da là perché giustamente mi sa che c'è tutto un percorso. Ah, io potrei fare questo e fare così. Però se io faccio... I punti sono insufficienti, anche così, allora devo fare un giro lungo a quanto pare. Mi riporta... Allora, fino a qua è tutto giusto. Almeno così pare.
Hurry, everyone, and stick to the plan.
Sir Dainsleif, what are you? Is this treason? You know what happens to those who betray the throne. Please!
It is the king himself who has betrayed the throne. He has...
If you have any love left for justice in your heart, you should join me.
It's showtime. Dane and his group will handle the troops in the palace. Then Hraptatir and Rhindaughter will disarm the security measure. My job is to enter the prison and stay safe.
Look after my brother. Draw your blade. It is time for justice to prevail.
Quindi Dainsleif insieme ai suoi orologi si sono messi a combattere le guardie del re, nel mentre che invece Rerir è andato a recuperare nelle segrete il fratello. Adesso vedremo cosa è successo nelle segrete. Madonna, non è un percorso semplice. Un coglione. Ma una volta arrivato qua dovrebbe essere la candela, possibile?
This place is filthy. And the smell is abominable. Found you. Hello. Surprised? Oh, wait. I guess surprise isn't an emotion that...
I certainly felt some surprise in the moment when I was blinded. Surprise at the king's sheer ignorance. Surprise at just how unfairly this world responds to words of
I'm curious. What did you
It wasn't a prophecy. It was a word of warning. The king has forsaken all reason in pursuit of his obsessions. I simply told him that if he continues on this path...
But he didn't listen. Worse still, he stabbed you in both eyes and locked you away. Dane asked for my help. The court is in complete chaos now, but I'm sure you predicted that.
Everything is transpiring as I foresaw. Yet I am powerless to change it. Fate is an immutable force. I do wonder whether giving a man the power to see the future does nothing more for him than slowly crush his spirit.
Forgive my curtness, Vedifulnir, but the king did not suddenly turn on you today. His suspicions have been brewing for a long time. You can't have wisdom beyond the reach of your fellow man without attracting his fear and suspicion. There are things the king does not want to see. So, he doesn't want you having visions of them either. He blinded you because he thought this would make the visions stop.
He wasn't entirely wrong. I did indeed lose my power to see the future.
Until what?
Just now. I believe...
Well, tonight could go a lot of different ways. 5 of us banded together to storm the palace, also we could rescue you. This will go down as the most tumultuous day.
I sense hatred in you. But also hope. A desperate hope. But this is not the end. It is the beginning. There are many men of honor and courage in this world, Rerir. But you are not one of them. You're not here for just... Is that a dagger? Interesting. Why not the polearm? It was always your weapon of choice.
With your abilities, I don't doubt that you were able to recover some of your sight. But I also doubt that you want to make an enemy of me right now.
Of course not. We're on the same side, aren't we?
We could be. But I need you to be honest with me, Vediful.
You mean your future?
Yes. And I know there are bigger things at stake here. A dynasty, a nation, maybe the entire world. But forgive me, I care first. I can't abandon the one I love to save myself. I just can't do it. But you see a broader picture of the future than I. You see the solutions to the biggest problems of our age. So tell me!
In matters of fate, answers are either right or wrong. What will be, and what will not. Maybe you are willing to pay a certain... That is the cruelest thing about fate. It is unmoved by...
That can't be true. I know it's your voice that I keep hearing in my head, urging me to see how the world is changing, to seek more power, so I can protect the things. You show me disaster, but you won't show me how to avoid it? Why?
My voice. In your head.
Me l'avevo detto. È l'abisso che parla mediante la voce di Ferry.
So, you hear it too? The voice. It turns out that we are not so different, you and I.
È l'abisso verso tutti, verso tutti.
I've ever seen in my life, as if he'd discovered some monumental secret. But then he suddenly switched to looking extremely weary.
Very well then. My advice to you is as follows. You must persevere. Whatever trials and tribulations, for as long as you live, your story with Thelindis shall not come to an end. It is up to you whether you believe my words. Regardless, that is all.
I will hold you to your...
Thank you for setting me free. In return, I will tell...
Just then, a strange wave of energy rippled through the city. We hadn't...
If I were you, I would head to the Universitas Magistrorum.
The Universitas?
I'm sure we'll be seeing each other again very...
Whatever Vedifulnir said, I didn't catch it. I didn't even help him out of the prison. There was no time to lose.
Perché dice, penso che ci rivedremo. Oddio. Sta parte del visionario l'ho trovata molto interessante, ma non capisco, allora, perché lui dice, quindi la senti anche tu questa voce, come lasciare intendere che parlasse l'abisso, però adesso gli dice, penso che ci rivedremo molto presto. Ma cosa vuol dire, scusami? Quindi, allora, o sei tu che ti fingi, o sei tu che parli, o è l'abisso.
Monsters? Is this Rheindarter's doing? By the Universitas Magistrorum.
Ah, è vero, qua, beh. È vero che...
The Universitas. That reminds me of a rumor out. Allegedly, the king installed secret mechanisms in the palace and around the city. No one knows where they are or what kind of... But if they were ever gonna activate, it would probably be on a night like tonight.
Help! Help! Hold on! Don't let them anywhere near you! Save me! I can't!
That sounded like an explosion. So, the rumor is true. What other means does the king have at his disposal? They must run on power from the... And given it's a major center of abyss research, anyone over at the Universitas will be in grave danger. I have to hurry!
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Defensive mode engaged.
The doctor was seeing.
Seems like an emergency.
It all adds up. Time to come clean. No more lies.
Monsters! At the Universitas Magistrorum? Why now? Oh no! They're coming! It's no use. The table won't hold out much longer. The weapons. Of course. All the lab equipment was upgraded after the inspection last week, but the new weapons haven't been allocated yet. I'm done for. Is anyone there? Ah! Stay back! Please stay!
Beh. Ma non ha senso. Ah, ok.
What's that?
Rear. So the rumors about your work are true.
What? No! Listen, something happened at the palace tonight. We have to leave!
You don't need to lie to me anymore.
What do you mean?
I know why you're worried, and I will respect the decision you've made. But it's okay, because I found a solution. I know how to end all this. You can have it back. The normal life you so desire. But until then, I'm afraid our wedding will have to wait.
Cylinders? No, don't do it! Cylinders! Cylinders!
Non ho capito, quindi si è buttata nell'abisso?
I told you, Rerir. Let her go. You will find someone better.
No, I won't do it. I have to save her.
By what means exactly? A lowly pawn. You lack the power and the strength of will.
Do you know a way? Tell me!
Come to the palace. Join us.
Quindi questa è la storia di come lui è diventato uno dei peccatori. Per cercare di salvare la sua amata, l'abisso si è messo in contatto proprio con lui e gli ha dato i suoi poteri.
Not you too.
Mi sa che qua sono le voci degli altri, erano i dotti. Perché come gli aveva detto effettivamente, ognuno ha i propri motivi. Come gli aveva detto prima il visionario, ci saremmo rincontrati. Infatti ha detto ritorno a palazzo.
Rarier.
Splendid.
Were you daydreaming? You still remember, Rarier? That question you asked me a couple of weeks ago?
Oh. You mean the proposal?
Yeah. I'm wondering, where do you think would be a good place to discuss it? Maybe in the garden? Or were you thinking a fancy restaurant?
It's your choice.
Quello che non capisco è se è stato l'abisso a portargliela via o lei si è andata a rinchiudere, ha usato il potere dell'alma community per sfuggire praticamente a lui. Comunque è stato l'abisso che ha architettato tutto, questa è una cosa che ho capito. Almeno questo... L'abisso di per sé ha contagiato tutti e 5 i peccatori, diciamo, cercando di alimentare quelle che poi erano i loro interessi. E li ha fatti cadere, cioè, nell'inganno alla fine. Vediamo se lo rispiega.
So that's how the Raker of Solnari was born. A monster created by circumstance is a monster all the same. Viewing other people's thoughts for too long can get uncomfortable. Right in a nutshell, the story of Conrad.
In sostanza la storia di Carriere è ciò che succede quando la verità viene messa da parte. Tutti diciamo delle piccole bugie innocenti, ma col tempo si accumulano e distruggono ogni cosa. Il suo passato è colmo di tristezza, ma la storia di ogni civiltà caduta è una tragedia senza fine. Eppure, per quanto crudele, questo è stato il destino di Carriere. Bello.
Everyone, I'm back. Can I get a
Never! How are you holding up?
She's fine.
Yes, I'm You will have seen the events of Rarier's life through my thoughts. It's now clear that he is just a regular nobody, driven by personal...
I mostly agree. There's only so much we can know about him from his memories alone. However, I would not consider Rarier to be a nobody. He was deeply involved in the events of that era.
Sounds to me like you're speaking in riddles again. Is this you urging me not to abandon the people of Nodcry in their hour of...
That's not what I meant. Although I do hope you choose to remain a part of the plan. Without you,
Then try to remember that I respond better to the carrot than the stick. And I don't appreciate being... Now, as for you, Missy, you were excellent. You stuck to the rules of the ceremony and kept your mouth shut the entire time.
Cool! So, can you fill me in on the deets now? Most of—
Patience. You'll hear the whole story, don't you worry. But let's meet up with the others first. Yehoda?
Yes, boss!
That's more like it. For a moment there, I was worried you'd forgotten about the first clause of your employment contract.
Forgive my curiosity, but
It says I gotta do the annoying stuff that boss is too lazy to do for herself. Like opening the door, pouring the—
is that right?
If something is in the contract, it's because she willingly agreed to it. Rest assured that the Curatorium abides by the very strictest of labor policies. In any case, I've hardly shied away from my share of the work today. Hope I don't catch Flints and Varkaaaa lounging about in there. There's nothing I dislike more than other people enjoying themselves while I'm hard at work. Oh no.
Che succede? Non è riuscito a uscire dai suoi poteri?
Sorry to disturb you, but we seem to have run into some trouble.
Wait, what?
Evidently so. Don't worry, I'm not about to leave you to fend for yourselves. I'm not that kind of boss. And it would go—
I'm sorry? What did you hear me say? I wasn't talking about labor policy.
Wait. How long have I been standing here?
Not long. You just appeared by the door a moment ago.
Boss, what's wrong? You look—
We've been tricked. We never left at all. Somehow I hallucinated that whole scene back inside the office.
What? Non comprendo.
Hallucinated?
How indeed. This place should heed my will alone. All thoughts and actions that occur in here are just a result of pawns moving across the—
So you control everything in here?
More or less.
Has anything like this ever happened?
Only once. It was the first time I used the chest—
Is there any similarity between what happened then and what's—
I suppose my thoughts are a little
Is there anything I can do to help?
The first clause of your contract clearly states that I only need your help with things—
Meaning you're not
Meaning this is not something Yehoda can help with. The chess set is a personal treasure that I alone understand.
Boss, it's fine. Really. Let me do something.
Oh, listen to you. Whatever—
What?
Yes, really. Where would I ever find another employee as obedient and servile?
Well, anyway, I was thinking of— I suggest everyone finds someplace comfortable, even though all this chess malarkey doesn't exist in a physical sense. Mentally speaking, it's all real. And so is our tiredness. You don't want to dismiss mental fatigue. Just because it isn't physical doesn't mean it's any less serious. But anyway—
Don't I have the best employees?
If we can find a suitable time, I'd love to borrow Yehoda for a day to help out at the Frost Moon Scions.
Oh, Lauma. Have I ever told you just how pretty you are? Beauty runs from the tips of your antlers to the depths of your Time to rally, everyone. Follow me. As we continue our journey, the same rules will apply. That means stay focused and no talking no matter what we encounter. And don't disturb the chess pieces. You have my word that I will get us all out of here.
Notte senza luna. Come mai siamo finiti nel deserto? Penso che siamo sempre all'interno della scacchiera, però siamo stati teletrasportati praticamente in un altro luogo.
Expecting visitors at this hour.
Oh.
There you are. Sinue's been looking for you all day. I think he...
Oh yeah? What were you doing just now, Uncle Retinue? Hiding away some more loose change?
What do you mean, loose change? Oh, come on, I'm too old for this. Just pretend...
Hey, kid. Mind telling me what Sinuhe's been up to recently? I'm trying to get in his good books and I need a way in.
Get in his good books? Why? What do you want with—
I've written a new song. I was hoping to showcase it at the next festival, but I'll need his approval.
A new song, huh? I'd love to stay and listen, but unfortunately, Uncle Ret—
Well, there's plenty of time and I'm not going anywhere. See that pile of stones? I'll be sitting—
Pile of stones. Got it. Hi, Dad. Uncle Retinue said you—
Ah, there's my little princess. If you'd gotten back just a little sooner.
Spoils of war? Who were you fighting against, Dad?
It was just a figure of speech. The aftermath of a sandstorm. I was talking about our war against thirst. I went out to fix our water supply problem, and now I'm back. Which means...
We have a well again!
That's right. I found a new one and brought back as much water as I could carry. It should last us for a good while.
If it wasn't for these blasted sandstorms, our wells wouldn't be caving in. You wouldn't be spending all your time—
As the chief of our tribe, I'm supposed to be leading us out of hardship and poverty, onto better things. You know how prosperous our ancestors were. I've told you all the stories. And look at us now. Squeezed into these hovels. No one would choose this, if it wasn't for the endless wars over the years. But things are looking up. I started working with some folks from the academia a few months back. They gave me some contacts in return for my assistance in the desert.
So you're the academia—
Special ambassador, they call it. Think of it, it's nothing bad, okay? We've been isolated here in the desert for too long. Seeking opportunities elsewhere is the best thing for us.
So, do you get anything good?
Of course. My luck's improving all the time. One day, I swear I'm gonna lead us out of this place. We'll find somewhere new. Somewhere better.
That's our well, and you know it. You stole from us. Well, you've gone from chief to thief. And
did you really think you could take our water without permission and get away with it? You're either brave, stupid, or both.
And that special ambassador act? Yeah, nice try. We spoke to the academia. They said it was all news to them. You're a liar and a cheat!
Oh, yeah.
I heard Yehuda gasp, but I don't blame her. Most people are corpses strewn across the ground. The wounds are clearly from scimitars and daggers. The desert... There's a handwritten note on the ground.
Halil, this is Sinue, chief of the Shimti tribe. Surely you remember me. This is my second time writing to you. I assume my last letter must have gotten lost in the mail, as I didn't receive— I'm writing to you because I need some help. That sandstorm the other day completely blocked up our well, forcing me to look for another water source in Iab and Unut territory. It praised the gods. The well of the Iab tribe was intact. It was my last resort. I drew what water I could and left, but not without being spotted. I fear they will retaliate. You told me to write to you if I ever needed help. You said you'd be my ally in the academia. I urgently need you to formally recognize my title of Special Ambassador and send some of your people to assist me for a few days. It's the only way I can convince them that this was the academia's decision and prevent them from retaliating. This is an emergency. Please send help as...
Looks like this letter never got sent. The writer died a grisly death, and the letter was trampled into the ground. It's badly defaced. Some parts are barely lit. What a ridiculous lie the surviving Shimti tell. Their whole village was butchered over.
Ah, officer. Welcome. Welcome to our humble village.
I thought you would at least have the courtesy to provide some respect.
This is the finest wine our village has to offer. I promise.
The Academia has agreed to reserve a single space for a candidate from your village. But I remain skeptical of this entire endeavor. I highly doubt anyone...
Please, have faith! If not in us, then in our god. The child we found shows great promise. I beg you, take her away from this place. Give her a chance. Don't let her talent go...
I don't...
She showed up here a few days ago, and we took her in. She's a really bright kid.
So... Where are...
Nowhere special. Just...
what about the rest?
Just the one. Correct.
So, no brothers, no...
Any who have slept on a bed of sand, I call my brothers and my sisters. Apart from that...
All right, get over here. Never? You're rather...
Stiamo vedendo praticamente il posto di Nefer adesso. Quindi dal deserto all'accademia.
Nefer, this term's assignments have been issued already. Please read through the materials thoroughly, conduct your own additional research.
Yes, Professor, I'm aware. I just had a couple more questions I wanted...
Oh? Please, ask away.
Well, I saw the other students' problem sheets, and I couldn't help but notice that my assignment is much easier than theirs.
A weak student? Goodness!
I think what you're saying is, a weak student wouldn't have noticed the discrepancy. And if...
You see, sharp as they come. You see things the way they are. And I'm sure you know...
Because of where I come from. Because...
I'm sorry, Nefer. I don't like... Anyway, you said you had a couple of questions?
I wanted to check if someone sent me a letter to the...
Ah, your family wrote to you. Well, as long as they put your name on the envelope, someone should hand it right...
Not exactly. It's not even a recent letter. I was just curious where the mail would end up if no one...
The House of Dana, I expect. I know there's a box for unclaimed mail somewhere in there, probably sitting on a shelf. Whatever you're looking for, that'd be the place to start.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Professor.
Oh, don't mention it. Honestly, I feel like I failed you.
Hey, don't say... You're a great teacher, and you do your best for all your students. But the rules are the rules. You're not allowed to teach students like me. It's not just the academia, either. The whole world bends over backwards for the successful, and leaves the...
Oh, my dear child.
I haven't. I just think that if you want to make it in this world, you have to find a way to become successful. This must be it. A big cardboard box full of unclaimed mail. Let's take a...
Non mi far leggere cose, però che palle.
A dilapidation survey from Port Ormos. Looks like it's from a Core of 30 representative. This one was never even opened. I guess the recipient didn't care. Who was it addressed to? This one is addressed to the Immorta Sage. The title is Change It. Guided by the incense, we became lost somewhere in the forest. All the barriers between levels. In clinical terms, these symptoms fit the description of incense poisoning. The Immorta Darshan strictly prohibits the use of hallucinogenic substances. But, for example, my neighbor who always breaks out into song. This seems like something the academia would want to know about. Wait, what's this written? The note says, the sender authored this letter while under the influence of mushrooms. I would send it back, but no return. This next one is addressed to... A few words of protest regarding recent changes. In recent years, the academia has taken on a small number of... However, it appears to me that these students have not, in fact, been provided with educational opportunity, as well as receiving dumbed-down assignments and perfunctory tutor. Education is the fundamental purpose of this institution, which should go without saying in a nation whose founding virtues are knowledge and wisdom. I ask you, is the lip service we pay to the policy of education for desert students? As Grand Sage, policy decisions are your prerogative, but do not forget your roots. You and I were once... I do hope you will give some serious attention to this matter. I encourage you to discuss it. Great letter. Shame it didn't get... And the sender is... I didn't realize anyone else even knew how bad students like me have it in this place. So this is where letters from the Sage of Spontamod end up? Whatever. This isn't what I came here for. Move. I'm not exactly holding out hope that a letter sent from the desert would even make it here. But if it did, I can't believe how much discarded mail there is. Must have been years since someone last went through it all. And this is just one. I don't believe for 1 second that any human being has sat down and read through all the documents in this place. Who has... Wait.
Greetings, Halil. My name is Sinuhe, chief of the Shimti tribe. I was the one who came to you and your colleague's aid when you ran into trouble in the Great Reds. I don't know how well you remember it now, but I brought you to safety and gave you some... In my tribe, learning a person's true name is serious business. And I therefore see you all as friends. You were kind enough to leave your The Shimti tribe lives a harsh, nomadic existence in the desert. You were sympathetic towards my plight, promising to make me a special ambassador of the academia. This brings me to my reason for writing. Our tribe has fallen on particularly hard times. There was a terrible sandstorm a few days ago, which blocked up the well in our land. To ensure my people's survival, I had no choice but to venture into The Eob and Unut are descended from the Thamudians. While we trace our ancestry to Tulatala, we worship the Lord of Flowers and have had relatively good relations with... I found a well belonging to the Eob tribe. They declined to help us, but I really had no other option. so I took some water to keep me and my tribe alive. When we met, you assured me that you would be my ally in the academia. I would like to take you up on that offer, because I really need your help. I wonder if you could send an academia rep. That aside, the last time you were here, you mentioned that the academia had started accepting students from the desert, and I told you a little about my daughter, Nefer. We have next to no resources here in the desert, and my power and influence are limited. Would you consider enrolling my daughter at the academia?
From the outset, the academia never took you seriously. Those things they promised were just empty words. And you were so emphatic that your luck had finally... You swore you'd lead us to a better place one day. You spoke with such conviction. You liar. You lied about everything. And who fell for it? Just me, by the looks of it. Which makes you a pathetic liar. I think I'll take over from here. Let me show you.
Vendetta? Vendetta? Ritorniamo dall'insegnante e usciamo, usciamo. Sì, diciamo che sta parte qua dedicata a Nefer magari si poteva balzare.
I just came to say goodbye. Thanks for everything you've done for me.
Credo che sia per una questione di completezza.
You packed your bags.
I'm quitting. Something's come up in my hometown.
Huh? But this was a hard-won opportunity for you.
It was. But it doesn't matter. I have more important things to deal with. Oh, and I didn't want to overfill my bags, so I left some incense on your desk. What's wrong? I thought you liked incense. Although, I did read somewhere in the House of Dana that it has hallucinogenic effects.
Isn't this the stuff you brought from your hometown? You're just letting me have it? But you said it's a rare and valuable commodity.
Yeah, I lied. It's not rare at all. There's this bunch of ruins near my hometown that are practically over. It's not worth much. Keep it.
But Nefer...
All right, that's all from me.
Don't forget me, okay? I mean, we're more than just classmates, right? We're friends.
Yeah, I'll remember you. I lied again. That incense is worth a fortune, and it's a rare find even in those ruins. And as for remembering her, I have far too much to do when I get back. No time to reminisce. I'll be lucky if I even make it through this alive. But either way... It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Arif.
So, what does the Academia want? Since they've sent their special ambassador, I assume there's a...
Please, sir, lower your blade. You're lucky I'm the one they sent. Not all special. The ever-shifting balance of power in the desert reduced the once great civilizations of this region to rubble and sand. But the story of the Eab has a very different trajectory. Others grew weak, but you grew strong, beginning in obscurity and moving to...
Huh. So, you do know who...
This well is the perfect symbol of your strength, is it not? It used to belong to the Unut, but it looks like you have control over...
You're not wrong. But I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to flatter us.
Of course not. Records uncovered by the Vahumana Darshan show that a certain well currently under Eab control is built on top of some ancient ruins. I checked the map carefully on my way over here, and I'm confident that this is the well in question.
50 million? No, wait. If these ruins are as important as you say, 50...
Don't get greedy, Eab. We know far more than you think. We know that you seized this well by force. Wasn't that the first step in your rise to power? To drive away the Unut and steal their water supply?
So what if it was?
Don't worry. As unscrupulous as it was, it's something we're willing to overlook. The Academia is only interested in dealing with the I hope I am making myself...
And I hope your words are the truth. If I find out the Academia is trying to play me, I'll hunt down every one of your people and make you watch.
I assure you, Chief, that would not be in your long term. You see how I'm dressed, don't you? I appreciate that you've never been to the rainforest, but surely even you recognize an ambassador's attire when you... And what does a barbarian like you have to lose anyway? You really think the Sumeru Academia would bother to come...
All right, I take your point. The Academia is the highest authority in the land. In that case, we have a deal. We will sell you the excavation right. I'd like to thank you, Ambassador. This is good news indeed. Excellent news. In fact, it calls for a celebration. Would you do us the honor of staying?
Gladly. I am partial to wine, so let's indulge in a few drinks together.
Chief! Chief, it's an emergency! It's the Unut. They...
What? Well, don't just stand there. Take it...
Yes, Chief.
I have every confidence in the Eab's military superiority.
Well, what is it?
The Unut's response was alarmingly fast. The day after we reach a deal, they seize the well. This can't be a coincidence.
I
am obliged to remind you, Chief, that the Academia will only deal with the de facto power holders. If you cannot regain control over the well, I'm afraid...
No! Please, Ambassador, just give me some time. I swear the Unut will... That well is ours.
Glad to hear it. I will wait here for an update.
If there is a traitor, I will find them. In the meantime, make yourself at home. I'll report...
Wow. All it took was a few words and I've got...
So, in summary, Ambassador, the Academia would rather...
The Eab are ruthless murderers who don't listen to reason. And now they have the gall to interfere in our research projects in the desert. So let me ask you, Chief, if you were the Academia...
Kill them all.
Precisely. The Academia does not tolerate those who stand in our way. The Eab have held back. At the same time, there is simply no way that the Academia can...
We have our own rules out here. If the rainforest dwellers raised arms against a desert tribe, it started...
Right. We can't confront them ourselves, but we can support their enemies. The Unut have always had strained relations. Natural allies. Weren't the Eab your allies once? You were quick to send them after us to protect your interests back when we stole that water. And now look at you. You're at each other. Let me be clear. The Academia wishes to collaborate with the legally recognized rulers of the desert in this matter. We are asking for...
Say no more. I believe we have enough...
Good. Then I suggest you get to work. Get us up. You see, Dad? Lying is easy when you know how.
Dove devo andare ora? Di là o di qua? Di qua. Madonna mia.
Look at yourselves. You may be vile, savage monsters, but your butchered bodies bleed like any... The monsters who destroyed my home, they're just ordinary... I think maybe I've even done the desert a favor. It's a better place without all these... Oh, Sinuhe. My gullible fool of a father. Perhaps if you'd been as ruthless as I was today, but you couldn't do what had to be done. So I...
Nefer, it's okay. All of this is in the past.
I believe I remember you promising to remain silent.
Yeah, but even...
Yehuda, is there anything you can do to ease the tension?
Alright, time for... So, anyway, that's enough. Feels like we've been walking forever. I'm getting pretty tired, huh?
Yes, if we can find somewhere to sit down.
It's not far now. There should be a temple just up ahead. Yes.
Really? A temple? I guess that's how things go in the desert.
Desert dwellers can never escape their destiny. Or so everyone says. I never wanted to believe it, but looking back now, I'm as desert as they...
You mentioned a temple.
My biggest trade secret.
Ah. Then I'm guessing it's where you got your power from.
I didn't know you were clued up on...
I'm no expert in the history of Sumeru, but since you come from the desert, I would imagine it has something to do with King Deshret.
Cioè, assurdo, hanno collegato la storia di Nefer con Rand Escher. Io pensavo che la parte di Rand Escher l'avrebbero fatta vedere nell'evento di Sumeru.
Sounds impressive.
Ah, I know who you mean. General Mahamatra Sino, the spirit of...
That's Boss
Sino's hardly a figure of obscurity, but I know about...
What about him?
Well, he's not a small deal, let's put it that
È
way.
una persona non importante.
Please, this is the bare-bone basics. Thanks for your patience, everyone. I'm sure it's been a lot to take in.
Madonna mia, più la sto tenendo in mano, vi devo dire, più mi sta piacendo Nefer come personaggio. Non pensavo così. No, è un peccato non avere Lauma, perché Lauma andrebbe a completare proprio tutto il team, perché ho voluto completarmi Flins, però minchia, devo cercare di resistere, perché devo troppo prendere Durin, raga. Tra l'altro, volevo vedere la build, se me la facevo vedere.
Uh-oh. I'm totally out of my depth here. I don't have anything to add about any of... I want to do the whole name-dropping, this girl knows her stuff thing too, but I've never seen anything...
A statue with the head of a bird.
That's Thoth, the Ibis King. one of the 7 pillars of King Deshret. The legends say that he, the crocodile... Let's take a look.
Vediamo che cazzo ci fai vedere. Beh, ma quello non è il gatto che si portava dietro.
It's just Ashru.
So, all is well?
Typically speaking, at this point, the world disintegrates. Then we find ourselves back in the outside world. Besides, these are my memories. There's nothing to fear.
You're sure?
Of course. It's almost over.
Cazzo, no. Cazzo ci fa Reriga nei ricordi di Nefer?
Hold on!
Knowing too much is always a death sentence.
Speak for yourself.
Ehi. Gli è sparito il medaglione?
How repulsive.
Pensavo avremmo incontrato Sign e tutti gli altri. Comunque questo spiega... Siamo arrivati davanti a uno degli dei o colonne di Gradesher, che poi anche lì di Gradesher ci sarebbe tutto un lore dietro, madonna che è immenso secondo me. Però io non l'ho mai letto, non l'ho mai seguita, quindi non so niente. Però penso abbia preso il potere da uno di loro.
It's okay.
Tranne se il medaglione che aveva però al coso, cioè non ho capito cosa serviva.
Paimon noticed you doing something too, Dainsleif. Were you helping get them out?
Of course. When I asked Nefer to conduct this investigation, I had a duty to ensure your safety.
Good to know your sense of justice is still intact after all these years.
I take that to mean that you saw the truth.
I certainly did. And thanks to your help, I also managed to trap Rerir inside the chess set.
Whoa, really? How'd you manage?
Well, to be honest, I sensed that something was wrong long before we made it to the temple. By using this fragment to probe into Rerir's past, well, the monster formerly known as Rerir. It seems I alerted him. I was tracking him, then he caught on and started tracking me too. Can't say I'm surprised.
But how did he track you through your thoughts alone?
Rerir was a secret agent who reported directly to the Vinster King. He is an expert.
No wonder.
He infiltrated the chess set, read my thoughts, and built a new virtual chess set inside of it. That's why we weren't able to leave at first.
Ah, si è infiltrato nel set di scacchi. Ha letto i miei pensieri e ne ha creato uno nuovo e virtuale al suo interno. Per questo non eravamo in grado di andarcene
Speaking of your
all'inizio.
chess set, it's quite a remarkable item. Would I be right in thinking you have some...
You overestimate me.
Mi
I
sopravvaluti un
only had a
legame
connection with one
solo
of his
con uno dei
underlings,
suoi
the Ibis
sottoposti,
King.
Re Ibis. Mm.
You all saw how
Avete
this
visto
came
com'è
to
andata?
be.
Molto tempo fa gli
A long time
Yaba
ago,
massacrarono
the
la mia
Eab
tribù,
massacred my
gli
tribe,
Shinti nel
the
nostro
Shimti,
villaggio.
in our
Qualche
home
anno dopo
village.
mi sono iscritto
A few
all'Accademia,
years
dove ho
later,
scoperto nuove
the Unut
informazioni.
and the
Gli
Eab
Unut
fought
e
a
gli
bitter
Yab si
battle over the
scontrarono in un
rights to
aspro
a
conflitto
well,
per la proprietà
all
di
for
un
the sake
pozzo,
of a
con la posta in gioco
non-existent
di
50
50
million
milioni di
mora.
mora.
The Eab
Inganno,
ultimately won that
inganno che ha fatto lei.
confrontation.
Alla
But
fine
their
gli Yab
victory
ne
came at the
uscirono
cost of
vincitori, ma a
almost
un
every
prezzo molto
warrior in the
alto.
tribe.
Quasi tutti i loro guerrieri persero
The
la
final
vita.
blow
Il
to
colpo
the
finale
Eab
agli
came at the
Yab
victory
arrivò durante
feast,
la festa della
when an
vittoria,
Unut
quando un
assassin
assassino
beheaded their
Unut decapitò
chief
il loro
right
capo
before
proprio
my
davanti
eyes.
ai miei occhi.
The
Gli
remaining
Yab
Eab fled,
rimasti
and have been
fuggirono e si
scattered. Having gotten
separarono.
my
Una volta
revenge, I
compiuta la mia
returned to my
vendetta, decisi di
hometown,
tornare nella mia
where to
città
my
natale.
surprise,
Con
the
mia grande
nearby
sorpresa
temple
scoprì che
was
il
still
tempio,
standing.
non lontano da lì, era
There
ancora
it
in
was,
piedi e a
seemingly
testimonianza
immune to the
dell'implacabile
relentless
indifferenza del
hostility of the
deserto, che non
desert,
si era
while my
fermato
tribal
neanche
home
davanti alla
lay in
distruzione della
ruin.
mia
As I
tribù.
stood there gazing at the
Mentre ero
temple,
lì in piedi a
I
guardare il
noticed a
tempio,
cat
notai un
just
gatto. A quanto
outside.
pare quel gatto ospitava lo
This
spirito di
cat,
Re
as it turned
Ibis.
out, was home to the
Mi
spirit of the
condusse a una
Ibis
porta
King.
nelle profondità del tempio
He
e
led
fece
me
un
to it.
patto con
This
me.
chess
Questo
set
set
is
di
my
scacchi è il suo
gift
regalo
from
per
the
me.
Ibis
La
King.
scacchiera all'interno era
The
realizzata
chessboard
secondo le
within is
stesse
made to the
specifiche di
same
quella del mausoleo
specifications
di
as the
Re
one in the
Deshet
mausoleum of
e
King
rappresenta il suo
Deshret,
potere di
and
analisi.
represents his power. With this chessboard in its container, I gained a certain ability to perceive hidden secrets. Now, you could conclude that the Ibis King simply wanted to give the people of this world the power. Every god plays favorites. Their hearts are as fickle as any human's, full of secrets, perversions, egotistical tendencies. But precious...
It is the same with all powerful forces, including fate itself. Their gaze falls preferential.
If you're alluding to the Abyss, then yes, I agree. Gather the others. It's time to share everything up. Thank you all for being here. As promised, I did some further investigating into the Raker of Solnari's background. I am pleased to report that the investigation has been most fruitful. The Raker of Solnari, real name Rerir, was once a Conrian subject who served the Vinster King.
Beh, poteva riassumerla. Non volendo uccidere la sua amata, Tolindis, che segretamente apparteneva alle astie della luna, che venne trascinato nella politica di corte. La voce di Verdor che gli parlava del suo destino era come il riflesso della luna. Nonostante potesse agitare le acque per ottenere un po' di sollievo, non era in grado di eliminarla del tutto. In contrasto, la vita di Reri era come il riflesso di una luna frantumata. Non appena i venti tempestosi del destino soffiarono sulle acque, essa venne completamente distrutta. Tolidis rubò un frammento della luna prima di scomparire attraverso quel misterioso portale. Il frammento è stato tramandato per secoli fino ad arrivare nelle mani della Fantesca. Ma cosa c'è dall'altra parte di quel portale? Davvero un altro mondo? Tolindis non ebbe mai la possibilità di condividere ciò che trovò lì, e nemmeno Reril, che la seguì, lo
So
fece.
that's why he's so obsessed with the moon.
A tragic tale, to be sure. But it does not, no matter how much Rerir suffered in the past, the fact remains that he is what we know today as the Wild Hunt, wreaking havoc. He becomes more dangerous with each passing day. If left unchecked, it is simply a matter of time before all of Tevat suffers the consequences.
A question for Miss Columbina. Forgive me if this is presumptuous, but have you ever seen the spatial gateway?
Never. But I have heard stories of something called the Moon Gate. And this seems...
Miss Lama?
In the lore of the Frost Moon Scions, the moon is believed to hold many secrets. Some source, the term Moon Gate, is one I have heard before. But as is the case with all of our legends, there are no records.
Then back to Miss Columbina. As a moon goddess yourself, do you have some idea of where the Moon Gate leads to?
Not at this stage, sorry.
I do hold the power of the Frost Moon, and my strength is recovering well. I can sense.
But there's more to the power of the Frost Moon than...
Yes. A moon goddess has the right to open the Moon Gate, since it is a path to the moon. But as never mentioned, and right now, I need to conserve my energy to fight the Rahier of Solnari.
I agree. Better to save your strength. But if you'll humor me for a moment, I have a bold conjecture of my own regarding the world beyond the gate. I highly suspect that neither Tholindis nor Rahier made it through unscathed. The evidence pointing to this is the fact that the Rahier of Solnari, with the abyssal power he wields, no ordinary foe can touch him, let alone tear him to shreds. And yet, the wild hunt proliferates wherever his scattered fragments...
So your theory is that Rahier was physically torn to shreds by some powerful force? Hence, why the wild hunt...
Makes sense to me. Explains why the wild hunt is so pervasive, and why he's been trying to piece himself back together. He was whole to begin with.
Without the power of the Abyss on his side, he almost certainly would have perished the moment he was torn apart. But the Abyss, much...
I could not agree more. The power of the Abyss...
It is a compelling explanation, and one that accords with my present understanding of Abyss creatures. Whether the life form in question is primitive or advanced, if a curse has extended its lifespan unnaturally, this raises some interesting questions. I will run some experiments and see if... That being said, regardless of whether my research bears fruit, I would like to thank Miss Nefer for conducting such a thorough investigation.
My pleasure, Mr. Albedo. I too hope that the information I have shared today proves useful as we look to formulate the next...
Hey! What is it, Dainsleif? You look really upset!
It's just... when I think of the man I once knew as Rahier, I struggle to understand...
The two of you used to be friends, didn't you? I don't know if these words will bring any
Mine too. We can never know all the hows and whys of the way things are. The moon and stars are full of untold secrets and lies. And the skies are host to many more mysteries than these
Those are the first comforting words I've heard in a long time. Thank you.
Well, I think this is a good place to end today's meeting. I'm sure Nefer needs some time to recover.
That's very thoughtful of you.
Of course.
Sounds good to me. Take some time to rest and digest before we reconvene.
All'interno dell'albergo che ti siedi campano per un po' per parlare di ciò che vi spetta.
Hey, is this a bad time? Hope I didn't kill... No need. Come on.
Madonna,
Anyway, Nefer went back to the curatorium to get some rest. But before she left, she shared some things with me that I... Firstly, although she managed to trap the Rahier of Solnari inside her chess set, there's no guarantee that the power of the Ibis King is any match for one of the 5 sinners. It's only a matter of time before he finds a way to break out. We have to come up with a plan.
Honestly, my mom figured that might be the case.
Well, I asked her that same question. She talked for a long time, but for the most part, it seemed like she was trying to convince me how precious her chess set is. It felt like some kind of sales pitch, you know? The kind where you end up handing over Mora against your will? Anyway, after all that, she finally answered the question. 2 days, at most.
2 days? Holy moly! Can we even recruit him?
That remains to be seen. Which brings me to the second issue. Dainsleif is obviously conflicted about this whole thing. But given how little time we have, you have some history with him, right? Do you think maybe you could talk to him for us? Great. I appreciate it. All right, on to item 3. So, Albedo, Durin, and I put our heads together and we figured we'd bounce the idea off you first. We'll explore it further once everyone's recovered.
Oh, Paimon's done.
All right, so... We felt a little uneasy about roping you into this. I mean, firstly, you're not locals, and secondly, none of us are your boss. You're well within your rights to refuse.
Roping us in? Why would you even say that? We know the stakes here. It's all of us against the Rayher of Solnari.
I choose my words very intentionally, I'll have you know. I like to think there's an art to striking a down-to-earth tone even when the stakes are through the roof.
Sir Varkaaaa, I have a few thoughts about this plan.
I'm all ears.
I think we can be more flexible with how the roles are allocated. In my view, the most sensible lineup would be like this.
I see your point, yeah. But if that's how we're going to approach this, to be clear, I don't doubt your abilities. Far from it. I just want to make sure.
I want to do everything within my power. The Rayher of Solnari is a truly fearsome opponent, and if I do my part...
Well, that tracks with what I've heard. Jean's mentioned in her letters that you're so diligent it's almost... As in, most people weigh up the risks and rewards in situations like this. But you seem to just march towards danger. Of course, everyone appreciates a fearless pioneer. But all that aside, I'm the Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, and you're our honorary knight.
Thank you.
I should be the one thanking you. It means a lot to have you on board. I'll give some...
Un aiuto inatteso. Ma cosa vuol dire? Datemi un attimo, raga, arrivo.
People ought not be so frightened of ghosts. They are merely talking shadows, chattering away endlessly about their past affairs. Let us have a modicum of patience for the richness and complexity of humanity. The wanton cruelty of the few is not worth our ire.
People ought not be so frightened of ghosts. They are merely talking shadows, chattering away endlessly about their past affairs.
C'è pure Dori, visto?
This is a thorough plan, but I do have one last question before we take action. How can we be sure that our—
Great question. Albedo's been hard at work analyzing Rarer and the Wild Hunt's behavioral patterns. His conclusions are as follows. Firstly, from the earliest known confrontation until now, Rarer has never displayed any ability to manipulate the dimension of space. Secondly, he seems to have a particularly strong vendetta against our group. If we put him in a Thirdly, finally, and most importantly, turns out we tick both of those boxes. We have a reincarnated moon in our ranks, and a spy who accessed his private memories without permission. He'll be baying for blood, not looking to escape.
As someone who's had their fair share of interactions with the Wild Hunt, those all seem—
Understood. Then I will defer to the verdict of—
Well, everyone, that's the plan in full detail.
Plan approved. Scheduling.
Okay! Any firepower you need, I got you.
The Frost Moon Scions are behind you as—
And the rest of you? No objections? All right. Then it's settled. This is the plan we're going with. Next up, an old tradition of—
Wait! We can still back out.
Everyone says things they regret, right? I don't want anyone feeling trapped because their mouth said yes before their brain had time to think things through.
A very people-first approach. I hear that's common practice in the Knights of Favonius.
Who'd you hear it from?
We don't use people's real names at work. This contact will be known only as Owl, please and thank you.
What? No, gliel'ha detto qualcuno? Al lavoro non usiamo i nostri veri nomi, questa persona si fa chiamare Gufo.
This plan can only work if everyone does their part.
We shall indeed. You'll be glad you accepted. Also, you are the last person I expected to see here, Miss Dory.
It's not often I get called Dory in a work context. My peers usually call me Lord Sunk. So, the longer your name, the higher your net worth. In that case, Mr. Flint's here must be worth a fortune. That's right, I know your full name. It's...
The walls are thin here. I'd appreciate you keeping that a secret.
Okay, fine. Ugh, I'm actually only here as a favor for someone else. Do you have any...
Oh! Does this mean someone out there...
It most certainly does not. We have a long-standing and mutually beneficial business partnership. She said Mom supplied me with a great little trinket, but now that lady's ruined everything. If I don't start building a little goodwill now, my whole business in Notcry is gonna go down the drain!
Okay. So what—
It's a lucky charm that a great mage made for me. We have a business relationship, and she was worried that something bad might happen to me. So, She wanted me to have something that can store power to protect. I finally got it all fully
Questa
charged up
grande
with
maga è
Kuvaki,
Alice,
and then
comunque.
never went and used it all up at once.
Preferimento di caricare
Never lost something
completamente
in
i
my
Varkaaaa,
life.
ma Nefer ha avuto la bella pensata di usarlo tutto in un colpo.
You're right. It was all my fault. I didn't mean to drain all the Kuvaki in the pet.
You will? Well.
I knew you'd say that. Well, it's yours if you want it. In fact, take it now, and I'll even throw in a free...
You're putting me in a difficult position.
It's a very useful thing to have around, but I have a funny feeling it won't be around much longer.
Looks like things...
Hey, don't be so pessimistic. See this through and you never know. You might find a new business.
Quindi
Dory, how are things going? Feeling ready?
Oh, I was born ready. We only have 2 days. You think Lord Sangama Bay would let an opportunity like this slip? Don't forget, when something's in high demand, the people with the goods on hand get to charge the highest price of all. Even higher than the sellers taking advance orders. Ta-da! See? It's right here!
cazzo.
It's so pretty. Did you make it?
No, I have a supplier.
Aha! No wonder you were talking about Lucky Charms at the meeting.
That's not the full story. It actually started a while back, as Mage Alice once warned me that this world won't stay safe forever. There may come a day when everyone faces a great... I passed this on to the Dendro Archon, and she secretly brought together a research team made up of Sumeru's top scholars to invent a technology that could keep people safe. I won't go into the details because it's all very complicated, but if you... Anyway, point being, it was the Dendro Archon who asked Kaveh to build this little contraption. As one of the top, took him long enough. He stressed over it for ages. Must have gone through at least a dozen designs before producing a final product. But that's Kaveh for you. Marak delivered it to me a couple of days ago, along with a letter from Kaveh. Could I ask why I'm sending this technology to you? What's your proposed use case? Has it been approved by the relevant authorities? So nosy. My fault for sending him the research part.
Surely Nahida must have told him you were involved in this project. He was probably just nervous because you're always so secretive about your business.
Could be, could be. Anyway, I just replied, let's hope they're never...
Fair enough. But it sounds like he was just being cautious. He probably felt responsible as the one who made it.
Or maybe he was asking as a favor for his housemate. He's done that before. Not sure why, though. His housemate doesn't seem to really care that much about this kind of stuff. Either way, all's well that ends well. I'm just glad to finally have my hands on the product. I wouldn't want to be without it. Huh? What does that look mean?
Paimon's just super surprised. This must be the first time we've ever seen you actually get serious about something.
Well, a long time ago, I made a promise to myself. I promised that I was gonna live every day of my life with... There are always gonna be times in life when you have to give something back. That could mean paying back a debt, returning a favor, or Alice has been a huge help to me over the years. She was the first investor I ever had. And I want my investors to know that, and more than that, no one knows what the future will bring. Whatever happens, I want to make sure the Dendro Archon and all of Sumeru is prepared to face whatever comes. Oh, that? I was just making sure Nefer and I are square. Don't be thinking it was some sort of benevolent act. I'm no saint, so don't treat me like something I'm not. My priority is doing the business that I want to do. So long as my conscience lets me, but it usually does. That's the Lord's Song of a Babe business model. All right. I do say so, and that's the whole point. I'm a businesswoman. Don't go trying to figure out what kind of person I am. You'll exhaust yourself. Much easier forever. Oh, and could you two help me get this stuff where it needs to be? Thanks so much.
Durin. Quindi?
Traveler, Paimon, it's good to see you.
Everything going smoothly over here?
Sort of. As you're probably aware, Varkaaaa, Durin, and I kept per the plan. We dissected and analyzed some samples of these creatures. The process went very smoothly. The findings, however...
What? You can actually dissect the wild hunt?
That depends on your definition of wild hunt and dissection.
Harmless, lifeless. These words are accurate descriptions.
The wild hunt is an interesting phenomenon. In and of itself, it doesn't seem to possess anything akin to a human personality. But taken as a collective, Master griped a lot about the wise Horoptetyr, and seemed somewhat fascinated with the Faust Certology. But she barely mentioned Rerir at all. I don't think that was because of his lower social standing, though. Anyway, it's a pity. I should like to hear her thoughts on the nature of the lifeform he has become today. It's a strange mix. The furious energy of an abyssal being channeled through a fractured physical existence. A consequence of being torn apart by an unknown power. Perhaps the only explanation for his survival in this state is that he sacrificed a degree of individuality. Oh, sorry. Once I get talking about interesting research, I have back to our research findings. Essentially, they confirm my hypothesis. Rerir's corpse is completely contaminated by the Abyss, and the effects are irreversible.
Ok. Quindi se tu mi dici il cadavere di Rerir, vuol dire che lui alla fine, praticamente entrando in quel portale, è come se c'è morto poi, perché il potere dell'Abisso l'ha scomposto, nel potere dell'Abisso allo stesso tempo gli ha dato una maledizione portandolo all'immortalità e a farlo diventare quello che è ad oggi.
You could think of this as Rerir in mutated form. But in my view, even that would be inaccurate. In reality, his whole being has been consumed by the Abyss. Unfortunately, at present, we have no means of completely eradicating abyssal power.
Oh, that's terrible news. So, that's it?
Miss Columbina's situation is a difficult one. She can never achieve wholeness when the world... It's as if her creator banished her to a place she can never be accepted.
È come se la persona che l'ha creata l'avesse rifugiata in un luogo in cui non potrà mai essere accettata. Significa che spende la maggior parte della sua energia per la propria sopravvivenza.
Given the circumstances, it's only natural to despair. But we must see the time to kick off the backup plan.
Oh, Paimon almost forgot. This is for you. Dory asked us to bring...
Ah, how wonderful. Well, thank you for making the trip.
I'm sorry I won't be there to protect you in person this time.
All right then.
Quindi...
Miss Lauma, is everyone here?
Yes. The fate of my flock is in your hands, Grandmaster.
My lady.
Within the next 24 hours, we will face the This is not a burden that we deserve to bear. But I believe that we reap what we sow in this life. So I intend to act. I must do what for me. That means fight. This gentleman is the Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, Varkaaaa, Knight of Boreas.
Hey everyone! guess I should introduce myself. Biggest strengths are honesty and hard workingness. Anyway, point is, I don't intend to let Lauma down. I'm gonna do it.
Ok. Densleaf insieme a Colombina. Interessante.
Something on your mind?
Miss Columbina, was it?
That's right. Names are funny things.
Yes. I take it you're...
I have a different relationship with names than other people. To be honest, I'm not even sure that Columbina is my name. At least, not in the same way that Dane... But it's what everyone calls me, and I go along with it. A lot of my life has been that way. I get so used to things that I forget to question why they are so. I never used to think much about where names come from, or what they mean to people.
You're different from other people. I sensed it.
You're more perceptive than most. I'm sure your long life and rich range of experience explains. Do you ever find yourself missing Conria, Mr. Dainsleif?
Difficult to answer. I have dreamed of the past many, many times. Sometimes I'm fighting tooth and nail. I don't recall any happy moments from that time.
Is that because hatred survives longer
That would not be for me to say. I make no excuses for the grudges I bear. But whatever the reason, I remember... Thank you for your help with the Rerir situation. Without your efforts, I never could have learned...
You're welcome. I know...
Friend, he betrayed me. And I never really understood what he was going through in life.
Okay. So... You see? You're torn. Now you know what really happened.
I need some time.
Of course. I completely understand. Actually, I went through something similar myself recently. Something happened that changed my perspective on a situation. A situation I took for granted at the time, but...
You mean the Harbingers who still support you, even though you've left...
Yes. I always thought they were only helping me because Harbingers are forced to work together. But then I abandoned them. A warrant was even put out from... And even now, they still support me. Which means...
Clearly, they view you as a...
I feel a little guilty now. I regret not seeing her help for what it was, and not treasuring it. I see the guilt that you're feeling now, because I feel it too. Hopefully, talking about it will do us both some good. Have you noticed that the Traveler and Paimon are over there?
Huh.
Sure. Hello.
Ah! They caught us!
I apologize for making you worry. No doubt you wish to know where I stand on the plan to take down the Reihir of Solnari. I'm afraid I need a little time, but I will seriously consider joining you.
You will? Oh, thank you so much!
They needn't be. This was something that I was going to...
That doesn't matter to them. You can't control their gratitude, so just accept it. And then, have a...
Ok.
It's nearly showtime! Let's go rendezvous with the others. You know the place.
Ah, you're earlier than I expected.
Hey, Flint's! Been waiting here
Not too long. I came a little early so I'd have some time to...
Are you nervous about the battle?
Quite the opposite. I'm reminiscing on my past battle. When I was awakened by the Ratniki,
I had not touched a weapon in many years. I felt like the battlefield was... But after waging war against the Wild Hunt for so long, I came to realize something. My restless flame indicates that somewhere inside of me, there is a deep yearning to root out the...
Oh, that doesn't sound like such a bad thing.
Well, in the past, when I was a Fae whose primary concern was hibernation, it was hardly ideal. But it certainly serves me well here in the present. And I am delighted to be able to join forces with you in this endeavor.
Looks like I'm not the first to arrive.
Ah, Miss Lauma.
Did you sleep okay last night?
I struggled to settle down at first, because of the nerves. But don't worry. Please, I'm just doing my part.
Never! Over here!
Aino asked me to relay a message. She said Anefa will be on high alert and keep a close watch over all secondary districts where defense is required, providing support as necessary. Meanwhile, Aino herself will provide range support to us directly.
Excellent. My thanks to all involved.
The chess
It won't hold him much longer. We should be prepared to...
No sense sitting around waiting. Let's make the first move while we still...
I agree. Paimon, find a safe hiding place.
Got it! Be careful, traveler!
I will.
Quindi raga, difficile che Reri verrà reso un personaggio giocabile in futuro, per il semplice fatto che ormai quel che resta di lui è pura energia abissale. È una marionetta dell'abisso oramai. Cioè lui è constatato che è morto. Poi magari potrebbero essere così. Secondo me gli viene data una soddisfazione finale alla fine, nel senso rincontrerà sicuramente la sua amata, perché non è chiaro dove sia finita. Probabilmente quello che si è speculato forse è il riflesso della luna, quindi una dimensione dall'altra parte che noi ancora non conosciamo, e forse magari quando la diretta interessata colombina avrà tutti i suoi poteri e ripristino totale, probabilmente forse la aprirà verso la fine e gli verrà data questa ultima soddisfazione a lui, dopodiché boom, è finita lì.
I've seen all your futile ploys before. You have become the authors of your own demise.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
You are merely a moment of sport before I tear down the moon.
Ah, ma proprio così? Ah, tutti assieme. Ma cos'è l'uomo che è messa? Ma lei interviene a distanza, tipo. Lei può fare cose.
Close your eyes. Observe. Hear the dark. Futile.
Scusate, a parte che io ho tolto un bordello, ma lei che costa? Vabbè, però scusatemi se mi date a queste costellazioni personaggi. Poi io non so proprio che cazzo.
Be silent. To dust.
The deception ends here.
Water jet.
It all adds up.
Futile.
Sì, però un po' troppo, Cioè, non posso fare niente.
Go. Wipe out.
No more lies.
Pathetic. Observe. Be silent. To dust. Futile.
Hunt him down!
Branches song.
It began with the moon, and so shall it end.
The moon will protect you.
Figurino della caccia di lava. Che vuol dire? Ah, sto coso!
Can't hide the truth.
Vuol dire... Aspetta, usa la lanterna di Fins.
Do you see now? Here. When will it be as you foretold? Move. Your foul spirit is not welcome here.
One heart. The mystery unravels.
Ok, sono riuscito a finire una rotazione con lei, finalmente.
Observe. Are you quite finished? Fear the dark. Go! Bombs away!
Ma colpi danni non mi fa, non mi fa fare un
Futile!
Pathetic. Stay your hand for the everlasting forest.
Futile! Pathetic! Hunt him down!
ma però devo fare qualcosa pure io perché non posso fare niente. Cioè... Penso comunque che abbiamo quando facciamo cose di fioritura le cure, appunto.
Be silent. Pathetic. The moonlight. Beware the creatures ignite.
No more. Futile. Hunt him down!
La battaglia è bruttissima comunque.
Who wants to go first?
Get out of my sight!
No, we've been separated.
Take.
You okay?
Never. Where are the others?
Stuck outside the barrier. I guess he really doesn't like us.
I told you before. Knowing too much is always a death sentence.
Be careful what you wish for.
Run. Where to hide?
Lama! Can you hear me?
Hold on, where? Silence.
But at least I know they're still there. I need to focus. Stick to the plan. Remember my most important task. Just keep stalling him. If I can stall him for long enough, the moment will come. I've got this!
Che dobbiamo fare, scusami, ci penso io, ma che devi fare?
Go!
Ok.
How the shield's broken! I can't keep this up!
Don't push your luck.
Ma se non ci guardando non faccio un cazzo perché devo vedere.
Water jet! Water jet! Wipeout!
It all falls into place. The riddle remains unsolved.
Non puoi cadere per una volta per avere una volontà ferrea. Cos'è che c'era scritto? Che ma io non posso combattere con lui che non carica il tripudio. Cioè raga, come faccio?
Can't hide the truth.
Poi la mia resistenza alle interruzioni con diretta interessata è inesistente.
Curses. There's no other way.
To defeat Rarer is to borrow his own. That means Columbina will have to disappear while you two bear the brunt of his attacks. You have to hold on. Find a way to keep him focused on killing the two of you.
Nefer, your eyes are bleeding.
Soon you will be powerless to resist, and then I will reduce you to dust.
But that dust will plague your memories. Come on, keep holding on.
Any other tricks up your sleeve? Let's see them. As entertaining as they are, you've backed yourself into a corner.
You don't fool me. I see your fear clear as day. I have to stoke his rage. Make him unleash everything. You fear what you could never defeat. You fear the thought of never being... You cannot win the fight against fate, Rarir.
Is that what you think? Well, now it's your turn.
Okay.
You fear the sound of your own name?
Is it us you hate? Or is it what you've become?
Let's see what becomes of you!
Questo è il potere del Bedo. Teoricamente dovrebbe essere questo.
What's happening? That power. I've seen it before.
Guarda lì Durin che vola.
His power is on another level. We'll need to use an alchemical array to convert his power into a usable form. Then quickly channel it into Columbina, rendering her powerful enough to compete with him.
Quindi devono rendere più forte lei, ok?
I'll join you. I can help. If I release enough abyssal energy into a confined space, it'll create a potential difference, allowing us to extract a huge amount of elemental energy. Next, I'll synchronize with everyone's minds using Pyro, then give you temporary access to their abilities and fields of view. But it won't last long. Can you see?
Well enough.
So, we have a student of Gold Rheindotter in our midst.
How about that?
Urca che battaglia.
You use my own power against me?
Just like how you stole Kuvaki. Look familiar?
Sta andando a rinca.
Don't you realize you don't have the power to hold that gate open?
I don't, but someone else does.
Goodbye, Rerir.
We won.
Cioè, fammi capire, l'hanno rinchiuso nuovamente o l'hanno buttato fuori dal mondo? Perché lo specchio che vedo dall'altra parte mi sembrava più lo spazio in sé. Che triste però, scusatemi. Che triste. Che triste che ti vedi che ti sbatte fuori dal... Cioè che tu vieni sconfitto da quello che un tempo era tuo amico, così, senza neanche prima aver avuto un confronto. Un po' triste come cosa.
Nefer, how are your eyes?
Nel senso, avrei voluto vedere almeno un dibattito, un confronto tra Densley e Ferreri dal momento che si conoscevano, ma così.
They're fine. Apart from the blindness, of course.
It's not too late.
Let me handle it.
Che fa? Ah, sempre che questa si taglia per fare cose. Porella però. Una vita che si fa taglia le mani per salvare la gente con i suoi poteri.
Miss Nefer, it's not like you to lose your composure. That was the most
reckless. How? The situation was critical. Our lives were at stake.
Comunque non l'hanno eliminato del tutto, mi sembra che semplicemente l'hanno segregato, quindi nulla esclude che possa eventualmente ritornare.
Okay. I guess you're right. Under the circumstances, it was a wise decision. In business terms, I suppose that's a huge return on...
I'd be hard-pressed to argue otherwise.
Still, I don't like this outcome, and I don't want you to lose your sight for good. People suffer when they make sacrifices they shouldn't have to make. Whether that means faith, strength, or in this case, your ability. I had hoped you could win without sacrificing so much.
Thank you. Really.
All done.
Quindi?
Don't try and open your eyes just yet. We'll see how you're doing in a couple of days. Until then, I'll send full details through Yehoda. For now, just get yourself home. My dear friends, we have fought bravely and achieved a spectacular victory. A dark cloud has been lifted from the skies of Nodcry. All in this land will be...
The moon will remember this day.
Arriva e aiuta Nefer a tornare a casa ed accompagnare te, ovviamente, c'è Paimon. Vedere Nefer percorrere la strada a occhi chiusi è qualcosa di nuovo per te. Procede con cautela, ma mentre la sua sagoma sparisce lontana si sembra quasi compiaciuta.
There's something I want to let you know.
What is it?
When Durin connected everyone's minds so I could access their powers, I also felt everything they felt. And since Nefer's eyes were injured, my eyes are hurting now too.
Huh. Hold on. Let me...
I only feel the pain. There's no actual damage. I just thought I should...
You're right. There's no damage. That's a relief. But I must say, I'm surprised to hear the Kutar share something like this with me. In the past...
Things are a little different now from how they were. I'm learning to share how I truly feel with my friends.
Friends.
Riesce a non sorridere e a sparare amici mentre una sensazione calda di soffice ti riempie il petto. Uno alla volta i tuoi compagni di squadra ti informano che tutto è sotto controllo. Su insistenza di Lama ti sdrai. Hai combattuto in prima linea contro Reri e ora hai bisogno di riposo. Sì, diciamo, raga, la battaglia sarebbe stata interessante se avessero messo effettivamente un gruppo che sinergizzasse. Perché le uniche cose che effettivamente sinergizzavano lì erano per l'appunto Lauma e Nefer. Il signorino Flintz buttato un po' lì a caso, dove eventualmente ogni tanto vai a buttare quella che era la carica lunare, ma è tutto molto situazionale ed è dovuta questa situazionalizzazione proprio al fatto che purtroppo non c'era una ciclicità buona, secondo me, proprio dell'applicazione dell'Hydro da parte di Aino, che era proprio quel personaggio in background che non potevi tu mettere in campo e caricarti il tutto, ma c'era un cooldown che ti permetteva di sfruttarla l'abilità. Combattuto in prima linea contro Reri, ora hai bisogno di riposo. Però non ti viene detto che Reri sia stato eliminato definitivamente, eh? Cioè, per me l'hanno solamente sigillato, segregato, l'hanno allontanato, diciamo così, dalla terra di Notcry per ora. Perché mi sembra assurdo che finisca così e basta.
Yay! You're awake! How are you feeling? Any aches and pains? Did you sleep?
I'm doing all right, Paimon.
Phew! Well, that's good. Paimon's been sitting on the edge of the bed worrying about you for ages. You slept a whole day and night.
Glad to hear you didn't starve. How was the food?
Well, it wasn't the same without you. Honestly, Paimon just can't relax when you're not your usual self. She couldn't.
Well, I'm back to normal now.
Oh yeah, and Albedo swung by earlier. He said to tell you to head to the tavern when you woke up. Varkaaaa and the others are organizing a victory feast. He also dropped off some medical supplies, but you seem fit as a fiddle, so if you're feeling up to it, let's head over now.
Prima che le lune cadessero. Il banchetto della vittoria.
We're here!
Oh, Traveler and Paimon! Perfect timing! We were literally just saying how there's no way we're holding this victory feast without you any longer, and we...
How are you feeling today?
Much better. Thanks.
Relieved to hear it. If that changes, just let me know. Happy to check you over at any time.
Yep, we're here for you. Anything you need, just let us...
Oh wait! Where's Nefer?
How are her eyes doing?
Nefer's right over there. I'm sure she'd love to catch up with you.
Voglio parlare prima con loro. Ah, si deve mi ripete la solita cosa di prima. Ma che senso c'ha?
How are you feeling?
Much better.
Relieved to hear it.
Yep, we're...
Oh wait! Where's Nefer?
How are her eyes?
Nefer's right over... I'm sure she'd love to catch...
Hello, you. Recovered from the battle? Come on, what do you mean? Of course I'm gonna ask. I care about my friend's well-being. And we are... Get yourself a drink. You've more than earned
Chi mai, raga, chi mai avrebbe pensato, ditemi voi, che Dori avrebbe avuto un coinvolgimento così, non troppo partecipe nella battaglia quanto in seconda linea, ma di per sé ha avuto veramente tanta partecipazione per essere un personaggio 4 stelle, che poi di per sé è legata a che cosa? Tante cose, in primis al fatto che è legata lei ad Alice, perché tutto si collega a lei, a quello che gli aveva dato in precedenza, l'amuleto che poi ha dato effettivamente a Nefer, e poi successivamente anche... Cioè, si è capito che comunque lei ha una buona rete di agganci, perché comunque ha parlato con Alice, poi si è messa in contatto con l'arco di dendro per generare cose, quindi altra cosa... I problemi di Notcry adesso sono arrivati anche all'occhio dell'arco di dendro indirettamente e sicuramente anche verso altri, quindi di per sé adesso questa battaglia qua non sta più diventando una battaglia solamente della singola nazione di Notcry, ma anche a quanto pare che va a coinvolgere agenti esterni per i problemi che stanno sorgendo. Nulla, molto semplicemente sono sorpreso che gli abbiano dato così tanta partecipazione. Prenditi da bere, te lo sei meritato. Anzi, sai che c'è, oggi pago io. Ti offro.
Wow, really? What about Paimon? Has she earned...
Well, you haven't been through quite as much as the Traveler, but...
Yay! Wow! Drinks on Dory!
Hey, keep your voice down, or everyone else is gonna... Have you heard anything I've been saying recently? Doing business in Nodcry has been an absolute nightmare.
Okay.
That's more like it. Don't you forget. Lord Songama Bay doesn't just go around buying drinks for...
Che altro c'è? C'è Varkaaaa. Aspettate, perché loro... non penso ci... Ah, c'è anche Densleif, raga. Sì, prima di andare a parlare con Nefe voglio parlare con tutti gli altri.
You bet. Snooze's way to a full recovery.
Glad to hear it. A healthy body is
Colpa
paramount.
alla base di tutto,
Nothing
senza
else
quello
in
io
life is
divento pressoché
possible
impossibile
without it.
per
So take it slow.
rimetterti una ferita è
You can't
l'ultima cosa
afford
di
an
cui hai
injury.
bisogno. Ti sono grato per aver deciso di unirti a noi alla fine.
Too. You really saved the day when you swooped in to open that gateway.
Però la domanda mia è cioè, perché hanno detto lì prima durante la battaglia Reri la Colombina, tu non hai il potere per mantenere aperto questo portale, ok? E perché Densleif ha il potere di poter tenere aperto quel portale, e quel portale poi dove conduceva realmente parlando?
I came to accept that although Rerir was my friend in the past, here and now, though I will never fully understand what happened between us, I could not let this... We fought a very necessary battle, and you played your part admirably.
Yeah. And if you ever need to talk, just remember.
I'll do that.
È un po' minimale come conversazione, nel senso avrebbero potuto magari permettergli di dire qualcosa di più. Ripeto, secondo me quel che mancava era un confronto iniziale tra i due. Andiamo Varkaaaa invece.
I thought of 1,000 ways to congratulate you, but...
The honorary knight stuff.
Well said. The other knights told me that Mondstadt was the first stop on your journey. All of us are truly delighted. I'd like to thank you for supporting the Knights of Favonius, and also for helping us save Nodcry. Nonsense! Of course I'm gonna mention it. This is more than just business. It's a relationship. And there can be no relationship without showing
Traveler, Paimon, are you recovering well?
Ok, quindi non l'ha persa la vista, semplicemente aveva un dolore agli occhi.
Turns out that moon chanter has some real talent after all. My eyes were mostly recovered after just a couple days rest.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful. Lauma says not to
Yes, thank you. I'm well aware.
Yehoda, could I borrow you for a moment?
Oh, sure. Did you hear that? I gotta go help Lauma for a second. You guys chat among yourselves.
You bet. Make it
Sure thing.
The Raker of Solnari. Kind of a snake, don't you? No, definitely a snake. A poisonous one who spewed. Anyone who seeks revenge out of hatred for other people has become a snake. That's something my dad used to say. Perhaps. I'm sure it sounds like a very wise and open-hearted perspective to your ears. But what else is left when everything you depended on in life gets stripped away? Something's gotta fuel that drive to keep on living. If you're worried about me, you can nip that in the bud. I'm not someone who gets stuck in the past. It's just... I suddenly feel like I was wrong to call my father a liar. He was just a fool. That's why the Academia... Oh, father. How much better Look at the Ibis King. Thoth is a fiendishly cunning liar. And yet, strangely, he feels more... He's never brought it up, but I'd bet he feels the same way. Why else would he give me the power to perceive the truth, while at the same time training me in the art of deception?
Purtroppo non ho mai sentito voce di Revis.
Well, King Deshret banished him to
Beh, il
Amrun,
re dei Resh
which
lo
is
esiliò ad
essentially a
Aru,
prison,
che è essenzialmente
and
una
posed 3
prigione, e gli
questions to
pose 3
him.
domande. Gli disse che
He
lo avrebbe
promised that
liberato
he'd
se
have
fosse
his
stato in
freedom
grado
if
di
he could
trovare le
his
risposte. La sua
response was to
reazione
take on
fu
a
prendere
physical
forma
form and
fisica e
approach me,
avvicinarsi a me,
hoping that I could
sperando che
become his
potessi diventare
envoy
il
and
suo
search for one of
emissario e
the answers
cercare le
on his
risposte
behalf.
per suo conto. Beh, però scusami, Redesha ti ha messo in punizione mo anni e anni or sono. Cioè, Redesha oramai è in una tomba. Cioè, Dio mio.
Did he really think I'd fall for that? He's stuck there. He can't make me return what he gave to me.
Beh, ma se ne l'ha truffato lei a lui allora. Sembra che ti abbia trattato piuttosto bene. Il vostro è così, direbbe davvero un rapporto tra padre e figlia. Ma no, scusami. Cioè, gli aveva detto di fargli da emissaria per cercargli le risposte. Lei non gliele vuole dare. Pensava davvero che ci sarei cascata. Lui è ancora Ah. Ah, no, forse allora è la storia che è falsa. Non può costringermi a restituirgli ciò che mi ha dato.
So that's enough for you to decide he's nice, is it? He's a prisoner,
È
and
un
he was
prigioniero e
scared.
aveva paura.
So
Decide
he
di compiere
decided
delle
to
buone
perform
azioni per
some good
conquistare
deeds
l'approvazione
to
della
he lives
gente.
in
Vive
fear
nella paura
because he's a
perché è un
deceiver.
manipolatore.
How is
Rere è
Riri any
poi così
different?
diverso? Non
You
puoi
can't work as a
trascorrere tutta
spy
la
your
vita
whole
come spia e
life and expect
aspettarti
a
un lieto
happy
fine.
ending. It's
No.
preposterous. Yet I can't say I don't understand it. Liars live in the darkness of their own making. They say that a liar's soul is the most worthless thing in the world. What do you think? Oh, really? Well, it takes a very if you ask me, the soul of a liar really is worth nothing. Because all they care about is themselves.
Beh, però tu vivi nella menzogna, Nefer, comunque vai
For
ingannando
example,
la
when
gente.
something good falls into my lap, I don't go sharing the news around. Stops other people trying to So be it. They have sharp ears. I can't keep anything from them. Oh, is that what it looks like? Well, you all know my past now. And I can't simply eliminate everyone who knows too much. So I guess I just have to put up with you. When you find yourself in a situation you can't control, the safest play is to keep calm and start monitoring everyone involved like a hawk. In the intelligence world, you need to have a sense of perspective. If you understand what's at stake, please ensure my secret is safe with you. I trust you'll respect my wishes as a friend. Very good.
Oh, wait! Now that the panic's over and we've all calmed down, Paimon suddenly
Però scusami, se lei ha un potere così immenso di trovare la verità, perché poi è così tanto vogliosa di voler mettere le mani sul porto di scimmie? Cioè, non so se voi avete visto l'aneddoto con Yelan, però tra Yelan e lei non scorre proprio un buon sangue, perché a quanto pare Nefer vuole mettere le mani su praticamente la zona di Yelan, e Yelan non glielo vuole concedere. E diciamo che ci sta perché ambo i due lavorano nello stesso ambito. E quindi c'è praticamente una battaglia del potere, diciamo. Non tanto da parte di Yelan, più che altro Yelan difende solo la sua zona. E Nefer che vuole, diciamo così, mettere, non dico zizzania, ma vuole metterci le mani.
After all that build-up, our mystery ally never showed up even once.
È vero che dicevano di un alleato misterioso.
Huh? Am I imagining things?
O forse si è presentato? Vediamo. Non è un rumore immaginato, cos'è che se...
So, that close colleague who stayed behind with you? What's he been up to recently?
Don't know, don't care. I get more normal human interaction from hanging out with Bosco too than him. Although, now you mention it, he hasn't bothered me in a while.
If he's disappeared without a trace, it's the biggest gift he ever gave to the world. But I somehow... He won't lie low forever. So we'd better stay on guard.
Non se ne resterà nascosto per... Secondo me è intervenuto il visionario. La butto lì, raga. L'aiutante misterioso che ha buttato cose qua e là per affrontare lui è stato il visionario. Anche perché mi sembra che sia proprio del visionario che non si sa. O del visionario o eventualmente dell'altro lì che cioè voleva esplorare la ragione, quello di cui parlava praticamente nei notti, con cui ci ha avuto, diciamo, un dibattito durante la quest, si può dire. Questi due là. Ma a me mi viene in mente solamente loro due, quindi secondo me degli altri peccatori si sono messi di mezzo. Più verso il visionario, vi devo dire, perché il visionario ha avuto più protagonismo all'interno di sta quest, e quindi penso che possa più pendere verso di lui il fatto dell'aiutante misterioso, cioè quello che ha dato gli indizi per arrivare poi a trovare una soluzione contro Rariel. Forse. Poi mi potrei anche sbagliare, però tutto mi cade l'occhio solo su di lei. Cioè su di lui.
Lord Sangama Bay, I must thank you for the device you provided. It was an enormous help. Would I be right in thinking that it...
Why come and ask me when you clearly know?
I mostly came to thank you.
That's more like it. A little gratitude goes a long way with Lord Sangama Bay. Play your cards right, and you might even stand a chance of becoming my long-term supplier.
The chance to work with such a kind and charitable investor as yourself would be a great honor for the curator.
Huh? Charitable? Who said anything about charity? First time?
Let's see. The first plot of land you purchased...
Stop! What do you think you're doing? Exposing my...
It's nothing to hide from. They're all perfectly legitimate investments. And some of the land you purchased was with the intent...
How did...
You're a curious case, Lord Sangama Bay. You don't like people finding out about your good... But I'm afraid no matter how hard you try to keep things under wraps, where there's a will... You did it for Sumeru, didn't you?
It was empty land that was gonna go to waste otherwise. I figured if I built something there, it might at least get some use in an emergency. Disasters are capricious things. They strike without any warning. I've lost family to a disaster before, and I don't want to lose any friends or business partners if I can help it. My elder sister used to dream of finding a sanctuary. Somewhere with plenty of food, water, and medicine. It was something I looked into, but after discussing things with the Dendro Archon, I decided on the tech people handled the tech, and money bags provided the Mora. It just made the most sense.
It's a pity that so few people know the truth about you. Everyone says that you view everything in terms of Mora, and all you care about is growing your own wealth.
So, what's the problem with that? Everyone wants to be rich. It's human nature.
But surely you have dreams of your own, beyond just
You don't get it, do you? My dream is to invest in other people's dreams. And, you know, just thinking about it makes me happy.
Thank you.
For the
And the pendant.
Oh, that. I was just returning a favor. Don't worry.
Seems like we've both been away from home for a very long...
Yeah. So long that I barely remember what my family even looked.
That would be your mother, father...
Yeah, though it's been years since my sister passed away. It's not like I want to forget them, obviously, but memory can be even more ruthless than the most calculating business person. Beyond a certain point, if something isn't helping you, my sister can't help me now. Slowly but surely, her face is fading from my mind's eye.
Not everything will fade. When loved ones pass away, the beautiful...
Yeah, that's true. If you ask me...
Well, that, plus, I'm sure that life is much better now.
Oh, absolutely. I have tons of Mora, a big beautiful house, business is booming, and I'm as happy. You've got a lot going for you too. Boss of the Curatorium of Secrets? I'm sure there's plenty of...
I appreciate the vote of
Carina come conversazione, dai. Oh, questa mi interessa di più, vediamo. Perché c'è Durin e Varkaaaa.
Any adverse reactions? If you start to take a turn for the worse...
You don't need to worry about me, Grandmaster. I'm fine.
What?
You played an indispensable role in the battle for Nodcry. Sometimes, when people praise you, it's because you deserve it. The best thing is to accept it.
Let's do a quick demonstration. Albedo, that was an incredible feat of alchemy. The pressure was on, but you worked flawlessly at lightning speed to get the...
Thank you. I can't take all the credit, though. Durin played a big part.
See? Did you catch that? A masterclass in how to...
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did work pretty hard to help her.
Hey, you guys!
Hey, look who's bounced back. Looking good, traveler.
Seems like you've recovered. You won't need to take any more medication.
Can I get you a drink?
Huh? You know how to order at a bar now? Yeah, sure.
Handling a drinks order is ridiculously simple compared to alchemy. Don't worry.
Paimon believes it. You're clearly a fast learner. To be totally honest, though, Paimon didn't quite follow all the details when you...
Don't worry. That's completely understandable. Unless you're a student of alchemy, it's hard to grasp.
To put it in the simplest terms, we saw how our enemy stole the power of Kuvaki. And that gave us the idea of stealing his. When facing an enemy you have no hope of defeating, So, instead of looking for a way to overpower him, we decided to help Colin. For this to work, we had to analyze his modes of attack, confirm who his main target was, and make sure that he wouldn't go beyond the range of the alchemical array. For added security, we prepared a total of 4 arrays. But to mitigate the impact of the battle, we identified one location in particular as the alchemical array absorbed his abyssal power. Then Durin processed it to render it that power enabled her to do what would otherwise have been nigh on
What surprised me was that Dainsleif actually agreed to join us. Given his history with Rerir, he had every right to sit this one out. But we're extremely grateful for the decision he made.
It must have been a painful choice to make. But I'm sure that making a decision...
Absolutely. He was torn between 2 paths, but in the end, he made his choice and stuck to it resolutely. He doesn't strike me as... Anyway, however you cut it, everyone gave a stellar performance. And now, it's time to...
Se ci avessero messo, secondo me, un filino di barba sarebbe stato meglio, secondo
That's the only reason you're here. Yes, I've thought a lot about it. And I've realized I think this is very important.
Che cosa vuol dire? Ho capito che io e te e lei dovremmo essere amiche. Penso che possibilmente per lei così ho pensato di venirtelo a
Wow,
dire.
this is a new one. I'm so moved. I can't even hold my teacup. If that's all, you can leave now.
Madonna mia, marionetta, tu
Do you not want
veramente.
to be friends with me? Or is it that you prefer being co-workers? What is this, Columbina? Are you deliberately testing my patience threshold? Right now, my politeness module is active. But if you say another word, I swear I'll shut it down.
Ma quindi marionetta effettivamente è come un robot, c'è un androne, però mi sembra molto più, cioè parla in maniera meno meccanica rispetto ai Neffa.
If your politeness module was active, wouldn't you say the word please at some... Polonia, please see Lady Columbina to the door. Will you still invite me to your next tea party? What? Yes, I think you will. Bye-bye, dear Sandrone.
Beh, perché noi siamo qua adesso?
Last time, the Wild Hunt escorted you out. Would you rather I handled it myself this time? We just wanted to, you know... Why? Out of concern for my safety? I hope you didn't seriously think that the Rahir of Solnari would be able to lay so much as a finger up. Mostly because you kind of helped us out, so we just wanted to check you were okay. Looks like all your robots are fixed, huh? Oh, don't you worry about that. Tea time is already a write-off. The visitor before you... If you're in the mood for tea, go ahead and help yourself.
Otherwise, my coasters are still missing in action, though. Use this notebook instead.
Whoa! Pretty hefty notebook.
You can ignore those. They're just dumb scribblings. I doodle and write in my free time. Sometimes I remember the distant, dreamlike past. Sometimes I imagine the far-flung, and other times, I grit my teeth and note down all the crazy nonsense going on in the present. Some people do the crosswords in the newspaper. This is my equivalent of trying to predict the future is like daydreaming. And writing about the present just makes me furious. The past is my favorite. If nothing else, it's already set in stone, so I don't have to rack my... Although, having said that, the only vaguely interesting memory in my past is probably that guy they call Lord Artificer.
Il re dei meccanismi. Anche se a questo proposito, qua si sta parlando del passato di Sandrone. L'unico ricordo vagamente interessante del mio passato è probabilmente... Cioè, gli fa schifo tutto tranne ricordare il passato. E probabilmente quel tipo è il re dei meccanismi. Il re dei meccanismi. Vuoi dire... Alien Gullintin? Devo cercarmelo. Mi sembra che sia quello del Marachaussee. Eh sì. Allora ci avevano visto lungo. Ci avevano visto lungo che nella foto, quella là con tutti i bambini del Marachaussee, o comunque dello studio lì, c'era effettivamente Sandrone. Ci avevano visto lungo. No, aspetta un attimo. Genshin Impact. Ok, vediamo cosa mi dice. Allora, profilo, aspettate che qua me lo traduco così me lo vado a leggere un attimo. Allora, Eileen Gullintin, allora, è una figura storica del cataclismo circa 400-500 anni fa. Era un membro dell'istituto Nardinskrex, ecco sì, non il Marachaussee, prima del suo scioglimento, un ricercatore dell'istituto di filosofia naturale, un cacciatore del Marachaussee, allora sì, è legato al Marachaussee, e in seguito ha continuato a fondare il Fontaine Research Institute come completo Fontaine vabbè, queste sono cose che sto leggendo da Wiki Genshin. Comunque era noto per essere una persona molto rigida e seria che sembrava preoccuparsi solo della sua ricerca. Era conosciuto come un bambino prodigio e divenne un ricercatore di istituto di filosofia naturale in età molto più giovane del suo assistente di ricerca Carter Sherbius. Tuttavia era molto vicino a sua sorella adottiva Mary Ann, così come a Jacob, René e Carter. Il principale obiettivo di ricerca erano le macchine di Carrier come Ruin Gardens, ma ha anche studiato la cronologia dell'Arlecchino. Ok. È stato cresciuto nell'istituto Nardinskrex fino a quando il vice direttore non è partito per la battaglia durante il cataclisma. Più tardi Helen e Mary Ann furono adottati da Emmanuel Gullintin su richiesta di Basil Elton. La sua amicizia con René de Petri-Schorege durò per anni, fino a quando i due guidarono una procedura fallita sul suo assistente. Carter Sherbius, durante il loro periodo all'istituto di veterinariato, causando una spaccatura tra di loro. In seguito si unì al Marachaussee Phantom insieme a Mary Ann. I due furono un giorno assegnati a catturare i membri della Nardinskrex Horde. Quando i piani di Master e Jacob avevano attirato l'attenzione della corte di Fontaine, uno scontro scoppiò tra i resti di Alienas tra i fratelli. Ecco il leader dell'Horde Nardinskrex che presumibilmente uccise Mary Ann. Nei fiori di ricordi di nobiltà, Alien indossa l'uniforme del Marachaussee Phantom. Ah, perché si vede nei ricordi di Nubilette? Non lo sapevo sta cosa. Vabbè.
Who else? Pretty much all the mecha and
Chi
Fontaine are
altro?
his
Praticamente tutti i
personal
make automi di
handiwork.
Fontaine sono opera sua. Questo mi fa pensare anche perché c'è stata, io me lo ricordo, una quest dove c'era sostanzialmente un robot, mi ricordo, di quelli creati che aveva maturato una coscienza. Allora io sta questa qua, per come era andata a finire, supposi di testa mia, e forse non so se ci fece anche un video a riguardo, una cosa particolarmente tanto vecchia, dove ai tempi di Fontaine. Cioè, praticamente il mio pensiero mi ha portato a dire che forse a Fontaine non era presente solamente Arlecchino, oltre vabbè anche Tartaglia che si è presentato durante la quest di Arlecchino, ma fosse anche presente Sandrone, perché effettivamente, cioè, poteva essere l'unica di tutti i membri dei Fatui che potesse aver dimostrato un interesse verso quel macchinario lì. Questo dove poi alla fine questo macchinario arriviamo nel laboratorio del suo creatore e poi dopo il laboratorio va esplodendo perché c'erano di mezzo anche i Fatui, e io mi ricordo che questo macchinario, questa macchina poi alla fine rimane dentro il laboratorio, praticamente è come se decide di autodistruggersi. Però la cosa che aveva incuriosito chi si era interessato è il fatto che avesse maturato una coscienza. Più che altro era una macchina, mi ricordo, in grado di captare se una persona diceva il vero o il falso, ma era riuscita col tempo ad assumere una coscienza. Sì, mi ricordo, i Fontaine sono per la sua.
Are you saying you know him? Like,
I mean, I guess we were friendly enough. Yep. In fact, I'm probably the only normal person left who knew him at all.
Sì, in effetti probabilmente sono l'unica persona normale rimasta che lo conosceva. Parlavamo di tanto in tanto quando era ancora vivo, prima che morisse. Mi chiese di distruggere tutti i suoi manoscritti. Ho onorato la sua richiesta, ma prima ho letto per bene tutto quello che aveva scritto. In fondo non potevo permettere che il genio dei re dei meccanismi alien ingredient andasse perduto, sarebbe stato un enorme spreco. Quindi è da lì che provengono le formule presenti sul tuo taccuino? Te l'ho appena detto, sono il mio equivalente di cruciverba, sono solo formule stupide che risolvo per divertimento quando mi annoio. Le formule di Ellen erano come quelle poesie, come delle poesie epiche. Quelle nel mio taccuino sono solo stupidi rompicapi in confronto. Non che ci sia qualcosa di male, voglio dire, almeno risolvere quei rompicapi non farà male a nessuno, tranne a me, perché perdo qualche neurone per farlo. Visto che ne stiamo parlando, potrei anche raccontarvi cosa è successo a lui e ai suoi amici. Ellen Green aveva due amici molto stretti. Comunque raga, io trovo assurdo perché è da Fontaine che era nata la teoria per cui questa bambina, quella lì vestita di rosso, che è l'unica che può somigliare adesso effettivamente a Marionetta, sia quella cazzo di bambina lì vestita di rosso, era Marionetta. Cioè è da Fontaine che si speculava di sta cosa. E poi vabbè, non se ne è più parlato perché di Sandrone non è che se ne parlava più di tanto, però Ellen Green aveva due amici molto stretti, René e Jacob. E c'era stata anche una quest secondaria legata a loro. Hanno passato l'infanzia insieme nell'istituto di Naziscross. Erano tutti molto competitivi, quindi c'era una rivalità tra di loro, ma in senso amichevole. Ma oltre all'amicizia e alla rivalità si nascondeva qualcosa di più profondo, un senso di nostalgia per il passato. Fortunatamente l'infanzia sarebbe finita, la profezia si sarebbe avverata, l'apocalisse sarebbe arrivata e il futuro non sarebbe mai esistito. Un sogno folle, che normalmente avrebbe catturato solo le menti dei folli, cominciò a mettere radici nel loro cuore, il sogno di salvare il mondo. E se René e Ellen fossero stati persone meno intelligenti, quel sogno sarebbe probabilmente diventato qualcosa su cui scherzare una volta diventati più grandi. Ma ahimè, erano le menti più acute in circolazione. Coltivarono quel sogno con tutta la forza del loro intelletto, e questo si trasformò in qualcosa che divorò le loro anime. Il primo a subire l'effetto fu René. Andando contro la volontà di Ellen, René continuò a fare esperimenti su un loro amico per cercare di salvargli la vita. Ellen non approvò e si separò da René. E questo è quello che ho letto prima sulla questione delle attività fatte. Infatti non capivo perché, non me la ricordavo propriamente così. Ma non me la ricordo neanche perché è una quest talmente... Cioè è quella quest là dedicata al Naziensker, ok? Che si va anche a legare ad altro alla fine. È troppo in là, cazzo. Parliamo dei tempi di Fontaine, bisogna venirsi a recuperare tutta quella parte. Noi contro la volontà di Ellen continuò a fare esperimenti su un loro amico per cercare di salvargli la vita. Ellen non approvò e si separò da René. È complicato. Ellen voleva credere che René facesse quello che faceva solo per il bene della loro amicizia, ma quando mi ha raccontato l'accaduto, ho capito che nutrivo ancora qualche sospetto sulle motivazioni di René. Forse il seme che sarebbe cresciuto fino a diventare un incubo aveva già messo radici nella mente di René. Al loro incontro successivo l'anima di René era stata completamente divorata dal sogno della salvezza. Il suo vano tentativo di cambiare le sorti del destino si limitò a creare un'onda che inghiottì il mondo ancora prima dell'arrivo dell'Apocalisse. Penso si parli del mare primordiale, forse. E anche se alla fine dell'onda vedete che vedete, si ricollega alla quest. Oh, gli hanno dato un'importanza a quella quest. Che io, quando è finita quella quest, ho detto: ma come cazzo è finita? Cioè, di cosa cazzo stavamo parlando? Perché non è che avessi capito. Cioè, perché poi alla fine si facevano ste quest che erano wow, ok. C'era, mi ricordo, sta quest proprio di Fontaine che sembrava parlasse poi eventualmente del passato di Arlecchino. Ma che in realtà poi adesso veniamo a sapere che non è propriamente così, perché il motivo dietro alle mani nere di Arlecchino è legato al fatto che il suo potere della Luna Cremisi sia legato a quello dell'Abyss, e quindi quando lei ha le mani nere perché l'Abyss la sta a poco corrodendo ogni qualvolta ne fa uso dei suoi poteri. Anche se alla fine dell'onda, anche se alla fine quell'onda si è placato, ho sentito dire che di recente è tornata a colpire. Da quanto ho capito, Renex voleva realizzare ancora una volta il suo sogno di salvezza. Ma mi è stato detto che il suo tentativo sia fine e concluso una volta per tutte. Alla fine René si è risvegliato del suo sogno, anche se ovviamente ormai era troppo tardi. Cosa ne pensi di René? Ammiri il suo genio trascendente e la sua convinzione che valesse la pena pagare qualsiasi prezzo per raggiungere il nobile obiettivo di salvare il mondo? Oppure lo disprezzi, lo consideri un folle malvagio che ha devastato la vita di tutti coloro che lo circondavano mentre inseguiva il suo sogno delirante? Per me è la stessa cosa, è solo una questione di prospettiva. Non lo so. Che risposta di comodo, ma immagino che avresti una risposta più incisiva e perspicace se approfondissi la questione. E tu cosa ne pensi, René? Non mi piacciono gli ideologici fanatici che votano la propria vita a un ideale, né gli sciocchi che si lasciano sopraffare dalle loro illudili momenti. E volevo comprendere se René fosse stata una persona normale, ma lui aveva un intelletto eccezionale, malgrado ciò è riuscito a perdersi nel labirinto dei suoi desideri. Basta parlare di René. Ne parliamo ad Elena di Radine Canemi. Riuscì a fermare la prima tempesta scatenata nell'Elena, ma in seguito persistì alla sua fine.
To his credit, I suppose, the loss of his family and friends was purely a tragic accident. It's not like Alain sacrificed them for his cause or anything. After that, the only thing supporting his work was the same dream that had dragged his closest friend down to the
L'unica cosa
abyss.
che sosteneva il suo lavoro era il sogno che aveva trascinato nell'abisso il suo amico.
But although the desire to save Fontaine drove him to found the Fontaine Research Institute, Alain continued to reject any form of transcendental knowledge or power. He was suspicious. I think that formulas and machines derived solely from human intellect were the only thing that gave him a sense of spiritual comfort. Yet Alain's intellect was simply too great. It barely left him space to breathe in his lifetime. Once he realized that the end of his life was approaching, he finally accepted the truth. The Nazissenkreuz Institute needed someone, and he quit working on his formulas, trading them in for the fairy tales that had played such a formative role in his childhood, but which he barely touched in his adult life. He told me that the director of the Nazissenkreuz Institute used to read those fairy tales to the children as bedtime stories. Apparently, they worked wonders I think that all he wanted at that time in his life was to be able to sleep deeply without being plagued by depression. By that point, nothing else really mattered.
Assurdo comunque che da Notcry si vada a ripescare sta quest di Fontaine.
At the very end, he laid down to rest in the ruins of the former Nazissenkreuz Institute orphanage, while the Fontaine Research Institute he had founded continued tirelessly with its work. Many years after that, tensions over competing dreams would once again cause a rift, this time between members of the Fontaine Research Institute. And that is the story of two people from the Nazissenkreuz Institute. One went all in on his fantasy of salvation without ever looking back, and ended up calmly sinking to the bottom of the deepest sea.
più profondo del mondo.
The other sought desperately to burn bright in his life, even though he wasn't sure where he was going. I do sometimes wonder, why is it that people like them have such grand... Even the grandest tree starts as a tiny seed. So perhaps, for each of them, their mission to save the world began with the fairies. They were young children with friends and family who mattered to them. Desires to explore the meaning of life. Ambitions to have a successful career. They didn't want to see all of that taken away in one fell swoop. Or maybe they just wanted to find something to anchor themselves within the chaos. To stop them getting quietly swept away by this. But instead, the search for their own salvation took them down the rocky road laid out by fate. Do you think the desire to save oneself is enough of a justification to try and save the world?
Devi salvarsi sia un modo sufficiente per... Credo che il desiderio di salvarsi sia un motivo sufficiente. E beh.
The way you said that sounded just like Alain. I asked him the same question back when he was in his prime. He gave the exact same answer as you did. No elaboration, just a quick short answer before getting right back to his work. He was... All right, tea time's over. I owe Arlecchino a favor for telling me these stories. I'll have to bring a whole sack of gifts the
Devo
next time I
fare
visit the
per
House
una
of the
canale queste
Hearth.
storie. La prossima volta che andrò a trovarla alla casa del focolare dovrò portarla un'intera sporta di regali.
I'm gonna go tinker with Polonia now. You guys can do whatever you want, as long as it doesn't involve interrupting me. Polonia, exit hibernation mode. Begin diagnostic.
Bella. Quindi? Finita così? Ci ha buttato fuori così? È finita tutta la quest? Ho finito tutto. Wow. Bella, mi è piaciuta. Mi è piaciuta, però non capisco solo una cosa, nel senso che quindi l'abbiamo sconfitto definitivamente al diretto interessato, o molto semplicemente non lo abbiamo sconfitto definitivamente, ma lo abbiamo solamente segregato da un'altra parte. Parlo naturalmente di Rare. Poi una dimenticanza o comunque un qualcosa che manca, secondo me è legato al fatto che non ci sia stato un confronto, diciamo, tra Rare ed Endlif, che secondo me era doveroso farlo al momento che comunque Endlif alla fine ha scelto di aiutare noi. Secondo me sarebbe dovuto essere incluso in questa missione. Poi hanno voluto mettere anche di mezzo la storia in questo caso di Nefer, storia carina, cioè praticamente dall'inganno iniziale del padre nei confronti della figlia, lei è diventata poi un'abile ingannatrice successivamente, cercando vendetta per il padre che era stato in questo caso ucciso da altre tribù, ingannando a sua volta queste tribù è riuscita a far riscontrare tra di loro. E poi vabbè anche il discorso di come ho ottenuto, diciamo, questo potere di poter vedere le memorie altrui, che è un potere che si lega in questo caso a un aiutante del re Dasher, adesso non mi ricordo il nome, Tort, no, non era il re Ibis, ecco, in questo caso, e mediante quello che poi il suo gatto, che tra l'altro guarda caso è sempre stato presente, diciamo, anche nel video delle animazioni, quel gatto lì era sempre stato presente. Cos'altro? E abbiamo visto Colombino anche un po' in azione, nulla di che ragazzi, mi piace Colombino, mi piace anche Durin, ma vi devo dire che ho anche apprezzato di più quello che è stato il commento sulla battaglia, la battaglia contro il diretto interessato. Allora, sarebbe stata bella se ci fosse stata più sinergia, nel senso, se tu mi metti un team che naturalmente parlando si compone di Aino, ci sta che Aino faccia l'applicazione Aino, però l'applicazione Hydro di Aino era un'applicazione secondo me troppo distanziata, e che tu mi metti il Traveler in questo caso che fa applicazione Hydro e poi non riesci, non si riusciva col cazzo di Traveler a caricare il suo tripudio, che poi di per sé sarebbe stata una maniera in più di fare applicazione Hydro. L'ho trovata abbastanza difficile, questo è il discorso. Poi vabbè, per fortuna tu dovevi superarla quello stage, quindi se cadeva un personaggio questo poi veniva fatto ritornare in vita, per carità, in automatico dal sistema. I valori comunque danno erano fallati, raga, perché comunque dovete considerare che avevano sbloccato in tutti i personaggi quella che era sostanzialmente la C3, però vabbè, dettagli a parte. Secondo me avrebbero dovuto creare un pochetto più di sinergia tra quelli che sono i personaggi. Abbiamo visto Varkaaaa, mi è dispiaciuto non aver visto lui particolarmente tanto in azione. Diciamo che scene di combattimento su non ce ne sono state, ma neanche di Durin, come anche di per sé Albedo, sono stati giusto così a fare quello che dovevano. È stata più che altro Colombina a combattere, e noi, nonché anche eventualmente un po' Nefer. Però, boh, complessivamente devo dire che non mi è dispiaciuta. Mi fa strano che finisca così e basta. Cioè, secondo me sicuro deve arrivare dell'altro, perché non, cioè, Fenrir, cioè sì, Rerir non è morto alla fine. E questo è il punto. Cioè, sembra quasi come se l'abbiamo sigillato. Cioè, l'abbiamo sconfitto, ma per ora. E secondo me poi ritornerà in futuro. Semplicemente questo. Interessante come l'abbiano voluto affrontare, cioè praticamente come lui aveva rubato i Kuvaki per potenziare se stesso, loro hanno voluto incanalare l'energia dell'abisso per renderla poi dopo sfruttabile da Colombina, per poter a sua volta ritorcersi contro e rendersi più forte per abbattere poi effettivamente Reri. Tutto qui. E nulla, raga. Allora, fatemi prendere questo. Sono stuzzicato all'idea di prendere a lei, perché il suo gameplay non mi è dispiaciuto per niente. Però minchia, prossima patch arriva Durin, raga. Mi dispiace, non hanno fatto uscire il drip market, ma sono già usciti i gameplay. Infatti mi sa che adesso vi la mollo, perché vorrei un attimino andarmi a leggere quelli che sono i kit che sono venuti ad uscire, ed eventualmente poi nei prossimi giorni farò magari uscire un video dove parliamo effettivamente, vi traduco quello che è il kit sostanzialmente. E basta, raga. Allora, direi che sta live è anche durata anche troppo per i miei gusti, perché sono già 6 ore di un quarto e nulla. Ci lasciamo qua, raga. Ci vediamo poi prossimamente a continuazione. Sicuramente prossima settimana arriva arriva Shuyan su Wuthering Waves, quindi io devo poi effettivamente farmi la sua storia, quindi penso che la farò in diretta. In genere se vengo in diretta per portare pezzi di storia. Non è che faccio dire eventualmente altre cavolate, ecco, ma non so. Vediamo, quando mi viene voglia vengo in diretta. Principalmente se arriva una parte nuova di storia, quella cerco di portarla. E nulla, raga. Vi lascio, dai.